justice takes root and blooms, the wind shall sing of its glory. An arduous conflict awaits. Gorges of light, devouring heaven and earth, their legions unlimited and undying. Yet we rise. Though our foes may be immeasurable, we too must never falter. So long as we stand united, order shall reign triumphant in the face of calamity. Dawn of calamity. Fear not the chaos within.
The hell are we up to today?
Same as always. Raise Cain and get paid. Our future depends on it here.
Well, hell yeah! I never say no to busting heads. Can I go all out, Baron?
Sure can, Bunny. After all, ain't no justice here. Not in our humble Reveille.
Well, that makes sense. Ain't no gods here neither.
The moment you slip up, the moment you ask for help, that's when this world will get you.
That's why we got us our 3 rules, right, Hoss?
Believe in your own damn power.
Don't let nobody in your own damn way.
And finally, don't fear a damn thing.
Now, let's get this show on the road. Nobody's gonna walk on us. Not till we've remade the whole plum world.
When hell comes a storm, only fate can provide.
Look! There's the next island! Wonder what's in store for us this time! How exciting! Huh? This feeling! Holy moly! A primal beast! Wait, what's that? What's going on? Something's coming! Something really powerful! What the? Hey, you okay there, Lyria? Uh-huh, I'm okay, but I think we might be in a bit of trouble.
Throwing in the towel so soon? Look, when things look bleak, it's easy to become dust in the wind. But that won't happen today. Keep your chin up. Because we've got your back. After all, the sky has chosen its champion. Isn't that right, Captain? Come, shake off those cobwebs. Powers like yours shouldn't be napping. It's time for it to awaken. Fate rests on your shoulders. You will illuminate the skies, a true beacon of eternity. And don't worry, we of the Eternals shall follow you every step of the way. Eternal Awakening. If you want to be the strongest, you'll have to go through us.
As it is above, so it is below. This world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms, and the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Feed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap you would dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
Once, there was a war, a harrowing that scorched the very tears from our eyes. But from the ashes we rose to grasp hard-earned hope.
Once, there was an invasion. At its head was a tyrant who sought termination. But we resisted and won our freedom. Our tale of calamity has come to an end, and in this new chapter, the world will be born anew. Slowly but surely, the storm clouds will part, and rays of hope will illuminate the land. Blinking at the light, we'll reach out with both hands and shape our future.
Of course, not all scars fade. They are a reminder that not everything lost can be found again. We can't turn back time or rewrite the past. Yet so long as we believe in our destiny, our future will shimmer like the dew.
Renascent Chronicles.
Turn the page. A new adventure awaits.
Welcome to the Shadowverse Open. This is the West Contenders Cup, where the winner of this tournament will earn a spot to the World Grand Prix later this year. We have an all-star cast for you guys. As always, we have Chris and myself, Lewis Caston, but we also have Noir with us today. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, man. It is honestly an honor, a pleasure, and just everything to be here today. We've been watching these players, grind it out throughout the year. And this is what it all comes down to, right? They've been fighting hard for just to be here today, essentially, right? And of course, I'm really glad that we have Noir with us as well to give us that top player perspective and also give us an insight on what it even feels like to sit on this stage, right? So thank you so much for joining us, Noir.
Yeah, I'm really excited, really glad to have this opportunity to cast with you guys, Lewis, and Different Fight. This is my first time casting with you two, obviously. I know you two have been casting the SVO all year, so I'm really stoked to have this opportunity finally work alongside you two. And yeah, this tournament, West Contenders Cup, is going to be absolutely insane. We have some really great players here. And, here in the West, we bring you not only the high-level Shadowverse, but also the fun-level Shadowverse. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some amazing matches.
Yeah, the stakes could not be higher this weekend. That said, let us take a look at the format so you guys can see how we're doing things here in the Contenders Cup this weekend. This is a double elimination tournament, rotation format, but now it's best of 5 and there are no bans this weekend.
That is right. The lineup that you bring, the 3 decks that you bring, you've got to be a master of all of them. You can't just, bring your lineup to ban something and beat it. You have to be amazing at all 3 of them. If you're familiar with Rage, this format will be, something that you're used to. But man, there's going to be so much to look forward to, so much action today as well. Noir, let's take a look at the upper bracket here, because I think some of these matches are looking like a little bit of a team kill.
Yeah, match 1 with Doolin versus Ishiro, that Tempo Storm team kill, really unfortunate there, but I have a lot of faith in both of these players. Yeah, I think either one, whether they fall into losers or not, it's not over for them just yet. They still have another shot to make it all the way through that losers bracket run. I believe both of these players have the opportunity to do that. I think they are really good and they have that chance. On the other hand, Dog Dodo versus Battle, I'm a little bit shook that Dog Dodo actually lost off stream. This is honestly unprecedented.
I know, right?
Would have expected him to at least win that one. But, here he is, in the losers brackets. Battle going to move on against V2. Really excited to see that match as well.
Yeah, let us take a look at the lower side of the bracket. Now, the lower bracket is the danger zone. A loss here eliminates you from the tournament. And as you can see, Zones, Dog Dodo, and Riversando, they do not have spots for World Grand Prix just yet. Only Hishiro does. So these 3 players, they really cannot afford to lose another set.
Absolutely. This is where everything is super tense. Again, don't forget, this is a double elimination bracket. Anyone on this side is back against the wall. All of your hard work throughout this year is being tested, especially in this side of the bracket. So it's going to be intense. The only player in here, as you said, that is qualified already for WGP is Hishiro. So it's back against the wall. He can potentially gatekeep people if he wants to, because, they are fighting for some big prizes too, right? They got, even if you end up in the 7th place tie, you still win $600, which is amazing, but the prizes only get better as we keep going up. So I think for all of these players, they definitely want to make it as far as possible.
Yeah, now some of the games were played off stream. We're going to take some replays at some of that action. But after that, every single match will be played, on the broadcast or across the 2 days here. So we have a lot of great shouters for you guys. Let's take a look at some of those replays, though, from those games that happen off stream.
That's right. Starting out here with Dulan versus Shiro, the team kill. And look at this. The Celeste doing work already with that fake hand on Dulan's side. Oh, it hurts to see, man.
Yeah, the 5 Chris going unanswered there as well into the Celeste, going to be really devastating for Mysteria Rune. Not going to have much way to deal with this board, and Doolin just going to concede the game 1 like that. Ishiro taking game 1 with that Shadowcraft, and moving on to the Machina portal, but actually a creative lethal here from Doolin, putting the series token onto the Psychopomp, actually, and putting her on a bike as well. A really nice lethal there, finishing off with the Necro Impulse. Machina portal going down 0-1 already.
Yeah, Hishiro was the only player this weekend to bring the Machina portal, and we're gonna see if that was a great decision or a huge mistake.
Ooh, that's one way to put it. As we see here, you know, everything looks all right, but then you notice that he's at 7 life, and when you look at Dulan's hand, there's just no way that he's getting out of that. So far, that portal list isn't really doing too much for him, and this is the final attempt. And look at that, Noir, look at this, 11 damage.
3 play points for 11 damage. I'd say that's pretty worth it. Erica gonna close out the game right there for Dulan, securing the set 3-0 against Machina Portal. You hate to see it, but then Zones versus Shinsha. Shinsha, the only player brave enough to bring Bloodcraft. Let's see how this one pans out for him.
Yeah, so it looks like the portal didn't really play out for Hishiro, but Shinsha with the Bloodcraft picking up that victory.
That's right. I mean, with Wrath now, you can actually get Wrath active on like turn 4 pretty consistently. And oh my god, look at this game too. Can you see this hand? Triple Soul Strike already for exactly 12 damage that he was looking for. Oh my god, Shinsha is off to a really good start with this 2-0.
Yeah, Zones on the back foot for sure. Having to 3-0 the Mysteria rune now and queuing the Spell Boost first, that very favorite matchup. Shinsha not going to be able to clear out this full Chrono Witch buffed board with the Mysteria rune. Going to give Zones his first win of the set.
Yeah, he can't answer the board. He can't do enough phase damage. Zones is going to bring it back. Are you saying Spell Boost Portal? Pretty good against Mysteria.
Yep, and now we see this is where it all comes down to. Look at all of this burst damage over here, and just like that, Wicked Rebirth 4 game, you love to see it.
Zones bringing it all the way to a game 5, running it all the way through to the end against the Mysteria rune, and in the end, that's a really sad hand to be looking at there. Elements of Creation with the unanswered Ann on board, gonna close it out alongside the poke from the Covenant Mage, closing out the series, preventing the reverse sweep, and Shinsha gonna take the set over Zones.
You can't stop the Mysteria forever. Now we have Duck Dodo going up against Spattle. Once again, we're seeing triple Soul Strike just being way too much damage. He also has like 13 damage on the board on top of it.
Ooh, yep, you don't want to face up against that. And for Spattle especially, I mean, he walked in here from just the September Cup, you know, just the auto qualification, and a lot of people were looking at him like, damn, you know, he's in here against all of these Goliaths of the West scene, but he's holding up just fine, queuing in the Rally Sword here, and look at that, that's perfect lethal just like that with the Evo too.
Yeah, Shadow taking a lot of damage, already at 7 HP on their own turn 5, just could not deal with Rally Sword's early aggression. Probably a Leod there as well to finish off with the Balion. It's really difficult to deal with all of that storm damage. And now game 5, or rather the Shadow versus the Mysteria matchup. The very classic Elements of Creation into the Rending Blast lethal, the classic turn 9 setup. Shadow,
That's
no
just
series, no chance.
It's just so much damage from the spells there. Rune picking up the victory. And for the last off-stream match, we had Beto going up against Rinforsando.
That's right. Look at that. Another Soul Strike. We're up at like 6 Soul Strikes that have decided games so far in these offline matches. Absolutely crazy. And so let's see if he can keep up this momentum here as well. Going into the Mistelina and Balion here, and that's basically just Royal Summons for the cat, and you've got lethal right there.
Absolutely. The guaranteed search for the Catamaral off the Royal Summon, such an important part of that Rally Sword deck with that consistent burst damage. And here, the double Celeste finisher against Mysteria rune. You hate to see it. The monkey left on board, but there's absolutely nothing that rune can do. Their entire hand is full of spells against the double Celeste. There's absolutely nothing to be done here. This one, I would say, is definitely not a player problem. Just gonna fall down to that 7 attack Celeste. Well played there from the Shadow player, and going into the next game,
yeah, so far
Rally Sword.
Quite good.
And Balon looks like it's the perfect top deck for exact lethal, and Beto's gonna take it.
Yeah, that was literally right off the top there. Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive right there. And now we still have one more game going into this one. But of course, we can see that hand. It is already lethal for Vidu there. Very impressive showing.
Yeah, so those were the matches that were played off stream. We saw some great replays of that. Like I was saying though, from now on, every single match will be on stream. You guys can watch all the action right here on. We have 2 days of broadcast for you guys. And again, everything on the line, as the winner of this tournament will earn a spot to the World Grand Prix later on this year.
Yep, it's going to be very intense because, again, out of these 8 players, 3 of them have already got their WGP qualification. So it's really for everyone else. Like, luckily, a lot of them are still on the winner's side, but it's going to be a very intense day. And don't forget that today, we're just watching half of the matches. You know, we got the day 1 coverage today. We're going to see quite a few of the games. And then tomorrow, we're going to pick up once again. But of course, now we're going to be saying goodbye to Noir. And just like that, he already vanished. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So...
And Noir will come back to Kaz later. But for now, it's going to be back to the basics. Myself and Chris holding it down for the first 2 games. How are you feeling about the tournament, Chris?
And it's good. We are the dynamic duo here for this first set, and it's going to be really intense because looking at the bracket, it's going to be Dulan versus Shincha. Dulan, someone that already has a qualification, versus Shincha, who is trying to fight through this bracket to just make it in, and this is going to be really intense. In terms of lineups, Luis, what do you think, looking at what they're actually bringing here?
Yeah, so Shincha is usually the player that will bring something that's pretty standard. He's not like the most flashy guy, but he's a very consistent player. We've seen him at the top of the SVO multiple times. He was in the Contenders Cup last year, just fell a bit short. This time around, he's bringing the Bloodcraft, and he needs to win this tournament if he wants to move to that really top-tier player for the West. Can Shincha represent us in the Shadowverse World Grand Prix later this year?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which one of these players is going to make it through to the end. But of course, let's start off with one of Dulan's deck lists. This is going to be the Aggro Rally Sword. So if you've been watching the SVO coverage throughout this, entire year, you're probably pretty used to that last card in there, Mislean and Baleon, being kind of like the cornerstone, like the central focus of Sword, and basically a card that everyone built their decks around. But we're finally back to something that is a little bit more traditional for Swordcraft. It's big bursts of damage, strong early game, developing wide boards that can just, pop off on your opponent, lots of deck searching, just the good old Swordcraft, and I'm really happy to see that back. Plus, it's got some new support that I think just took it a little bit further with cards like Royal Summons.
Yeah, this is the classic Swordcraft back to its roots in its aggro fashion. That said, let's take a look at Shincha's Wrath Bloodcraft. Blood showing up in a new expansion. You can get to Wrath really early as turn 4, and then you have a lot of great Wrath payoff. That said, the deck is overly reliant on Urias, who is absolutely amazing. But I am concerned, what happens when Shincha cannot find that Urias?
Exactly right, because this deck, like now, you can pop off Wrath on turn 4, right? You have so many strong early game cards, and then, as long as you curve into the Urias, you've got a really strong game plan going forward. And it's always going to be a question of whether that game plan is going to come true, because it's like, yes, like this deck is great, you can go to Wrath very quickly, but you still need Urias to like hold it all together. And there's a lot of great finishing pieces for the deck, in general, but I'm feeling not so good about this one, just because it's like the kind of deck that was so prominent when the new expansion first launched, but then after like 3 days or so, people were already looking at it like, I don't know about this one, it was already kind of falling off. People were starting to see the weaknesses of the deck, and so him being the only player that's bringing it, compared to like SEO, where I think there was at least 2 players that brought the deck, honestly, like if anything, pushes that feeling even harder. So for Shincha, I really want to see that Blood pop off, because I want to see why he picked that deck specifically.
Yeah, Blood was kind of falling off, but on the other hand, Shadow has just stayed consistent for the past, feels like forever, right? I believe every player has Shadow. Yeah. We're going to see tons of last words. It's going to be an exciting show for sure. So we have Shincha going up against Dolan. Again, Dolan is already qualified for the World Grand Prix as he's last year's Contender Cup champion. But Shincha, he really needs this victory.
Absolutely. Oh man, it's great to see these players again. It's definitely like it's always a joy to watch Shincha as well. He kind of just like his reactions to everything. I think we've said this in previous months too. It's always a treat.
Yeah, we have Shincha going up against Dolan. This is the upper semifinals winner side. As a reminder, this is a double elimination tournament, so these guys can still lose the set and still continue the tournament. And unlike the regular SBO, this is 3 out of 5, no bans. So Shincha starting with the Bloodcraft because he needs to win with Blood.
Mysteria's on the line.
Yep, that's right. And that's definitely the list that you want to start off strong, And looking at these hands as well, we saw that like there's basically no mulligan happening for Shincha as well, because in terms of early game pieces, he does have quite a bit on his side already, right?
Yeah, the Jeweled Axe though, a pretty solid follower. It's one of those that can give you multiple pings, except it's not gonna survive because Dolan already has the answer.
Yup, exactly. So coming down just like that. Ooh, and of course, for Mysteria deck, that's also the beginning of that sort of, counting down your deck, slowly, self-destructing.
Yeah, Shincha getting those pings, going for the early board pressure, getting a bunch of 1/1s, doing damage to himself while keeping up some sort of board. But Dolan already has some spell boots with the Mogi. He even has the Ann already as well.
Yep, that's right. Now it's just going to be a question of how he wants to continue to develop throughout this board, because for Shincha, he's had a really strong early start. He's pinging himself down and just being able to already present a bit of a board, which, yeah, you can answer some parts of this with this hand, but it's a question of how he's going to choose to approach it, because whatever you choose, it's basically going to be your only choice for this entire turn.
Yeah, the cool thing about Bloodcraft, the current Wrathless, is that you can play sort of aggro or also, play more control style, wait till Dark is bad at turn 10. But Shincha, might choose to go aggressive in this matchup. He even has Razor Claw in hand already, so we'll see, like you're saying, how he chooses to play this.
Yep. Ooh, well, that's not exactly what you want.
Not the best draw.
Purgatory. Yikes. Luckily, I'm pretty sure he plays 2 of them in his list, so at the very least, that shouldn't be a problem to invoke it.
Yeah, you can see the power of the cheap Axles to get, those pings. Just like that, turn 4, Shincha is in Wrath.
There we go. And as we said, that's kind of the reason why this deck is being picked up in the first place, is that you hit the Wrath count so quickly, and then you can still sustain yourself and heal yourself back later on, while also just outputting crazy amount of damage. But there is, as we were talking about earlier, a certain component in Shincha's hand missing.
Yeah, I do not see the Urize anywhere. We'll see if he could get it done without the big man himself. On the other hand, Dolan, he does have the Ann and the Grass, so he's got both of the stars of his deck.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder how he's going to choose to sequence this turn as well, because I think that, he needs to turbo through that deck count as quickly as possible going forward. Looking at 28 still at this moment, that's nowhere near the lethal damages, and we also don't see an Isabel anywhere near either, and that's something that you want to start fusing away into pretty early. We saw some pretty dramatic games on the SAO side from just the way that Isabel is used, and I don't want my lifespan being shortened from watching those games again, so I want to see some clean action over here.
Yeah, we saw in the replays, the combination of the Isabel creation spell plus the Rending Blast, just so much damage to the face. We are going to see Ann come out here from Dolan, even though he started the turn at 28 cards left in his deck. Once he gets the sisters, the Evos, that could really, you get to 20 pretty quickly.
Yep, starts speeding up very quickly. Clears most of the board. Definitely a good start so far, but still not even at 20 yet. Noble Demoness now has the full effect for the triple demon. Let's get that damage and sustain coming in already.
I like Evo to the face from Shincha. I think this is, telling us he is going to be going for that aggro game plan with double Razor Claw in hand. It just seems like the correct choice for sure. Dolan down to 12 life, and Shincha has 6 burst in hand guaranteed.
Yup, and finally the Isabel is picked up. The first fusion, there's the Quadra Magic. It's so important in this matchup.
It's a pretty good draw.
Already putting her down too. Oh my god, okay.
Yeah, going with the
Just
Isabel.
once.
He gets Quadra Magica, maybe that's all he needs,
Yeah, plus the Fate's Hand too, right? You just want to accelerate through that deck as fast as possible, and that's the most important one, right? The Isabel, Crimson Sorcery, they're good. They're good cards, right? Not the Isabel, the Insight. Jesus Christ, what am I saying? But it's
not like it's super needed, right? You can win without it.
Yeah. You can live without it.
Yeah, and really, it's just the pressure that Shincha's putting up on Dolan. He feels like he has to go to this Isabel, and if he had drawn her earlier, he could have kept on Fusing, but just had to play it as soon as it was drawn.
Yeah, we're down to 21 here. This will be another 2 draws. He's getting rid of the most annoying targets on the board, but still leaving up quite a lot, and only at 12 life.
Actually, that's game, because that's 4 damage from the board. There's an Evil and 2 Razor Claws. Just like that,
God, it is.
Shincha has more than enough damage.
Shincha, let's go! Oh
the Bloodcraft is looking pretty good right now. He's won both times with it.
That's a loss for me.
Look at that. Oh my god. You can see that Shincha's just wow. All right, we did that. Good. Into the next one.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, okay, how's Blood win without Urias? And Shincha answering that question right away.
Oh my god, Shincha is off to a really strong start here, and he needs it. He needs to start with Blood strong because that is the list that everyone's looking at. That is the odd one out between his 3 choices, and if you can keep looking that dominating, oh my god, like this is going to be an amazing showing going forward.
Yeah, we have 2 players that only brought one specific deck, Shincha with Blood and Hishiro with Portal, and when you make a bold call like this, it's like, you want to be like, yeah, I was correct to do this, right? I was the only one and it was a smart choice. Exactly. On the other hand, we'll see how that works out for Hishiro, but right now, Shincha Bloodcraft looking pretty good.
Absolutely. Ooh, I like Dulan's curve though. Look at that. Let's see if Shincha can play off the top to match that.
Yeah, I did say we were going to see a lot of Last Word Shadow. The deck is still super powerful, has not really changed too much or at all, but it's still just too consistent, too good.
Yep, absolutely. Trading away here just to make those little skeletons on both players' sides. And so far, I mean, this is basically going to be just the grind to see, how they play around their Last Word Shadow counts, and how, of course, that Ceres is going to come into play for both players to secure the lethal, right? This is very much like, I mean, everyone that watches SVO is used to seeing Last Word Shadow, right? This deck, I'm pretty sure, contains not a single new card from the latest expansion. It's been that good.
Yeah, I think Rim for Sando's list, he has the new Shadow Legendary, but everybody else, I think, just sticking to the basics. You can see how when the game started, they were playing super fast, and then now Shincha, he slowed it down, taking time to think. He got the first win, he needs 2 more to advance. This is a crucial spot for both players. Getting the upper semifinals, winning this set gets them to winner's side, winners finals, which means you're guaranteed at least 3rd place already.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just the start of the tournament, right? You'll be able to, if you win this one, you also have just the advantage of being able to essentially just sit back and watch the action unfold and see who you're going to be playing against as the event unfolds, right?
Yeah, and for Shincha, if he gets to top 3, while 3 players in the bracket already are qualified to World Grand Prix, I feel like his chances of qualifying would just be so high. Because if a person that is already qualified, like Hishiro, is to win the tournament, then that spot's going to go down to, number 2.
Exactly. And so here we're seeing Shincha kind of maneuver through this board. Overall, he's doing all right, I want to say, in terms of just matching the board presence and just being able to respond to what Duan is putting down as well.
Yeah, it's been very here. Back and forth. Kagura just a 2-2 right now. But we saw the power of these Soul Strikes. Could be so much damage later on. Dolan with the first Evo here. We'll see how he chooses to utilize it. He does have the option to go for Ceres, just get the spell in hand. Or will he wait a little bit on that?
Yeah, I'm wondering, because even if you get the Ceres spell, what are you putting it on right now? Right?
Yeah, I think he would just be holding it.
Yeah, exactly. Or we saw the Psychopomp lethal in one of the games off stream, but
yeah, true.
I don't think that's what you want to be aiming for every single game if you're playing this deck.
Okay, I like this play, reanimating the Gatekeeper, he gets to Evo it and then pick up an extra follower. Gonna be a 3-1 rush, not bad. And he still has 3 play points left over after all that, and quite a Shadowverse board. Gonna go with the Amy Tour Guide, get some card draw on top of that, and then even top decks the Luna.
That's really good. Luna's gonna be very important in just making sure you have that little bit of sustain going forward. So I like that pickup there, gets the evolution point back too. So far so good. I mean, this is a very decent board, and I really like the plays with, just putting, the sequencing to make sure that the bike goes on the right target, make sure that you can trade away the whole board. Committing the Ceres here. Only has technically 1 viable target in the hand here, but of course it's not really the time to play down the spell just yet. We could Rebirth, coming down for the little bit of damage as well. Ugh, not the best hit you could ask for. And we get the Darkest Desire targets as well. That's honestly pretty good. I wonder if he's going to commit it here or not.
Yeah, Shincha doing his best to answer, and with some good draws, he's able to do that. Dolan had a nice board, utilizing that Evo point, and Shincha's answering back.
Yeah. Does he put it on the Link stuff already? I'm just debating, because it's a question of whether how worried he is on floating this 1 play point.
Yeah, sometimes we want to just not float the play point. It does mean he has to commit, his targets right now, and they may not be the best. Sometimes the way Shadowverse works, like turn 4 to like turn 6, the board state will be completely different, right? But Ninja committed to his targets right now.
I want to get it all.
Yeah, I don't think it's the bad call there either, and treating away the most, tempting targets, the most dangerous targets there is also the right call too. Getting rid of that 0-2, not really doing much for you. Let's convert that into, definitely.
Is he gonna go for more Tyrants? Okay, now Dolan goes for his own Ceres. Just, again, utilizing his play points fully. His board was not fully answered, so he at least gets a little bit of chip damage from the Lurching Corpse here.
Yeah, very much a little bit.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Ooh, Ceres gets picked up. It's not as huge in this matchup. We've seen complete and total rune shutdowns on, with Ceres coming through, but it's gonna be a bit of a different question here, depending on what he wants to do.
Yeah, even though it's only 3 followers, Dolan's board, it's, putting so much pressure on Chincha. He doesn't really have a clear answer to it. Already taking a little bit of damage. He does have the bike on board if he's maybe thinking about utilizing the bike. Okay, Gatekeeper.
That's not bad because at least you can get more out of it. He's going to choose to evo it as well. What is he going to run it into though, I'm thinking? Because first let's see what kind of targets he gets off of it. Alright.
Okay, another bike for the future. Yeah, but the 5 attack, it's just kind of awkward because it doesn't answer the Ceres. And sure, you can answer the Lurching Corpse, but it doesn't feel great either. So he's gonna go for the Amy instead.
Of course I do.
Did pick up another retracing off of the retracing, so that is theoretically an option.
And he could choose to Axel the Celeste if he wants to just commit the 2 play points. But at this point, he might just be holding that, to stop the Soul Strikes or, other spells later on.
Absolutely. Another Luna comes through here. At this point, the chip damage on Dulan's side is starting to slowly add up.
Yeah, it becomes significant, and he does have the Darker Desire in hand as well, so he's going to be able to push that extra damage at some point as well.
At some point, but for the time being, it's not... Like, he does have targets to put the Desires on, but for the time being, it's still not too optimal.
Yeah, he might hold on to it. Shincha was, forced to commit to it early on, but Dolan has time because it seems like Dolan is the one dictating the pace of the match here. And I feel like all tournament long, we're going to see a bunch of Shadow against Shadow where Shadow makes such great boards and then the Shadow just can't fully answer the board, right? So... Yeah, early on it was simple, but now you get all the last words, all the summons, the reanimates, and then it's just so hard to fully clear the board.
It's also a thing where Shincha now... He is the one holding on to the Chris as well, and so the moment he reaches a 10 count, that's where things might start looking a little bit more difficult for Dulan if he doesn't find his own in time. Ooh, so he actually committed to just a board wipe there and evoing it on top of that?
Yeah, I mean, the Tyrant is a way to fully clear the board, and with the evo, like you're saying, he really wants to commit to having nothing left for Shincha, and continues to push that face damage, that corpse, only 1 damage a turn, it adds up, but it's such an annoying follower.
Absolutely, and this is looking a lot more difficult for Shincha all of a sudden just from that one play. Oh my god, and he's a 9 last words right now as well, so he is this close to having this Chris online, but not quite yet.
Yeah, the Enhance and the Bone Fanatic actually so awkward. You wish that you could just play it for 1 play point, right? But Enhance, going with the Gatekeeper instead.
He just needs 1 last words. He's almost there.
Yeah, but there's like no good trades for him, right? Shincha's out of Evo points. Okay, gonna get the Chris online. So once again, he's not able to fully clear the board, but he can at least establish something.
Oh, there's the pickup there too, though. All right, Dulan sees his Chris as well.
Is this lethal?
Let's quickly examine. Hold up. 11,
there's a lot of potential damage.
There is a lot of potential damage.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he hasn't used the Darker Desire just yet. Okay, now he's going for it.
Right. It all depends where he puts this on.
Yeah, he's like 1 play point shy of doing the Desires, playing 6-drop and then using the Necromancer, the Gold Mine to destroy it. Okay, Tyrant's gonna clear the board.
And Tyrant's the one holding the damage on as well, so that means that the moment
maybe he's taking a view in the face? Yeah, just cash in all the damage. So it's not like lethal, but I mean,
if
come
you
on,
kill
how
this
does
tyrant,
Shinja respond, right? Yeah.
if you touch this tyrant, it's over for you. Does Shinja have a way out of this?
I mean,
8 play points to work with.
he has the Link Staff, the bike, Necro Impulse. Like, he's got a lot of damage himself. The problem is that, you know, there was no chip damage. Dolan has been sitting at 20 life the entire game.
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate here as well, because Link Staff already coming in for big
With the
damage.
bike, it's a good amount of damage.
It's 7, right? So then
Yeah, 7.
plus another 8, so that's 50.
Yes, I guess
Yeah,
like
plus another
16
8.
damage, right?
You got 16 damage in
Close.
hand right now.
Close. Let it off. Like, if he had that and a way to proc the Darker Desire, then he would have had it.
He's going for it, but is it going to be going for it? Oh, he's going into the face too, I guess, just to show.
I think, yeah, he's just showing that he was close. Well, he
Yeah.
ends with the ward on the Link Step, right? And I assume she has the Darker Desire.
I mean, he can literally run the Tyrant into that, and that would
Whoa.
be game. All right, Dulan will be bringing it back, and we're on 1-1. Dude, how are these games just, they feel so intense, non-stop. It's just back and forth, back and forth. It feels like there's like no room to breathe, and we're just commenting. Like, imagine, I'm probably gonna be saying this the entire weekend. Imagine how the players feel. They had to go to bed last night and think, I am only playing the most important Shadowverse matches of my entire year. You know, it's like, to have to live with this feeling and go into this event and not just like, just fall down and just, you know, crash under all that pressure. I have nothing but respect for, you know, our plays here today.
Yeah, you can see Shinja's emotions, you know, so there's so much pressure on him. He really needs this victory. Dolan, he already won Contenders Cup last year. He's already sitting on a World Grand Prix slot. I'm sure he would like to win the tournament too, but there's just not as much pressure on him, I feel like.
There's not as much pressure, but I mean, the huge cash prizes involved in the event, I think, will get anyone tryharding and making sure that they can come in first, right? $3,500, you know, plus the original trophy that they get, you know, to tell everyone, like, especially for Dulan, imagine if you win 2 contenders back to back.
That would be huge.
Isn't that just insane? Like, that's actually insane.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, overall, from my point of view, Noir is still the best player we have in the West. Like, overall, you know, the entire West consistently.
He's not here. Hold on.
I know. But
gas him up when he's here.
What I'm saying is, if Dolan wins another contenders in a row, then I mean, he might take that title from Noir, you know?
Well, we'll see what he has to say about that like after a few more games.
We're seeing Dolan with the rally swordcraft here, going aggressive, getting the early 1-1s. I still love the Lizard, such a good follower.
It's really great, but I'm also looking at this hand and the very, like, for this deck in particular, the turn 5 is so important in how much burst damage you can do, you know, and just in general, like how you decide to play it out, what kind of pressure you decide to put down. Right now, the best thing that we have in this hand is basically the Leon, and everything else is just like waiting for Miss Lena Baleon to go online, and that's about it.
Yeah, Wicked River, so strong there. Gets, you know, able to clear. There's a bike left for Dolan, and Dolan going first, you know, he's gonna be one dictating the pace, trying to cash in that early face damage.
Yeah, but so far the one cashing in the early face damage is Shinja.
He's thinking about it.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's just a 1-run, right? Like, yeah, okay, he goes face.
Alright.
He's gonna
choosing to
cash out
burn it
another-
early. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you get another last words, right? It's not so bad, because even if you're cashing in the spell early there, I think it's actually fine just to answer the board and make it so that, like, it's like, okay, you want to put down a Leod here? Well,
I mean,
too bad, you know.
Leon still seems pretty good, right?
Ooh, Erica picked up. That's important. But he needs a follow-up play to that as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Dolan chooses to go with here. Really just seems like it's either the Leon or the Erica, and I mean, Leon just seems so nice. You get the bike, it's ambush, it's gonna clear the board, push some face damage. And how does Shinsha respond?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see it here. He has quite a lot of chip damage to cash in here, but I'm looking more at the follow-up plays, and especially like Ceres as well. It's gonna be looking very good. It's good that he already got her early Link Staff. Okay, so he's just choosing to go full-on aggression. Okay,
Yeah, I
like
think
this switch in
I
pace.
feel like Shinsha's trying to match the aggression of the sword. Spending the
But don't
Evo on the
forget-
tour guide is gonna save her from the Leon and earn him extra face damage.
I love this.
That's right. Ooh, and Mulan suddenly went from controlling the narrative
Yeah.
to being the one reacting to everything. Royal Summons comes through. We get the Cat Admiral to finish off the last 2 play points.
Gotta-
get that bonus rally effect too.
Yeah.
Exactly on 7 right now.
Assume pounce in position, summon the guards, go face with the effect, and wow, what a turn for Dolan.
Okay. Things are slowly starting to switch back and forth between these 2 players. Shinja, the ball is in your court. What are you going to do to answer this? It's a bunch of very annoying targets, especially like when you think about how you have to deal with everything with a Ceres? Question mark?
Yeah, I mean, Shincha, he was using all his resources, and then Dolan kind of switched the game on its head when he was like, hey, no, I actually can answer your board and still push phase damage of my own. And now Shincha looks kind of a little bit confused, to be honest. But Shincha
don't
is
forget
one of
that-
the best of the West.
He is, but I mean, you're going up against last year's Contenders champion, so not exactly an easy matchup. And of course for Dolan as well, like, we have the Misty and Balion queued up for next turn, and that is going to be a huge burst of damage. And so
Yeah, I mean, the
we
Ceres,
need to see something happen here.
it really does not do enough. He's forced to destroy just to proc the last words, but it's still leaving up Leon and Admiral on the table. That is so much damage. I'm pretty sure Balon's gonna be game next turn.
Yep, Dulan definitely has this going into turn 6. There we go, another 1 damage ping. We already have 7 on the board, plus the Miscellaneous Balion, and you can still play down the Erica for the bonus stone damage. There is way more than enough
So
lethal
much
here.
damage. Dolan is gonna move up to a 2-1 lead.
My god, dude, how are these games? They feel like they're going so fast.
They are going
Like,
quickly, yeah.
Oh my god. All right. 2-1 already. 2-1 already. This is really, really intense. At least we're not having 3-0 sweeps. You know, you said I cursed. I cursed this region. I came in to commentate. Everyone just like cleans things up 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. But at least Contenders is different. I think Noir brought his blessings.
Oh man, it's interesting because Shincha, he found success with Blood, his wacky pick, if we could say. But now he's struggling to pick up wins with his, you know, more standard Shadow. And Dolan only needs 1 more.
This is the 3rd game in a row. The 3rd game in a row where Shincha Q's in Shadow. We need to see a win here, man. We need to see a win here. And oh, well, at least this turn 1 isn't looking too hot, but it's okay going forward.
I mean, Shadow is
Now
like
this.
best deck in the meta. Surely can't lose 3 in a row, right?
Copium? Question mark? Uh-oh. I don't want to see the copy pastas in the chat right now. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Dolan with the double Isabel early on. Now he's gonna have time, you know, to get those fusions if he wants them. Dolan, one of the players choosing to bring Mysteria. We have majority, or it's a little bit more Mysteria than Spell Boost. I think we still have like 3 Spell Boost players.
Fairly even split. Like, both decks are really strong, and you know, we were talking with Noir yesterday as well about, you know, how they do have certain matchup advantages, but then it also just comes down to player preference as well, and like how comfortable they are with those lists too. Of course, we're talking about the best players of the game in the entire region, so that's not as much of a question with these players. But all right, first Isabel fusion coming through. Ooh,
I like
already
it,
choosing to fuse down the other one too.
You fuse one into the other, gonna end with double Quadra Magic in hand. Uses the Golem to get that nice card draw and Spell Boost, but it's gonna hold on to the Mage.
Yep, I think that's the right play here. Just see what Shincha's gonna put down for you going into this turn 3. And for Shincha, don't let the nerves hit you. Don't let the nerves hit you. You started so good in that game 1. It's all about just equalizing here and making sure you find the right plays and the right paths to get to that lethal in this game here.
Yeah, and we've seen how crucial the Celeste could be for Shadow to just completely neutralize Rune for the turn, but that just looks so far right now. I don't know if Shincha can even get to that spot.
Yeah, I don't know. He needs to just take his time here, think about exactly what he wants to do. And I think, like, I'm looking at his hand too. I think Tyrant, oddly enough, is the only play, because at the very least, you're putting down threatening targets in a couple of turns that will bug your opponent. But at the moment, Dulan is just kind of going through his deck. Like, he has nothing to worry about. There's nothing that's coming down on Shincha's side that he has to answer. So he's basically just like, oh, I can just play my cards and do my stuff? All right, well, I'll take you up on that offer.
Yeah, Magic Missile could just go face, don't need a follower to target. A pretty solid turn from Dolan. And Shinsha, he's looking, you know, a little bit scared, worried, I could say. You really see there's so much pressure on him. While Dolan just calm, cool, collected.
Yep, that's right. I really admire him for being able to keep that position for what, like half an
Very
hour now.
impressive.
It's crazy, man. I'm ready to see him in the next Shadowverse anime. I think he's got potential. I see potential in this man.
Okay, the
But getting
first
back to
Tyrant
it-
has procced for Shinsha. It's his first evil turn, 4 play points. I feel like he has a lot of key cards that would be good later on, like Link Staff going for game to be aggressive, the Celeste like I was talking about. But does he have good plays right now? Like what is he gonna do? Drop a Ceres and pre-void?
You could just because you have good targets in hand even now, right? Like your optimal 2 targets for the desires. So I wonder how he's gonna progress, because you also have to think about what is Dulan gonna do with his turn 5, right? We haven't seen too much deck destruction yet, and so we're gonna assume that he's gonna just basically try to run through that as quickly as possible next turn, and he is gonna put down the Ceres here, evoing it as well. I think that is the play for this turn, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like a solid time to, you know, do that. Even gonna commit the extra play point to the Darkest Desire. Just make sure he spends all his resources, gets the clear. He has the other Tyrant proccing next turn. And now it's up to Dolan's first evil turn. He also have Alistair as well as Anne, and, you know, the Isabel that was fused, you know, had the other Isabel fused into it.
Yep, let's pick up that insight maybe. Or if she's gonna just put it down and get the Fate's Hand already. Moggy, of course, as well as good damage to try to get through some of the annoying targets on the board, but I feel like the Moggy can still get a lot stronger than what it's at right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rune, like, you could pay play points for cards, or you could, you know, pay 0 for them. You'd rather just pay 0 for them, right?
Yeah, basically. Let's see, he's hovering over that Isabel. I feel like it's fine, but it feels like you also have so many other good potential plays this turn that I'm not sure if committing to the Isabel this early is right. But because you also have to start playing through those spells very soon to get your Quadra Magic count up as well.
Yeah, he
That
has...
is a huge potential lethal that you're sitting on.
Right, he has the double Quadra Magica, but, you know, where's all the other spells? We saw him, he already played double Magic Missile. Okay, Isabel is gonna be the pick. Gonna pick up the Fate's Hand, get that spell boost. And Axel the Alistair.
Does the Moggy come through already? We're gonna
is
get a quick
taken.
Mog Champ in here. Let's go, Mog Champ. Retracing the pass as well. Insight into an insight. You love to see it. And now it's just basically how he's gonna clear through this. Alright, let's see what his damage ping is gonna go. Of course, only has 1 target after the Bane.
Yeah, I don't know if that was that really the pick? I don't know, I feel like, I guess Shinsha did a good turn, a good job making that really awkward for Dawn to clean up. And now Shinsha gets the other Tyrant. He has quite a bit of board. He's got Evos if he wants to go aggressive.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because like the Moggy, that was potential 2 draw that he missed out on, question mark?
I mean, I guess he just really wanted, you know, to have the body on the board so he could retrace the past.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I think for Shinsha, that was not as threatening of a turn 5 as I think he expected. So I think that gives him the time now to kind of recuperate and be able to make some plays of his own and try to set up a more threatening board, because, you know, right now it doesn't look like much, but this can get a lot more pesky for Dulan to answer depending on how Shinsha progresses, because again, we have Darkest Desires in play. Last Words counts aren't at 10 just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Shinsha, he just needs like 1 or 2 solid turns of board and face damage into the Celeste to close it out, right? And he's not that far from it.
Ooh, Sarah's coming back. That's actually pretty cool because that lets him get the spell again to get the double effect online. Oh, that's really good. We could rebirth it as well, get the 4/4s on the board. Oh my god, this is suddenly looking really good for Shinsha. Run it through, make that board as threatening as possible. Desire, don't let the timer run out. Perfect.
Yeah, maybe Dolan was thinking like, hey, I'll just live with 4 followers, and then he doesn't really have a lot of room to work with. But Shinsha, he doesn't care. He found a way. He would destroy his own followers if he needs to, right?
This is Shinsha's game, I think. Like, it's almost Shinsha's game. The only thing is it doesn't have like self-destruction to, just like proc the last words early to get that like cheeky, big damage lethal. But oh my god, it's gonna be just a question of how much of this board is Dulan gonna be able to answer here, and then what Shinja's gonna do in response to that. And of course, we still have to get to 10 last words, so that's a big part of the equation here.
Yeah, and that's quite a board that Dolan is faced you would answering. Double liches. One lich, you go to sleep, it's kind of boring. 2 liches, that's a lot of pressure.
Awake. Ooh, all right. And we're only at 6 last words destroyed for Shinja. Uh-oh. I mean, if this board gets cleared, we go... Oh, well, that... well...
Okay,
that
Magica. Not bad. Gonna use
double.
both of them. Only the Ceres stands.
And that's okay. That's just 3 damage. There's nowhere near as threatening as what he was dealing with last turn. And just like that, Dulan really answered that beautifully. You love to see it, but now, Shinja, what are you going to do? Because right now, while he's building up his last words counts with that 1 banish, I think he's only at 8 right now, if not 7. Still nowhere near close enough. But at least the Gold Knight pickup is really cool there because that gives him the huge damage burst potential later on. I just want to see what he does with everything else is kind of like beating up his hand at the moment. And of course, keep in mind that Celeste in this matchup is so huge in just denying your opponent's potential lethal at any point, because it's specifically against Rune that you just shut down that huge burst. And because this isn't the spell boost matchup either, the witch isn't going to be like, evoing and setting up a huge board as like their only play. Like this is basically just like Anne Greya shenanigans, and we're kind of calling it there.
Yeah, but I feel like the Celeste, for it to really be effective, it needs to be backed up by like a wide shadow board. And Shinja, he just does not really have that. As good as Elements of Creation is, the Quadra Magica being used to just clear the board, so much value for Dolan there. And now Shinja knows he has double creation to go up against. He is going to catch the Celeste, but is this enough? Dolan has followers. Like, sure, he can't play spells, but he's got good followers. The Mysteria followers are not bad.
Yeah, that's right. Ooh. Yeah, we're looking at that Hurricane Golem here as well. That actually, the Earthright effect would pop, funnily enough. That deals 5 damage to everything. That would actually pop, which is kind of funny. You don't see that very often.
I mean, Alistair also seems like a solid option. I get the 3 Evo. Get some Drain. Yeah, Alistair, it just seems like the correct choice to me. Like, you have Alistair, you clear the board, you heal, and then Dawn's gonna have double creations in hand. Like, at that point, I feel like you just feel so safe, right?
Plus, you also deny one of the last words effects by banishing, so that's just great, right? Now we just have to see like what the actual count is on the last words right now, because that is where things are gonna get intense. At 8! Currently at 8. Ugh.
And I mean, that's, spell boost having, Rune having access to banish in general, right? The Alistair being used to banish both with the main body and the Axel. That Shinja would have been at 10 otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's like, Shinja just needs to play down cards that need to get cleared, basically, in order to just get to the 10 count. Oh my god, another Ceres comes down. Another Evo point gets committed. Oh my god, he's trying to go for the full burst. Another Darkest Desire. The same targets are going to come down, potentially. At least on the first one. Oh, alright. Think about it a bit more.
Okay, this is the last Evo point for Shinja here. Has Evoed Ceres so many times this game. Dolan is up 2-1. Shinja needs to win this game right here.
He really does. This is so, like, especially for Shinja, he just has to clean it up right here. He's setting up a bit of a Shadowverse board, but keep in mind
it's not the greatest Shadowverse board.
It's not the greatest. It's not the greatest, that's for sure. Down to 11 cards on Dulan's side. He's getting really close to those extra damage burst potential, but now it's basically just his turn to bring himself, like bridge himself to lethal, because
yeah, I mean, he has everything he needs. He's got Anne, Greya, Evos, double creations. It's just a matter of executing, finding the right time for it. And like, what is he scared of? He's at 20. I mean, he knows a lot of Darkest Desire has been played, but
oh my god, he's just gonna pass and not give him the 10. He's just not destroying anything and not letting him have the 10. Oh my god. He's basically queuing up for lethal next turn.
Very smart from
Not
Dolan.
giving him the heal. Oh my god, that is beautiful.
Okay,
Celeste's gonna come down and deny that though.
The Celeste. See, this is what I'm talking about.
We're
Okay,
not
Celeste by
doing
herself, maybe not, but Celeste with a board could get the job done. Dolan still does have Evos, and he's got, Anna and Grant though.
It's this timing though. It's this timing that's so important because you know that Dulan was queuing up for lethal next turn. You don't just burn elements like that. But he was like, you know what? I see you. I know you have 2 of them in hand. I've been keeping track. I'm not gonna let you play that second one. You're gonna have to put down those followers and fight.
Yeah, and if Dolan is gonna answer the board, then Shinsha will get to 10 last words destroyed. Okay, you're gonna start with the Anne. Pick up the Rending Blast.
We get a bit of a board going. We get a bit of a board going. We get a bit of face damage as well from the Evo effect.
Now you'll pay.
Alright, it's 2 more.
Okay, and just like that, there's 4 cards left in his deck.
Oh my god, I think that's still 9.
Ooh, Necro Impulse?
Oh, hold on.
Well, the Link Staff is not online. It's turn 9 and he doesn't have 10 last words destroyed.
It's just because Dulan is so good at playing around it.
The banishes. Well played from Dolan. Really just denying the last words.
Oh my god, what can you do here? Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Okay, he does have the Goldmine Necromancer. How much damage does that do from the Dark Desire?
That should be 8, if I'm not mistaken.
4, 4, 4.
No, right.
He put all of them on it.
Yeah, triple on it. Yeah, triple on it, Shinja.
We're going to a game 5.
Oh, Shinja, please. It's only the first game. I can't take this. My voice needs to last for 2 days.
He played so many Darkest Desire. It was kind of hard to keep track of exactly where everything was going. But at the end, he had just enough. Wow. We're going to a game 5.
Insane.
Shinsha, Dolan, the winner will advance to the winners finals and be guaranteed at least 3rd place. So much emotion from Shinsha's face. He's worked so hard to get here. Last year he came to Contenders Cup and he didn't quite, make it far enough. And then he had to fight the entire year to earn another chance. And now this is his day. Will Shinsha beat Dolan, last year's champion?
God, it's just watching Shinsha is like borderline heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It's so intense when you know how hard he's fought throughout the year just to have a chance to stand on this stage. We're going to be seeing the mirror match as well. Now it's just a matter of can Shinsha continue his hot streak from that last game? And that was so close. The fact that he saw the lethal and the way to get around that, oh my god, Shinsha needs to continue to pull miracles. And for Dulan, I don't even know who to root for. It's do you want Shinsha to make it to Worlds, or do you want Dulan to just just make a statement and basically say yeah, I can win Contenders 2 years back to back?
Yeah, it's hard to say. We want the players that go to Worlds to be the best that we have. And Dolan is definitely up there. On the other hand, a player like Shinsha, like I said, he's been so close. And for him to win this tournament will really elevate him to that next level of Shadowverse.
Yep, exactly. Both players going through their Isabels. There was the Insight as well.
I feel like at the end of last game, we kind of slowed down a little bit. And now we're back up to both going pretty quick here.
Absolutely. I mean, this matchup is there's no Celestes to pause, just put the game on pause, literally just freeze frame. This is going to be very intense and very quick as well. Keep close attention on the deck counts, the Quadra Magics, see how quickly they're actually reaching the 7 spells.
Triple Crystal Witch from Shinsha. He's, going to be spell boosting those. Both players with access to Isabel as well. They both have Greya, but only Dolan has Anne right now.
That's right. All right,
sorcery? I like it.
And he's using it.
Spell boosting, it's face damage. What's not to like?
It's a different name spell too.
Yeah.
That's very, very important. Because right now it's his hand is great and he's got a lot of ways to just cycle through his hand. But we need more spells. Isabel kind of funds her own cost to an extent, but we're gonna need his deck to come through a little bit more for the rest of this game. Man, can you believe this is just the first game of the day?
Yep.
Imagine how much more intense it's gonna get as we go on throughout the bracket.
Yeah, this entire weekend is going to be packed with Shadowverse action. And again, the stakes could not be higher here in the Contenders Cup. We have waited all year for this moment. And man, look at that board from Shinsha. It's almost like he's playing Shadow or something.
My man's already preparing to pop off over here. Alright, we get the fuse for the inside. On Dulan's side, Isabel gonna calm down as well to get the Fate's hand in there.
Yeah, it's a scary board, but Dolan, he's not really slowing down. He's answering, playing his cards quickly, getting, you know, different spells, getting the Isabel Evo, picks up the Mogi as well, and do a good job clearing. And he really has not slowed down at all.
Ooh, considering the double fuse, I mean, you only need to fuse one thing away to not overdraw here. That's pretty important. Let's see what he's going to choose to put away. One of the Greyas.
Yeah, he has double Greya, so it kind of makes sense just, you know, fuse it. You still keep the Greya option if you need it. He's thinking about it, though.
I like the Frost Golem in these lists as well, because that is basically just like another spell to your counts as well. That feels pretty good to have that kind of flexibility. Ooh, counter magic. That's... Okay,
Very
I might have
key
lied
card,
a little bit.
right?
I might have lied a little bit, okay? I said there's no freeze frame, there's no closet.
Counter magic can counter some magic, right?
That's for sure. That's for sure.
But Shinsha,
That's really important.
he does have a board lift up, and he was going aggressive with the Crimson Sorcery, so he can continue his aggression. This is how we saw him win game number 1, just going very, very aggro. This is now a different deck, but he might still, you know, maintain that style.
Will he? That's honestly what I'm a little worried about, is how he's going to choose to play out this board. How much of it is going to be focusing just like answering the threats. And at this point as well, he needs to... He's barely ahead in the, you know, in the deck count race, I guess.
Okay, he's cashing out the counter magic now. It's hard to say, like,
bad.
when is the optimal time. Yeah, it's not, because you enter the board and you put pressure. And, like, sure, Dolan can break the shield with a magic missile. But, like, right now, that's play points he has to commit. And he has to clear the board.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, there's another spell name being added to the Quadra Magic. But now we got 3 play points.
The Witch, still 2 play points. And Greya available. 21 cards in his deck, though. Not quite at 20, but almost there.
It's so close, but not quite there. Not quite there. Uh-oh, for Dulan, it's getting intense.
Oh man, Shinsha. Again, you could really just see all the emotions that he's going through this entire set. I feel like he's experienced everything, you know? He's been like scared, he's been happy, there's been joy, there's been just a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Literally, he's just... This is such a roller coaster for everyone involved in these matches. Ooh, alright. The Isabel to fuse for the insights. Now he has a bunch of zero-cost
Yeah, I like
as
this.
well.
Yeah, Crystal Witch. It's a follower, he could Evo it. Because you don't want to take 5 damage from the Isabel.
So many.
Yep.
That said though,
Full trade.
the extra mages that Shinsha's had, like, those have been on the board for like 3 turns now, right? They've just been chipping and chipping. It's going to make it so much easier for Shinsha to close the game out.
And the counter magic is still active. He didn't actually pop the shield, so now Shinsha can kind of like feel easy for a turn while he continues to build up his momentum, right? He's just slowly getting further ahead. And we need to see him continue to carry that through here.
20
Alright, reaches
cards
20.
in his deck. Yep, there's the Greya. It's the extra stats. Gonna commit the evil point to her as well.
I like it. I like it. Make it so
Gonna
it's
just
hard to
cash
answer.
in the damage.
Oh my god, he's
Like
so
I said,
close.
Shinsha just going very, very aggressive. He is so close to lethal right now. What can Dolan do to fight back?
Oh, he's just gonna
He can't do
concede there.
anything. Shinsha's gonna take the set 3-2.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Very well played
Shinsha.
from Shinsha.
That was so close. Game 1, he looked super strong. Like game 1, that was Shinsha's game, like in every single way. But every single set after that, like it was looking like a struggle with the Shadow, man. It was just looking not good at all until he finally managed to barely clinch that lethal. But man, this has been a very rough or like emotional start to the event, and for both of these players now, for Dulan, he's going down into the lower bracket, but for Shincha, he can actually relax for quite a while now.
Yeah, Shincha's going to be sitting in the winners finals, which is again guaranteed at least third place. He's got to be pretty happy about that, but third place might not be good enough because Shincha wants that spot so you can earn, the slot at World Grand Prix, and you only get it if you win the tournament or if somebody else wins it and they already have a slot, right? Which currently is Duck Dodo, Hishiro, and Dolan, who we just beat.
Yeah, that's right. And they're all, the three gatekeepers are basically all in the lower bracket, and that's going to be pretty intense. Luckily for Shincha, his next match doesn't happen until tomorrow. So that's going to be, a nice long break that he can take now and just relax and watch everyone fight through the remaining bracket. But of course, we actually have a replay of the match as well that we can take a look at to see just the entire action of this best of 5 here. So you can see here, this was that strong start for Shincha with the blood. Really just found lethal in a very clean way.
Yeah, no Uri is needed. He had double Razor Claw and early board presence. Got a lot of damage early on. But then Dolan was bringing it back, showing the power of the Shadow.
Yeah, just commanding that mirror match. It was such a good look for Dolan as well. And here we saw that sword lethal too that he managed to close on turn 6 already, just making use of all of that burst potential that the deck now has. And this was, of course, that... Ooh, man. This was that game. Yeah, and then we went on to a final match. It all came down to the Mysteria against Mysteria. But Shincha going aggressive, getting that early face damage. So many zero-cost mages, and he had just enough damage. Just enough. It was really just like that those little bits of chip damage that were so crucial in that single game there that, man, you love to see it. You love to see what just like a little bit of commitment on turn 3 can last the entire game. But oh boy, that was only the first set. Can you believe it? That was just the first set. We still have so much more action for you guys. So we're going to go for just a short break right here before we go to our next game. So don't go anywhere. We will see you guys very soon.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the West Contenders Cup. This time Noir is going to join me as we take a look at our next match.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Spattle versus V2 is going to be our next round of the day. And taking a look at their deck list, it's two almost identical mirror lineups here, with both players bringing Rally Sword, the Last Word Shadow, and the Mysteria Rune as well. All of these decks just really, really solid in general. And the interesting thing that you can touch on here is actually the queue order. And when I was talking with V2 yesterday, it feels like he has a pretty good idea of what he wants to do. So I'm interested to see how Spattle decides to answer that. All of these matchups are generally pretty even. Sword being pretty, surprisingly good against Shadow, actually, because of all the recent developments in that Rally Sword deck, with all of the new Storm cards coming in, cards like Quickblader, and just knowing how to play the matchup. There's so many things that Sword can do, even against Mysteria as well, that if the other player doesn't know how to immediately respond to it, can just lead to a win. And the first deck we're going to take a look at is Spattle's Mysteria Rune.
Yeah, so here we have the Mysteria Rune. Pretty basic, nothing too crazy. He only has 2 Witch and Mogi, but aside from that is nothing super fancy.
Yeah, absolutely. So only 2 Mogis in this deck. An interesting decision there from Spattle. Most players, they are playing 3 Mogi just because it's such a powerful card in the deck. Arguably even more effective in Mysteria than it is in Spell Boost, just because for Mysteria, as long as you're drawing 2 cards at any point in the game, that's extremely useful. Whereas for Spell Boost, if you're not drawing as early as possible, it is a big difference because you're either not fusing your Isabel on time or you're not boosting your Chrono Witch quickly enough. So Mogi, a really effective card in the deck, but as long as you draw 2 of them, you're probably still on track, and of course the rest of the deck's still very standard.
On the other hand, let's take a look at Beta's aggro Rally Swordcraft. We saw Sword played by Dolan. It looked very, very strong. Here we see the list. Beta is playing a 1 of Quickblader, which is kind of spicy, and the 1 of Fudo as well.
Yeah, so Fudo is a pretty scary card to go up against in an open list format, because especially in the Rally Sword mirror, the Leod Evo is such an important play. And if you do that, but the opponent has Fudo, they can just Fudo Evo, clear your Leod, and just have a 6/6 on board. You got nothing out of your turn, and that is just a complete swing in the state of the game. So just having the 1 of Fudo in your deck can really put the fear in your opponent, make them second guess whether they want to go for that Leod play. And of course, Quickblader is in there as well. I really like the choice. It combos very, very well with the Erica by itself. It just raises your burst potential by a tremendous amount.
Yeah, and for this matchup, we have sort of the story of the newcomer in Spattle. He got here by winning the very last SVO, essentially the easiest way to qualify for Contenders. And on the other hand, we have Bito, who is a veteran. He's been playing Shadowverse and in the Shadowverse Open for so long. What do you like here, Noir? Without being too biased.
Okay, well, if I give my biased answer, I think you already know what that is. But honestly, so obviously, these lineups are pretty much identical, and we're just gonna go right in. Honestly, if I had to pick a favorite, it would be Vidu, just because of the sheer level of experience coming in. Spattle, relatively untested. We have seen historically that the players who qualify at the very end of the year through winning the auto-qualify spot, they tend to struggle the most. But Spattle, there is a first time for everything. He could be the one to shake up that trend. Going in first with the Shadow Mirror, actually, and opening up, going first with that Bone Fanatic.
Yeah, we'll see if Spattle can continue his good luck from last month. And up against Bito, though, it's going to be a tough opponent.
Yeah, a really strong curve here, going first for Spattle, the Fanatic into the Ominous Tyrant, basically the perfect curve that you want to see there, and no Amulet on turn 2 for the side of Vidu. Really not exactly what you want to see there. The Skeleton Dreamer is a good 2-drop against matchups like Rally Sword, but in the mirror, you're definitely looking for Amulets just so you can get a stronger board on turn 4 and 5, because that's where the real fighting for board shenanigans tend to come out.
Yes, Spattle going first with the early curve and the Tyrant, as you're saying. He might be the one to dictate the pace here. Early on, though, it's not going to be a huge lead. We've seen that you get to the point where the Shadow boards are too much for Shadow to handle, right?
Yeah, it can get really ridiculous just based on the number of Wicked Rebirths that both players draw, how the bikes go with the Skeleton Dreamer even being revived from the Wicked Rebirth. That's a factor as well. Of course, Tyrant and Chris you can't really predict how fighting for board is going to go. So that's why in the Shadow Mirror, it's often so important to find little ways to become the aggressor. Going into turn 5, turn 6, find a way to start pushing face damage, come out a little bit ahead in tempo, a little bit ahead on board, and start putting the opponent on the back foot, force them to react to you. Traditionally, this has always been what you're looking for in those Shadow Mirrors, because Shadow is really good at doing one thing at a time, but it's a little bit difficult for them to heal, clear, and progress their game plan all at once.
Yeah, and while early on we're going to see players fight for the board, we've also seen the explosive burst of damage that Shadow has access to with the Necro Impulse, Link Staff Summoner, and the Ceres Darkest Desire. You know, you could be down on board and then out of nowhere just have like crazy amount of burst damage.
Yeah, so the Link Staff coming in, no other choice there for V2. Not exactly a follower that you want to play this early on, especially not in this matchup where potentially if you draw into a gold mine, you really don't want the chance of getting a Link Staff back that is basically just not very strong at all. But the other World Gatekeeper, a pretty strong top deck here from Spaddle, going to hold on to the Retracing the Past. Doesn't want to use it just to cycle because he knows it's a really powerful in combination with Cycle Pump and the Hell's Unleasher popping from the Tyrant next turn.
Yeah, you really wanted to give other followers that don't have last words, you know, give them those last words. But here we have Beto with the first Evo turn. He does have access to a Ceres. You know, does he want to Evo her and get that going?
Yeah, it's definitely one option. So 2, or I guess 3 technically targets in hand right now. You can sometimes give Luna the last word just because if you feel like your last word generation is going to be really slow, putting it on the Luna to make her a 0-2 last words is sometimes the play. Tyrant is also not a bad damage source for the first part of the Darkest Desire in this matchup, just because once the wards start coming out from the 10 Chris, once it's active on either side, it's going to be really difficult to connect face with Link Staff. And that's usually the main reason you would put the spell on Link Staff in the first place, is because you basically get to double dip and triple dip by putting the Darkest Desire on her. But if you can't connect face with Storm, the Ominous Tyrant is basically the biggest source of just raw attack damage. And that is going to be the choice that Vito goes for. And he did, in fact, put the second effect on Luna as well. So she is going to be a Last Words follower.
And Beto going very aggressive, cashing in 5 damage to the face with the Link Staff, putting in work. But for Spadell here, the Tyrant is procced, and the Corpse gets the bike, so it's going to get a extra attack, but it can't trade.
Yeah, so and often, like, a common play that you do is, like, if they have a bike on the board, either because they tempoed out his Dreamer or because they played the other World Gatekeeper like Spadil did, you want to trade into that Dreamer to put the bike on the board, force the Lurching Corpse to take it, because of course if you're not playing something like Ramiel on turn 4, then the extra rush and the attack on the Lurching Corpse is not going to do anything, and effectively the bike is just being wasted there. So good trade there from V2. Spadel gonna Evo trade first, and now gonna finally pop that Hell's Unleasher. This is a really common combo. This is incredibly powerful. Having Cycle Pump alongside the Tyrant is just so good.
And he waited and he gets an infinitely better Retracing the Past, giving last words to both the Amy and the Lich. He's able to fully clear the board, up his last words count, and, you know, pick up a Soul Strike as well.
Yeah, and he drew another Retrace plus another Wicked Rebirth off the top, so he is just like rolling with steam right now. He has 2 series, both of those could potentially be evoed, especially if he draws a Luna later on, and Chris is in hand as well, so a lot of last words being picked up already for Spadel. I believe he is on 8 last words already. He's already at 8 last words. So once these 2, the Cycle Pump and the Lich, are removed from his board, he will already have Chris active on turn 6.
Yeah, so, you know, him going first might have first access to that Chris. Both players have Chris, but, you know, if Spadels want to get it online first, we'll see if he can use that to snowball the game. How is Beto going to respond here? 5 play points. He does have access to Evo as well. Another Ceres if he wants it. But everything else is just looking kind of awkward.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were alluding to earlier with not having the Amulet on turn 2. Because these turn 4, turn 5 fights for the board, it's really not the same if you don't have an Amulet, especially if it's Tyrant versus just a regular 2-drop. You can see already, like, Spadel is just so far ahead in terms of both development and the board state. V2 not going to clear this board unless he uses the Rebirth here. He does elect to do it, but in the end, he's not going to be left with a board of his own besides just the mere 1-1 skeleton, which is not really a whole lot, especially in the face of this impending active Chris, which he can make even stronger if he decides to use the Wicked Rebirth or the Retracing here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 6 play points. Chris is online, just seems like a solid option. But they're going to take his time, though. He has 9 cards in hand. Feels like he's a little bit on the lead here. We'll see how he chooses to play this turn out.
Yeah, V2 on the other hand is sitting at only 6 last words destroyed, which is honestly quite pitiful at this stage of the game. It's basically like an average of 1 last word per turn, which is really not at all what you're looking for with this deck. And like once again, like that really is the amulet difference. That's why people always like, it's so important that you hard mull for these amulets. Tyrant is often the most important card in so many matchups. And that is a Luna off the top. That's actually really huge for his battle. He's going to be able to have so many options for his lethal set. He has 3 series in his hand. That's just like really extra. He's definitely not going to need all of those, but he just has options upon options with the Necro Impulse in hand as well.
Yeah, he gets the Evo back, and now with the Chris Leader effect, his board is going to get bigger and bigger every time. And I just don't know if Vito's going to be able to, combat this.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say, I wonder if he even pre-evos something here, because knowing that, like, he should know that V2 is only at 6 last words. Now, the Ghostly Rider with the buff is going to reach 7 defense, which is too strong for the Tyrant to remove anyway. So in that sense, it's okay to save the Evo, I suppose. But if V2 was at like 7 last words, for example, there would be a very, very strong case for just pre-oving the Ghostly Rider and preventing V2 from even clearing the board with Tyrant, of which he has 3 of, but definitely a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like first battle, he's okay if Vito plays Tyrant, right? It's once again, it's like, oh, you're playing 1 last words follower a turn, and then he has the Chris effect, he can very easily rebuild the board.
Yeah, it's in these situations where this is a very common thing to look for when it's Rune versus Shadow, but it is relevant in the Shadow Mirror as well, where it's like you force the Shadow player to be in a position where they have no choice but to play Tyrant. And it's like, Tyrant's a strong card, right? It's a big guy, he clears your board, but he is not developing the Shadow player's game plan. He is not putting series on a follower. He is not setting up for storm damage or anything like that. So this type of thing, you know, Spadil is going to be very happy about it. He's going to have pretty much infinite options on this turn for setting up lethal. He is 1 shadow short, actually, of having the Link Staff plus Necro Impulse, although that's not going to be lethal.
Well,
either he has 5.
He can trade off
9.
the skeleton.
Yeah, he can trade off the skeleton. So with an Evo point as well, it's just a little bit off. I think he's 1 off.
Yeah, but even if he can't get lethal this turn, I feel like Spadil is just such in a great spot. And as we were saying, like, sure, the Tyrant came down, but it doesn't advance Vito's game plan at all.
Right. So given that he's just 1 damage off on this turn, what else is the play here? He can set up these series. He can use Soul Strike to clear, if not the Tyrant, then the thing that spawns from it is going to go for the Link Staff.
Just cashing some damage right now. It's 7 Storm to the face. He's going to get buffed by Chris at the end of the turn anyway. But yeah, he really should just be ensuring that he has lethal next turn no matter what.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to cash in the trade, the juicy 1-1 into 8-1 trade here. But he does go for
He's going for all damage.
Okay, so getting this 18 damage in to set up for lethal next turn with the Soul Strike is going to be his angle here. The 12-9 ward here, because Chris effect is already active, this is still really difficult to deal with. Like, how is V2 going to deal with this and actually heal himself? Because we know he's played 1 series token so far. I guess Battle doesn't know that it actually went to the Luna, so that's not nearly enough healing anyway. But either way, it would be difficult to deal with this. If for example, the healing went onto a Chris, V2 could potentially have like Chris into the Wicked Rebirth, and then maybe try to clear this 12-9 while healing up to survive the Soul Strike. And in that case, Spadil would still be probably at least 1 turn away from lethal.
Yeah, like you were saying though, I feel like this all came down from Spadil going first. He had the early Tyrant, while Bidu, no amulets. He always felt like he was playing catch up, and he was just so behind on the Chris. Now, I just really no way for him to come back.
Is gonna evil the Luna here. So he's at 7 last words. It's really, really close. So if he trades these, like there's Chris Retrace, and then if he draws, that's 5 play points. If he top decks Wicked Rebirth, that he can get a 10. You could get a 10 rebirth off if that's the angle he wants to go for, and you would get the double heal from both of the retracings, but he actually goes for Allure of Shadows instead. And now the Chris, it is only a 5 Chris though. Chris effect is not active, so there's only the 1 Ghostly Rider ward active. He did this to guarantee the clear and also heal to at least 5, so not a bad option at all. V2 staying alive just barely.
Yeah, it's like the very minimum he can do to survive, right? Be out of range of Soul Strike and then have a ward. But at the same time, it's just like the entire game, it feels like Vito's fighting to stay alive, while Spattle is fighting to win the game.
Yeah, really clutch play there from V2 to recognize in that dire situation what exactly needs to happen to not only clear the board, set up a decent board, not the best, but he at least is going to keep himself alive for 1 more turn. There's not enough play points for Spattle to put the series attack buff on a card and destroy it on the same turn for lethal damage, so he can at least set up another delayed lethal by turn 9 by putting the last words on Chris and just dropping another one here.
Okay, seems like that is going to be the play. So he doesn't have guaranteed lethal, just try and set up for next turn once again, getting as much value out of the Ceres and his leader effect as possible. And, you know, like you're saying, the Chris from Vito was not the full effect, so Vito's still behind.
The Kagero top deck almost griefing V2 there. It's almost a blessing that he is not at 10 last words yet, because if he was, it would have destroyed a random enemy follower. And if it destroyed the Chris, he actually would have just died off the top deck right there. Pretty funny situation that could have happened, but like, fortunately or not, he's not at 10 last words. But either way, with 2 Tyrants and 2 Otherworld Gatekeepers in hand, and the 1 Luna's Doll that still has not been used up until now, there's really like no good options from V2. He has to start with the retracing just to see what the next card is and draw a little bit more. Okay.
It's another one.
That's something. I guess at this point, he is really looking for a rebirth and hopefully as many multiples of 2 as he can from these double retracings. So he has 4 instances of healing from these 2 followers on the board. He can heal for up to 8 health on this turn. And that would actually put him in not a terrible spot.
Good kidding.
Can Vito stay alive? He did it last turn. Needs a little bit of RNG this time to do so.
How many coin flips can V2 win this time? Time is running out. You have to decide. That's a...
Okay.
Whoa!
Well, I mean, that's a lot of life.
It was a 4... Yeah, there was... He already had the healing effect on the Chris as well. Okay. Takes 6 damage. He's left at 9. Oh my good. Wait, hang on a second.
Is Vito gonna somehow make this comeback?
It's not completely losable. There is actually some chance here because we're alive again somehow. And honestly, like, it goes back to Spattle making a really like really insanely aggressive play on turn 7, just jamming the Link Staff into Necro Impulse with knowing hopefully that it was only 18 damage. He did have the Soul Strike in hand, and he was just trying to win with that next turn, but the thing is, like, you have
he was
triple
so ahead
series in
that turn.
hand. You have a million ways to guarantee lethal. Like,
Make it fashion.
well, hang on a second.
Vito, he has Necro Impulse. He's got 10 Shadows. There is a wall of wards.
Yeah, okay. This Chris effect, it's so strong. I don't know if V2 can even have lethal here. The one potential Soul Strike in it, he doesn't even have a way to pop his own Kagero, is what's even sadder about this, actually. So he doesn't even have access to that, but even then, Spattle's at 5 health, sitting pretty, with a bunch of wards on his side. Necro Impulse has no chance of getting through because he's only at 9 play points, doesn't have enough to go Tyrant into Impulse. And there's no immediate source of card draw in V2's hand either. He used all of that, the retracing last turn, and could not hit a rebirth to save his life, quite literally here.
Vito finding to stay alive turn after turn, but maybe at the end of the day it was just too much Spanel got the early Chris, and he just got so much value out of it turn after turn.
Yeah, like honestly, that is a common way, I guess, for Shadow to win the mirrors. Sometimes the early Chris just ends up being really strong because what your opponent needs to answer that type of like just insane board turn after turn, it's like the number of like Lunas potentially and the number of Wicked Rebirths that they need, the number of Soul Strikes that they need. And V2 just didn't really have enough. He is able to clear the board here. And he doesn't have lethal, but neither does Battle. Still, double Luna's Doll coming out here.
I do agree with you. It feels like on that turn 7, Spanel could have like just, you know, solidified his lead in like any other way, but he just chose to cash out all the damage, and he's just been struggling to close the game out after that.
Yeah, like he really just went in a little bit too early, a little bit too aggressive, and it's looking like he might actually pay the cost because, oh, Rebirth is really huge here. That is going to help him to fight for board and dig even further into his deck. V2, by the way, has played all of his Tyrants by now just to clear all of these Chris boards.
But make it fashion.
That's absolutely insane. You never see this.
Okay, going with the Ceres, Wicked Rebirth, Fidel.
But make it fashion.
Okay, finally draws some damage. Link Staff. He's got Link Staff and Soul Strike.
Yeah, so
that's, you know,
just
9 damage next turn.
Yeah, 9 damage in hand, but that's going to be 2 HP healed off these dolls. And if V2 finds like a Wicked Rebirth or something, he could pop his own Gatekeeper to heal another 1 HP if he wants.
Flying around everywhere.
Deciding how to trade here, I figure Spanel might decide to not trade with the Bone Fanatic.
Yeah, you want to get the...
it can actually become a 6-3 ward at the end of the turn.
Quit flying around everywhere. I'm glad you're here.
Okay,
Luna's Doll coming in, and he's just gonna pass, it seems like. Yeah, just passes, gets the wards.
This game could have been decided, you know, a couple turns ago, but Vito fighting for his life out here.
Oh, finally a Chris as... I'm not a Chris, as Skeleton Dreamer. Okay, this is actually really huge. Depending on how V2 draws the next couple of cards, he could potentially have lethal here, I think? Is it possible? It might not be possible. It's extremely close.
Yeah,
actually, I don't think it's possible, but it's super close because he can try to kill off his Kagero. That's 4 damage off the Soul Strike, and then if he can get Bike and then Necro Impulse on that, that's a lot of play points. He doesn't have play points to do all of that and the Rebirth. It's really expensive.
Where's the Chris for Vito?
There's nowhere to be seen.
This entire time he's been fighting, you know, Chris against no Chris leader effect for him. You have to play one without the full effect. There's no other way. But Vito's still fighting for his life. Gonna drop the
Kagero first into the Wicked Rebirth. I think that's 100% the line. These Skeleton Dreamers are kind of troll, but it's okay if he can get a Chris.
Well, time's running out. He's gotta do something. He doesn't top that Chris, gets another Bone Fanatic.
Oh man.
So many Bone Fanatics.
Unfortunate. He has no more draw now. There's just no more chance of getting a Chris here. He just has to do the best he can, heal as much as he can, make as decent of a board as possible. Just throws out the other World Gatekeeper. It doesn't even summon anything. There's nothing left to summon.
He's still answering the board though.
Really like Junior out here. Look at all these 1/1s.
So many Bone Fanatics.
Oh, another Wicked Rebirth. What? Well, he only has 10 cards in his deck. At this point, it's pretty expected to see all your power cards this late into the game. It's like turn 11. It's turn 11.
This is a crazy game.
This is actually unbelievable. By the way, like, I'm 95% sure Spanel just could have had a guaranteed lethal setup going into turn 8. But instead, here we are on turn 11, feeding us the quality content that we've been waiting for. And Spanel is figuring out how he wants to deal with these weedies, I guess, and try to figure out how he's going to find lethal here. There's no Luna anymore, there's no Evo Point, no series now either, so not going to have a crazy combo. Celeste coming down.
And just
Okay,
freeze
this is gonna
Vito.
be yet another really decent Chris board here. V2 has to find another way to get through this. He's
He
already
picked up.
played all 3 Tyrants. Psycho Pump off the top.
Yeah, gives him some card draw. The funniest thing about his board is that he still has 2 Bone Fanatics in hand.
Yeah. His Otherworld, the first Otherworld that he played this game was on the previous turn and it summoned nothing, and there are still 2 more in his hand. That's a tilter, if I gotta say so myself. But
Okay, gonna use the bonus to trade.
finally,
Has
the reverse is drawn, but he can't play it because Celeste Omega on turn 11 of the Shadow Mirror is denying V2 the clear.
And he still doesn't have Chris after all this time. Where is the Chris?
And not only can he not play the Wicked Rebirth, he also can't play a Lure of Shadows. That's right, the Luna spell. 19 shadows now for V2. The Necromancy cost basically does not exist, but is not able to remove these followers in an efficient way. And actually, the Celeste is just gonna survive on
Play down
board.
the Bone Fanatic.
Throw down the really sad Bone Fanatic series, the turn 10 Bone Fanatic, another Dreamer off the top. And
down to your soul.
is that
Is this lethal? Yeah, he's got the Soul Strike.
Yeah, that's 12 damage. Oh man, what a game! Honestly, what did I just see? That had to have been the most prolonged Shadow Mirror I've ever seen this expansion. I have never seen 2 players just so incapable of killing the other guy. That was actually ridiculous. Honestly,
he had an 8-turn delayed lethal. Vito was just hanging on for as long as he could, but he never saw another Chris.
Yeah,
Battle takes an early lead here in the set.
Yeah, really, it's really important for Spadle to get that win because the Shadow Mirror can be such a pivotal matchup in these mirror sets because you expect the Rally Sword to get through at some point anyway, very confidently. You're not going to expect Rally Sword to lose. It's pretty decent against the entire board. And then Shadow can potentially falter against any of the possible 3 decks. Matchups are pretty even. It is possible to go 0-3 on it. So getting that win out of the way in the mirror, no less, very good for Spadle. V2 fought as hard as he could, played 3 Tyrants, could not survive long enough to find his own comeback in the end. Now going into game 2, he's gonna queue up the Mysteria against Spadle's Rally Sword.
Against Spadle, gonna go first with the aggro Rally Sword. Maybe he can pick up a quick, win here. He would move up to 2-0. Unlike last set, where Dolan already has qualified to Worlds, Vito has not, Spadle has not. Both of those guys, they very desperately need the win.
Yeah, absolutely. The Quixotic Adventurer, very nice 2-drop here, rather, for the side of Spadle. Gonna pop the Sunny Day Encounter right away. Now, the interesting interaction with that card is that if you draw Balion as your random card, then it will actually check at that point if you have a Natura card, and then it will add a tree if Balion is the only Natura card in your hand. So it's gonna use it right away, gets a Leod, which is still very, very strong in the matchup.
Yes, Spadle has a pretty solid curve here. Adventurer into Leon, gets the +1/+1 from the horse, the ambush. Not bad start.
Yeah, actually gonna go for the most basic of basic curves here, the Quixotic into the 3-drop on turn 3. Now, this is actually an interesting decision because this matchup really comes down to how both players play around the Leod Evo turn and how they set up around it. Because Leod, if you can get Leod effect off, have him survive and actually hit face for a total of 6 damage or more against Rune in particular, it's a huge amount of damage. It's really tough for Rune to actually answer the board. It's going to clear any Crystal Witches, and so it's just a really winning play for Rally Sword. So Mysteria, on the other hand, they can clear just a base 3/6 Leod with the Greya token, with the Greya spell. However, what Sword can do to counter that is play Quixotic Adventurer, set up the Steed on turn 4 or turn 3, right before their first Evo turn, and give Leod 7 health. That is the counterplay that forces Rune to not only have Greya Evo and the token, but also a Quadra Magic to commit just to clear the Leod. But that's usually one way for this matchup to go. Of course, if you expect the opponent to have that level of counterplay, then tempoing out the Leod here is going to be a decent option as well.
Yeah, I mean, Spadle is playing the rally sword, and all the stuff you're saying is very big brain, but like sometimes you just curve out, right?
Sometimes you just gotta go in.
Yeah, just curve.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and go face.
There's nothing wrong with just playing cards that match the number on your screen. It's turn 2, I play the 2, 3, I play the 3 drop. Sometimes it really is that easy. That's Shadowverse, Spadle thinking about how to spend his last play point here. There's 3 different options. I hope. Okay, so the Steed comes in here. And the Vagabond Lizard really strong on curve here as well. So Gray actually drawn off the top there for V2, so in fact, he would have had the counterplay, the full counterplay that I mentioned earlier. He has Greya and the Isabel in hand, so he actually could have cleared a 7 HP Leod, so potentially Spadle may have made like the even bigger brain play by playing around the counterplay without
which is just doing the basic play, right?
Yeah, by just doing the we literally just go all the way back in a circle. It's like just like a typical shonen anime plot. It just goes in circles. We're all the way back to the basics here, somehow outplaying with the most basic play possible. Isabel Evo coming in for the side of E2, getting the Fate's Hand added to his hand as well. Going to draw a lot of cards later on, and add, of course, to the counter on the Quadra Magic, sitting at only 2 right now, but a lot of unique names in his hand. Riven Earth, rather, is going to be another unique name, I believe.
And Vito with the Retrace the Past, he got lucky last game. We'll see if we can do it again. He's down to 13 life already, and Spadle gonna, keep up that aggression as the sword player. We'll see what he draws here for his first Evo turn. Bunny Baron is an option.
Yeah, so Bunny Baron, and then the Sunny Day encounter. So he only has 3 rally right now, and it's because he didn't have the all-important Radical Gunslinger on 1. Radical Gunslinger is basically like the most important card, honestly, in this rally sword deck. It's like between her and Leod, to be honest. The extra rally that you get from all of these amulets coming into play, like you can see already, like we played Chrysotic, we played Vagabond Lizard, we played another Steed after that. Like that is at least 3 extra rally that we could have had if there was, the turn 1 Radical Gunslinger. And the difference there is that we actually had to spend play points to play that Sunny Day encounter. At rally 7, it refunds the play point, it becomes free. So we could have done that, seen the next draw, which was a Baliot, in fact, and we could have also been able to play the Bunny and Baron on this turn, but unfortunately, since we do not have all that extra rally, we're going to be forced to accelerate the
Bunny Baron accelerate. Yeah, not something you see every day, but it does get it's the full clear. It does use an Evo point.
Not a bad option. I think this is probably the best play that Spadle could have made. Gonna Evo face as well. Gonna burn both of his Evo points on turn 5. Super aggressive going in. Gonna just use the Royal Summons here, knowing that his rally is not gonna get to 10 anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, he spent a lot of resources, but in that, he fully cleared the board and pushed 5 damage to the face. Vito down to 10 life after the heals from the Retracing the Past. And he is at that magical, 19 cards in his deck.
Yeah, so all of these Mysteria cards are going to have their full effects on a lot of options here from V2. There's so many Mysteria cards that honestly, like duplicating them is not as important as it might be otherwise, but duplicating the Anne is somewhat attractive in this matchup, especially since the Evo points are gone. Like Rally Sword can deal a lot of burst damage even through the Anne summoning the 5/5 ward, but only if they have an Evo point. They have things like Erica into Vagabond Lizard Evo into the ward for lethal that way, but without the Evo point, the ward is just so much more effective. And gonna go for the Greya first. I think you do need to use these Greyas just to make as strong of a board as possible on these turns.
Yeah, as a way to fight the board, Greya is pretty good. You'll get the play points back when you Evo. She's got so much stats, 8/7. The spell is fantastic for, clearing the board, as you're saying. And he still has 4 play points to work with.
I wonder if he decides to go for the trade over with the Greya and just tempo out the Anne. Would be an option here, knowing that the car is coming out from the side of Spadle and even gonna tempo out the Witching Boggy. So okay, here's the thing. He's expecting Mistalina and Balion on this turn, but the thing is, he also knows that the car is coming out, and this is actually sort of like an anti-synergy that can exist in this deck sometimes, because if you have the car out, Balion, you can't play it because he goes in the car and then you just don't get the storm damage
you would just
anymore.
lose it.
So it's actually just really just anti-synergistic. Balian, being the boomer that he is, does not like these technological like Cybertrucks, whatever that is. The Val's getaway car.
It's the getaway car,
So
yeah.
actually
Ramiel
gonna
does though.
Play a Ramiel to ride the car, following up with some squirrels, but there's no way to deal with the ant summoning. This 8-2, well, he can play the Brothers United to at least get rid of that, so it's not too terrible for the side of Spadle, but the Moggy, wait a minute.
Hey, he's gonna take the trade just to get the
Wow!
strike? Is that worth it?
I
mean, he got 2 face damage, but he
Wow.
lost the car.
What is... Okay, wow. I'm
And the
really
end
shook
is
by that
still
play.
up. I like
Okay, that-
Vito's play to be able to play the end. Yes,
Yeah.
Battle didn't really have a good answer to it.
Yeah, so the ant surviving is a big deal. Of course, the Moggy surviving, also a very big deal. A lot of stats on the board here. Of course, Battle's still at 20 HP, not exactly scared of dying just yet. And V2 is still a long way away from activating Quadra Magic, unfortunately. He was not able to draw a whole lot of unique spells. He does have Hurricane Golem, but because he had to play double Mysteria cards last turn, he was not able to develop those spells, so Fate's Hand is still costing 2 right now. Now he's going to go for the Hurricane Golem finally. Counter Magic is huge here.
Yeah, that's a good draw for Vito. You know, it's a differently named spell. The shield is nice.
Yeah, and the nice thing about Quick Blader in some of these rally lists is that as a 1 playpoint Storm, it's really effective at getting rid of counter magic, but Spadle, I believe, was only running like maybe like 0 or 1 copies of Quick Blader. I'm gonna double check real quick. He's not running Quick Blader at all, so that option is just not available for him. And the thing is, Cat Admiral is 2 damage, but it's at the end of your turn.
End of the
so
turn.
it's not even good against counter magic.
Yeah, and Spadle, he spent a lot of resources his past 2 turns. Now he's got no evos, no cars. Like, sure, Mist and Balin is there, but you know, with that shield, it's just not nearly enough. There's the Quadra Magica. Vito's gonna have 10 heal next turn. This really feels like it's Vito's game now.
Yeah, actually, he did not attack with the Ann last turn. Was that
For growth.
he just forgot to attack with the Ann on board, or what?
Okay, well, there's the Balon. The 6 damage seems juicy, but it's just not gonna do any damage, so he could trade. Or he could use the Erica first to break
Yeah,
the
she's
shield and
gonna-
then cash in 10 damage. I mean, 6 damage?
Yeah. Oh, he's
got a
trading,
trade.
actually. Wow.
haven't lost yet.
I mean,
Wow.
you know your opponent has the creation, so it's like pushing damage when they have 10 heal, just... But how else does he win though, right?
Yeah. Honestly, it's pretty much a lose-lose situation for Spadle. He kind of...
Well, Beater has 2 cards in his deck.
Yeah. But as long as he plays the Elements of Creation on this turn...
He's good, right?
Yeah, but
And
he has
no
no
card draw.
evil point. He has no evil point, so he can't actually remove the Balian.
But he still has the shield. He goes up to 20.
Right.
Like, even with Balin, you're probably good.
That's absolutely true. And actually,
Is he not gonna heal? He's gonna just...
he is not even gonna go for that at all. He sets him to 1 HP, realizing that he doesn't even need to use the elements here because he's safe no matter what.
Yeah,
There's
with
no
the shield...
combination of cards that Spadle could have that actually wins him the game.
And like you're saying, open deck list, you know, he knows there's no quick later to break the shield. The Balon, once again, is nice, just not nearly enough. And Vito played this game super well. He handled that early aggression. Then he had that fantastic turn with the grab to just bring it back.
Yeah, really, really well played from V2, dealing the maximum overkill here. Shooting Elements of Creation to deal that 1 HP of damage, but really, really nicely played. Weathering the storm of Spadle's Rally Sword. This is such a challenging matchup sometimes for both sides, honestly. And if Mysteria can survive with that early mid-game double Mysteria board, it's so huge to create space. And that counter magic, with no way to pop it, Spadle just had no hope of fighting lethal against the guaranteed damage coming out of V2's hand. V2 gonna close out that game very, very nicely. And now Shadow gonna go up against Spadle's Rally Sword, running it back in game 3.
Yeah, and how fitting that Vito would end the Mysteria game with 1 card in his deck. But we're gonna see if Spadle can bring it back with the Rally Sword once again. Vito going to the Shadow, as you said.
An interesting mulligan here from Spadle, actually keeping the Flying Messenger Squirrel just because it's a 2-drop. Now, it is kind of like an old Swordcraft type of mentality where like you want to keep cards just to play on curve. But the thing is, with Rally Sword especially, there are so many cards that you can play that are like okay on curve, right? And
can you talk to me about this Ramiel on 2? Like he's going second. Is still the correct play?
So the Ramiel on 2, in this situation, maybe not, but in other, depending on the hand, if you have, for example, like Blade Right's Lieutenant plus like Cat Admiral, something like, okay, well, very nice, just draw another Ramiel.
Okay,
yes.
well, play another
Ramiel. Okay. Yeah. But Ramiel is not always the best Evo target, even on turn 4 going second for this deck. Because there are so many strong aggressive plays, and the only thing that Ramiel really sets up for is Balion if you specifically have like Balion Tree plus like a good follow-up in your hand. And that's not always the case. A lot of your really strong plays are at 5 play points. So for example, Erica Cat Admiral, classic turn 5 power play, you only need 5 play points for that. And then if you played like a Leod Evo on turn 4 instead, that's even stronger. If you made like your first Cat Admiral on turn 4 instead, that can also be stronger than the Ramiel Evo in a lot of cases. So Ramiel is honestly not that strong of a card in the Rally Sword deck. Of course, still not a terrible 2-drop. It still can't be damaged by card effects. So against cards, against like Spell Boost, for example, or Mysteria, if it can't be damaged by Quadra Magic, that's pretty useful. But here, he's just going to be able to Evo Face with it.
Yeah,
might be his option here.
He played 2 Ramiels early on, but he's still going to be able to do it if he wants it. On the other hand, we had Bidu, forced to play out that Chris, has to fight for some tempo. He doesn't want to get over, ran over by the sword. As you're saying, he has to withstand that aggression.
Yeah. So these messenger scores, I'm just looking at them, and it's just really, this is really the reason why you just cannot keep random 2-drops in this deck, because like that card that we just drew right now, the Radical Gunslinger, it's so important. Like your win rate with Radical Gunslinger versus your win rate without, it's actually night and day. Like this deck is straight up broken if you have Gunslinger on 1 or at least like some, like by turn 3, for example. The extra rally that you get to hit those key breakpoints is absolutely massive. It's the difference between having the killer instincts available on Erica or not. Because oftentimes if you have a good opportunity to play Erica, you're going to do it whether you have Rally 7 or not. Like for example, like if you're going to go for the like Erica Cat Admiral play, you do that either way. But now if you have a killer instincts on top of that, it's just much stronger. And anyway, triple Celeste Omega. Not the best for...
You talked about the Erica Admiral power play, but can I introduce you to the double Flying Squirrel power play? But Vito, he doesn't really have, much. I mean, Ceres is an option.
Absolutely. I think it's the only option. Definitely, like the triple Celeste not looking too hot right now. V2 just roping the turn, thinking about his upcoming turns, obviously, and does not want to give away that this is his only option. Because I think if you go for this a little too quickly, it does give away a lot of information. Because, like, what you're expecting off of turn 5 Shadow, when they've just popped Lurching Corpse and the Hell's Unleasher, you're expecting things like the Psycho Pomp, the Wicked Rebirth, or the Gold Mine. But if you play series too quickly, you give away that that's not in your hand. So thinking about it a little bit, conserving some information there always could give you a slight edge.
Yeah, on the other hand, he plays the Darker Desire instantly, so now Spadle might be like, oh man, he must have like some really good targets for that, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay, well, he did get the extra play point. Nice, at 6. Has the Gunslinger available.
I really wonder, like, there are so many options here, and none of them are particularly attractive. I feel like you do want to develop the Gunslinger, but the question is, how does Spadle want to go about that? The Evil effect is going to be pretty useful on this turn, but the ordering will have to be really a key point to think about here. Another Gunslinger off the top.
Yeah, with both the Ceres and the Lurching Corpse, you know, having those very annoying last words for Spantle to deal with. We'll see how, you know, he's gonna order it. Might be, well, he could have traded Double Squirrel first before.
Okay, I was like, please don't do that.
Okay, yeah.
That is just the spectator
so he's just
special right there.
He's hoping that the Ceres doesn't hit the Vincent for...
Feeling lucky.
Right. And
Okay.
Gonna trade into the Lurching Corpse actually. Hits the squirrel and
Yeah,
he's
that works out for him.
the series alive. Interesting choice here, and actually gonna think about dropping the lizard and another one play point card after that. You can play out this steed for another rally now, and we're soon gonna have rally 10 for the royal summons. We already have 8, so Erica will have the killer instincts available.
Okay, but what is the play for Beater here? You know, does he risk the rebirth or just play a Celeste?
I think you have to go face rebirth. I really do not believe there is anything else you do here.
You better drop
And
something
here
good.
is the play. Okay,
That's not bad. Yeah, he
not
can
too
work with
bad.
that.
Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, I think if you're V2 here, you definitely take those. The only thing is, none of these cards have particularly high attack, so the target for the first effective Darkest Desire is not too great. That being said, in this matchup, you can definitely look to just stall it out. You don't necessarily have to kill them by turn 7, turn 8. So, you know, not the end of the world there. And honestly, if you can put, like, a bunch of healing on Celeste and have Celeste die at a high health total, that's not too bad. Oh, you actually gonna use the gold mine on the Lich.
I mean, he traded a 4-4 for a 2-2 Kagero, which doesn't seem that great.
Yeah, so he didn't want to use it on one of his existing followers because he wants both of them to be able to trade. And he's just doing this so that he can maximize the number of last words he can get, I'm presuming. Because at this moment, he only has 6. There are 4 more on his board, so with the play that he just made, he's able to triple trade and still have last words 10 active if everything here gets cleared. So I think that was the idea. Goes face with that series, of course, and
yeah, well, the
is
one
on
squirrel
track.
does survive. Spadell still has to do so much damage, you know, for his early plays. He didn't actually get a lot of phase damage out of the early game.
Yeah, these 2 amulets on board, though, are going to add a lot of damage to Erica, and you can play out Erica plus one more thing, and then that will give you... Actually, no, just Erica on her own will give you enough rally for Royal Summons. This is going to be a guaranteed Cat Admiral, so that's a lot more damage as well. Is that possibly lethal? We have 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12... We're 1 off?
I mean, you know, we saw him do this before where he was 1 of lethal, but he still committed all the resources. You know, is he gonna do a similar play this time around?
Well, with Shadow, it was a little bit more questionable, but with Rally Sword, this is kind of just standard rally gaming, you know?
Yeah,
so
put him on 1, like, how hard could it be, right?
Right? How hard could it be? Yeah, that's true. Okay, I wonder if he actually goes for the Accelerate Bunny Baron here. That would actually be an interesting decision. You could go for that, absolutely. Although, please hit face with the Erica first. Yeah.
Okay, Erica going face.
Now we can use the Bunny Baron.
He still has Evo.
Want. Yeah, and
Got
like we
2
can
damage from the Cat Admiral. Gonna Evo the other squirrel.
Okay. Huh. Yeah. Okay.
Don't let a single rat escape.
Okay, so
actually gonna
he
float
doesn't
the
put him
last
on 1
play
and he
there.
floats a play point.
Okay.
Okay, how does Beater respond? He did have 1 Darker Desire, you know, already set up on the Celeste. That's the second one if he wants to double down on them, I guess. But without like a Chris effect, it's
Mine forever.
maybe not
What
that
is
great.
with V2 and drawing Bone Fanatic on like turn 7 plus? This is actually like the worst Bone Fanatics I've ever seen.
Okay, he
but
just
this
guarantees the heal though. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
really effective way of turning the enemy's killer instincts against them, guaranteeing the max HP kill on his own Celeste to heal for 10. And actually now all of a sudden, Spadle is looking in a really tough situation. How can he possibly finish off this game, even though we know the rest of Vidu's hand is really bad, but for Spadle, this is really scary.
I mean, how bad could it be if he can enhance the Bone Fanatic?
Yeah, I mean, it's a ward. It is a ward.
Yeah. Yeah, Beater once again, you know, fighting for his life. staying in the game. Let's see if Spattle can figure out a way to do this 14 damage because Vito got so much healed that last turn.
Yeah, hovering over the Leod here. Leod definitely coming in really late now. The monochrome endgame, hilariously enough, cannot be played at this turn because of the Celeste, so literally only has these Bunny Baron and the Leod for his options here. No, like, super good way to deal with the Lurching Corpse for free.
Yeah, the Lurching Corpse actually, you know, making it so awkward for Spadell. You know, it's such an easy answer to, like, the Leod, for example. Okay, gonna drop the Bunny and Baron. I guess he will punch the Kagero instead? No?
Wow, actually gonna sacrifice it? Oh, wait, the Leod, the 10 allied followers destroyed this match. He destroys his own Bunny Baron. That was exactly 10 I saw just before, and then the Leod started lighting up, and then plays the free Evo Leod. That is kind of 5-head.
Yeah, actually
That's
super
actually
smart,
really
very
nice
well
play,
calculated.
yeah. Really
and now,
nice, yeah.
while Beto has been fighting back, you know, this whole game, his hand has just been kind of super awkward. The Stripper Celeste, really not what he wants to see. Like, where's the Chris? Where's the Wicked Rebirth? Where's everything else?
Well, we've been here before, and last time it was pretty close. This time I'd argue it's a bit closer than that, because there's really not a whole lot of damage in Spattle's hand besides this really strong Leod and another nice Leod coming in after. Leod into monochrome could be the play.
Okay, he is really gonna enhance the Bone Fanatic.
The giant skull coming out. You never see these. This is actually just the weakest last words I've ever seen. That's incredibly shocking, honestly. And okay, so here,
but
Spattle has a chance for lethal.
I feel like Vito's play is good though because he ends with a bike so he can crash into Celeste that's been buffed by Darkest Desire, and then he has Soul Strike, you know, to close it out.
Right.
Although he might be a play point short, so never mind.
So the maneuver can be picked up by just about anything in this hand besides the Radical Gunslinger. And I'm assuming that we want the Cat Admiral to actually ping face whenever we play it, so that's probably not the first follower that we're going to play. But we don't want to start with Leon either.
Yeah, definitely not the Leon.
Okay, so we're actually going to allow Hemera to ride the car here.
Okay, so he can clear, push quite a bit of phase damage. We'll see what effects the getaway card gets.
Yeah, so Magnus gives all of your followers that come into play rush, so that's actually a really effective way of getting rid of the bone.
Gets extra face damage, and the Cat Admiral is going to be exactly lethal.
The RNG damage, the 2 to the enemy leader. There it is. Finds the only possible sequence that could give him lethal, and does get it in the end. The triple Celeste Omega hand. Really just griefing V2 there. Honestly, just kind of disappointing. And we have one more chance for Shadow to finally give V2 a real chance at the game, because he looked really good on Mysteria Rune, and now it would be really rough if Shadow just disappoints him again.
Yeah, and you know, Spattle is coming into his tournament as the underdog, the unproven newcomer, but right now he's doing pretty good. He is one game away from being in winner's side, you know, winner's finals.
These are some curious hands. Why would you toss Covenant Mage? Wow. That is a oh my god, what are these hands?
Make it
hey, you know, he's got his Bone Fanatic favorite follower, perhaps? Or maybe it's the other way. Maybe the Bone Fanatic just loves Vito.
Yeah, well, now he's on turn 1. He actually played him on the turn he's supposed to be played. But the aggressive Riven Earth coming out and giving V2 that last words and the skeleton. Celeste Omega coming out on a reasonable turn. However, this ironically, like if he had triple Celeste Omega on turn 7, that would actually be a good thing in this matchup.
Yeah.
And I mean, now of course is when he and now of course is when he draws it early.
Right, like do you still wanna crystallize it? Because I mean he has no other plays, but you kinda lose the Celeste.
Yeah. Generally when you don't have a better play, even against Rune, it's still worth it to just crystallize the Celeste. You have to get your last words moving. Ultimately, if you are able to draw some series combos and get that set up, that's still like the strongest thing that you can do. So you have to keep, you know, the possibility of a strong game plan available at all times. So definitely good play there from V2 to play the Celeste, and now Gatekeeper off the top. Finally, we can actually play him at a reasonable time as well, and finally summon something from him.
Yeah, Vito might be sort of playing off the top here, but he does have plays.
Hovering over the Luna, actually. I wonder if he's thinking about just going Luna plus the doll here, and might be just trying to save the Gatekeeper for an Evo turn. Go
That's like
double
2 turns
Luna,
from now.
actually. Yeah, interesting line here.
Okay, we'll see how Spattle responds. You know, the Luna's, while it is a body, has no attack, doesn't actually really put pressure on. Spattle can drop the mages if he wants.
Does go for the
Hard
double
draw.
Temple Covenant Mage. Would be really hype if he draws like an Insight off the second one. Does not find it, doesn't find an Isabel either, which is also another thing that he wants to look for.
And there's a Celeste.
Kagero,
And-
Bone Fanatic being drawn off the
Bone
top. That
Fanatic.
would have been okay on turn 3 as well. So now V2 once again has a bunch of options on this turn. And unfortunately, he actually cannot trade off any of his Lunas because the Covenant Mages only have 1 attack. The Lunas are in fact a little too strong to die here. So if he plays the Luna's doll, he can only play 1 other follower this turn.
He has nowhere to give the Luna's last words, so they'll just be, you know, going down as vanilla followers later on, I guess. Right now, they're kind of super awkward for him.
Yeah, and generally against Shadow, if you have like a tough choice between, or like a choice that seems relatively even between what followers you want to remove, sometimes it is better to remove those followers that do not have last words, just because it plays around the retracing the past, because if V2 does draw retracing, it will accelerate his last words count by a lot.
Mother, father.
But if you remove these 0-2s, you will in fact keep him a little honest here, but V2 actually gonna...
Yeah, he's actually trading so that maybe next turn he can get rid of the Lunas himself.
Yeah, V2's concerned about the board space here, so he actually doesn't want these Lunas around. And knowing that he doesn't have the retracing, he's not going to bank on top decking that.
This battle, first evil turn here, has Anne available, some, you know, a lot of golems if he wants to get some card draw.
Yeah, Golden Bros, definitely really strong option right now. And honestly, you do not need to play Anne on this turn at all, so you could start with the Frost Golem here and just see where the hand goes from there. The first Moggy is at 1 spell boost, so it's still quite a while before it's going to get reduced to a really efficient cost. Is going to go for the Anne Evo here.
Yeah, it is a
And-
bit awkward though, because like, okay, now that's his turn, right? And
Yeah, there's
I guess
nothing else you can do after that. I guess he really wants to get rid of the Celeste, because right now there's actually no followers in V2's. Actually, no, there is a Bone
it's
Fanatic.
a Bone Fanatic, yeah.
You're right. No,
Bone
actually,
Fanatic,
no. Yes.
yeah, there is a Bone Fanatic.
Yes.
He's always there for beat.
Yeah, he's always there. He's big chillin' over there.
Yeah, but Spattle gonna, you know, float that play point. Like, sure, I guess he has the Random Blast in hand now, but I wonder if there's a, you know, different way you could have played that turn.
A bit of magic.
Yeah, there are definitely options there. Starting with the Frost Golem would have been maybe what I would have done, but getting the Ant on board, clearing the Celeste is going to be what Spattle goes for here. Double 3-drop being drawn off the top here from V2. Like, this is the type of thing that can kind of happen. It's like, gee, I kind of want to Evo the Gatekeeper on turn 3. My hands with Shadow the last couple of games have been so bad that I just want to make sure I have a decent thing to do on turn 5. But now here he is. Honestly, making not the best use of those Lunas. They could have been used to recover Evo points later on in the game. And holding onto the Gatekeeper because he wanted to Evo it, but now he just draws all the
He drew
3
another
drops
one
anyway. Yeah, and in the first place, like, Gatekeeper is good, but it's not even the 3-drop that you want to Evo the most in this matchup. You really want the series. So, V2 still gonna Evo the Gatekeeper here. Like, here it's definitely fine just because of the board state, and you want to accelerate those last words, but in general, I'm really not sure about having such a high priority on Gatekeeper Evo as early as turn 3. I really feel like just developing that and saving the Lunas for when they can be at their strongest might have been the better play there.
And we're gonna see how Beater trades here. Maybe he wants to trade the Kagero into the Ant, so he has board space to play another Bone Fanatic.
Yeah, interesting.
Or maybe he will hold the Bone Fanatic for that juicy enhance.
Oh, I really hope we don't see another enhanced mode fanatic today. These are not the plays that I'm looking for at the West Contenders Cup at the best of the best. But Glimpse off the top. Glimpse being drawn pretty good there. Another Hurricane Golem being played. Alistair off the top here. And we have the double Spellbinder's preparations on the board. If we draw, if we use the Frost Golems rather, we can get the 3/3 ward into play. Isabel just barely being drawn there at the end. Very important there. And
yeah, this is like the turn for Spattle to get all his card draw online. I think he can like, make the read that like, hey man, Vito's hand just, it's not terrible, but like, I don't know, it's not that trending, right? Couple more Fanatics, couple Gyros. I feel like Spadell is fine here.
Yeah, I think if I'm Spadell here, I make the read that V2 had a really tough choice on turn 3 because normally you really don't want to just commit double Luna like that.
Yeah.
And it seemed like he was trying to like saving the Gatekeeper for turn 5 honestly is not an unreasonable read to make. And if that's the case, like what else could be in V2's hand? It's gotta be like probably spells that are difficult to play, and Necro Impulse definitely fits that bill. I wonder if Spattle is reading far enough ahead to know that there is something like either a Necro Impulse or just a really inconvenient, maybe a Gold Mine, maybe like a Rickard Rebirth that he doesn't want to play yet in his hand, just clogging up space on the early turns.
Well, the Quadra Magica being used just to get the board clear, but it does clear the majority of the board. Just one lonely skeleton left. Vito's 6 Playpots in hand. No Chris. Does have access to Ceres, Gatekeeper.
Yes, and with all of those Bone Fanatics though, he actually is already at 11 last words, already going into the start of turn 6. These Soul Strikes are in fact active. So a lot of damage could be coming out here, but these Soul Strike in general is not the best if you don't have Chris active, because it's the type of thing where you really want to combine with a strong board.
Yeah, this would have been a great turn for Vito to just have the Chris, but it feels like the entire set between Vito and Spadell, Vito just has not had those Chris's when he needs them.
Absolutely not. I don't know if he's drawn Chris, period, throughout this set.
I mean, he had
would
to
have been
play
able
one
to,
as he played it last game as like turn 4 vanilla.
Yeah.
Okay, Vito thinking.
Really just that's
like
such an important game, but
clock is ticking.
Yeah, like for V2, you can't afford to make a single misstep here, but all of these options just don't look attractive, because even if you play the series here, it's like there's no good target. Actually gonna go for... Okay, I see. Okay, so he's gonna go for double Soul Strike, sets up the bike,
okay,
and then now he wants the Necro Impulse. Yes.
Yeah.
He has 2 followers on board and 8 shadows exactly. If both of these die, he will have exactly enough shadows, but retracing the past and counter magic off the top might be too much to deal with here.
Yeah, as you were saying, Spadell, he probably could have made a read that's like, hey, Vito more than likely has a Necro Impulse. He has ways to play around it.
And the Alistair for 5. That's putting the nail in the coffin. It's not only that he clears the board and heals, V2's not even at 10 shadows, so he can't use the Necromancy effect of the Impulse. Goldmine Necromancer, what are you doing, man? This is not the time to show up.
Okay,
oh,
Gatekeeper.
This is terrible.
I mean, surely he has to play Ceres now. There really is nothing else
no
Vito can do.
But, like, the state of his hand is just absolutely destitute. This is so bad.
Yeah, the whole set, Vito has just fought and fought to stay in there. Like, he's made some amazing plays, but man, the shadow is just not really working with him.
Yeah, and like you can tell, like he was really trying, like he was 100% playing to win on that turn 6. He's like, okay, if my opponent, he doesn't have retracing, doesn't have counter magic, doesn't have Alistair, doesn't have any of these defensive options, I can set up for a Necro Impulse lethal. Maybe he doesn't see it coming, maybe he doesn't play around it, but Spattle, whether he knows it or not, I think it is fair to assume that it was a likely read, or at least he would know, like, he has 3 cards in hand or 2 cards in hand. does not have Chris active. He like basically hasn't done anything the whole game.
Yeah.
How can he possibly win now that I have 10 HP? Oh yeah, like you could,
Necro Impulse, right?
Me, right? Yeah. Like so, plays around it, very nicely done. Now the Isabel Evo gonna come out, and Quadra Magic is gonna be, or not Quadra Magic, but the counter magic is
Even
available
more
here.
heal. Yes, battle up to 15 now.
A second
Doesn't have to worry
counter
about
magic.
the Necro Impulse. He can clear. Getting real low in his deck though. 11 cards in the deck right now.
Yeah. Honestly,
But-
this is still a pretty high deck count for turn 7 Mysteria. It's just like, depending on the game state, you don't necessarily prioritize lowering your deck size. That's like your main goal. In
And
this
he already
game,
has the Random Blast. Picks up another Isabel too.
yeah. So with like the 0-cost Magi in his hand plus a 1-cost Fate's hand, he can go and set himself to 5 whenever he feels like it. So not a problem for him at all.
Yeah, he has great control over that. And like you said, he's played well to not die to a random Necro Impulse. He sees it, I'm sure he'll be like, oh yeah, I definitely played around that. And Vito, he's just
being
digging,
forced to play the
man.
Necro Impulse just so he can
Yeah.
actually have a target for the... Oh, what the...
Retracing the past.
Okay, so we can put the Darkest Desire on the Tyrant maybe, and then pop it with the... Okay, Link Staff, that is a really important draw for V2. I think he knows this is his only shot now.
Yeah, he
at winning
probably
the
gets
game.
like one more turn, right?
Yeah, this is
So-
actually his shot. Unfortunately, hit for him, we know that there's a second counter magic in Spindle's hand.
yeah.
So now that our best way of removing counter magic is already used, that being the Necro Impulse, how is V2 gonna play around this? It's gonna come down to most likely like another Wicked Rebirth that revives a Kagero so he can get a Soul Strike. That's probably gonna be what he needs here.
Case battle. 8 cards in deck. He knows, Darkest Hour has been played. 1 Necro Impulse. He might be doing a good job of like thinking like, hey, how do I not lose this game? But at some point he also has to win this game.
That's true. And actually, he doesn't have that much damage in his hand. Now, we didn't quite touch on it, but last turn he did make the decision to duplicate the Isabel that he played that turn. Arcane duplication on that does guarantee that he gets another Isabel back. And now he actually has another Quadra Magic that he can use to win the game with. Greya off the top means he has even more damage there with the Greya token available.
Yeah, so can he set up a next turn lethal here? He's got Quadra Magica, already have Random Blast in hand. Now with the Greya, he gets the Blaze.
It is absolutely possible for him to do that. Although now that he's chosen to play the Greya, even if he evos, he can't get up to 6 play points, which is what he would need to play the Elements of Creation here. So what he can do instead is evo, play the Resentful Blaze, and then play Counter Magic. And
Okay,
that
just end with Counter Magic for like absolute safety.
right, and that way you can go Quadra Creation Rending on turn 9,
Yep, turn
and
9.
that would absolutely be lethal if you push face with the Resentful Blaze here. Gonna go with that exact line, evo the Greya into the Resentful Blaze. Set V2 to 11. Please play the Resentful Blaze. Okay, thank you. Set V2 to 11, and there's just looking like no hope here. Oh, okay, that's really troll. The
Vito
retracing the
tried-
past.
He tried
Not-
so hard this
Yeah.
set to stay in it. Like,
Oh,
and Vito really had
man.
amazing plays. But honestly, Spadell did play well too. He might have had
Yeah.
some questionable plays here and there, but overall, he had a good game plan. And taking down Vito here in Contenders Cup, not easy. Spadell, he might be going in as the underdog, but walking out the champion.
Absolutely. Oh, wait, the Rebirth off the top. Wait a second. Wait, if he heals for 2, he's 1 off. Wait. Oh, no! Dude, you're kidding me. But wait.
Oh.
No, wait, the Rebirth, or no, the Retrace is on the series. No. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. And there's the bike, that's the skeleton.
Yeah, he actually would have lived
That's
by
actually
one.
so sad. And yeah, so like if they healed for 2, he would have lived by 1. Or if the series was a different follower that would have died to the Quadra Magic, that would have procced the second healing of Retrace. Oh man.
But
I mean, either way,
Spadell-
Spadell was almost certainly going to win that game, but oh geez, that was just the roughest Shadow I've ever seen. I can't believe it.
And Spadell continues his, not just lucky streak, winning last month, now facing Shinka in the winners finals. Spadell looking really good. He's not just a C-tier player, but maybe one of the best in the West.
Yeah, honestly, feels like I sometimes just curse these players with my tier list or my power rankings every now and then. I mean, it's not meant to be taken for fact, to be fair. It is just fun and games in the end. Although this match, this tournament, absolutely more than just fun and games. Really serious business for these players. V2, I'm sure he's feeling really apprehensive about Shadow now. And honestly, I wouldn't blame him after those games. I think I agree. He played to his outs. He really, really fought tooth and nail to get any little chance that he could find. Look for the ways to get a fringe lethal with the Necro Impulse. Look for ways to possibly survive with 1 or 2 HP. But in the end, Spadell just 3-0s the Shadow and moves on to the winners finals.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay of this last set we just witnessed. Again, the entire set, Vito played well. You could really see him playing his heart out, finding any way he could to stay alive. But overall, Spadell just had a little bit more. The sword went down, but that was the only win that Vito would get.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit surprised that Vito didn't switch it up to sword at any point. He just decided to keep running it with Shadow, and in the end, he does have to win with the deck either way, but wow, that is just so disappointing. No way that Shadow loses 3 times in a row, but in fact, there is a way. I think we did allude earlier in the stream that it is possible to lose 3 times in a row with Shadow because the matchups against all of these decks across the board, they're relatively even, if not slightly unfavored. So, I mean, that's why, for Spadell, winning the Shadow Mirror for him, that was such a big deal. And because, V2 going 0-3 on it, going to the losers bracket, he's still alive, but it's going to be only a harder fight from here.
Yeah, and in the winner's side, for the winners finals, you can see we have Shincha going up against Spadell. Both of these guys do not have, a slot in the World Grand Prix, and it's a good spot for them both to be in. Shincha coming in as a veteran now, and Spadell, the new guy, but looking really, really strong today.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit impressed by Spadell's overall performance. I think there were definitely a couple questionable things, with the mulligan and with a few of the small details in the setups, but they really were mostly just small details. I think in terms of the overall game plan, I think he knew what he was doing. He looked for the right types of plays, knew how to set up for lethal, and importantly, he played around things when he needed to. He knew how to avoid that Necro Impulse lethal from V2, and in the end, it was just, I mean, sure, V2 bricked pretty hard, but credit where credit's due, Spadell executed properly, and he just properly capitalized on those games.
Yeah, those were some crazy Shadowverse matches. We're going to have a lot more Shadowverse action for you guys. First, we are going to take a small break though, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks, to the SVO West Contenders Cup. You guys have been watching some insane games so far, and there's still plenty more where that came from. Noir, how are you feeling after that potentially like craziest set I've seen so far?
Honestly, if that was only, the second match of the day, I have such high expectations now for, the rest of the day and for day 2 as well. That was so crazy. On so many
Turn
levels,
12.
I think V2
Turn 12.
yeah, like the turn 12 Shadow Mirror, I think V2 did what he could, but honestly, like, you really did not know what was going to happen. It's like in Shadowverse, anything can happen, and that match just really showed that.
Yeah, dude, I was watching it on the side, just chilling, having dinner, and I was like, what? How is this game still going? What is happening? Why is there triple Celeste in his hand?
That match was definitely the fun level gameplay that we are absolutely known for. But going into the next set, we've got Hishiro versus Zones, and
that's right.
This is definitely a really interesting matchup. I wonder, Hishiro coming in with the Machina Portal, gonna actually like be on stream now finally with it, going 0-3 off stream, and gonna see how that matches up against the Rally Sword, Spell Boost, and Last Word Shadow from Zones. Hishiro also brought Spell Boost. I believe both of these players actually have Spell Boost runes, so neither of them are gonna have that advantage of being able to bully Mysteria in that rune mirror. So definitely interesting. And the Spell Boost mirror, in fact, one of the highest skill cap matchups in the game right now. There are so many things to think about, so many little things, how you use the counter magic, how you plan around your opponent's counter magic, the way you use Fireball, the way you fuse, and how you hold your Chrono Witch and the Guild Assemblies. All of that matters a lot. It's really a guessing game, and it's super, super skillful as well. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward to these matchups.
We have like the best 2 players to see that kind of mirror match go down as well. Speaking of Spell Boost, let's take a look at Hishiro's deck list as well, because he is one of the players bringing it. And that is going to be his Machina Portal first, because that is, of course, the secret spice that he's got going on here, of course. Didn't do too hot in his game off stream, but I mean, the deck was really solid last expansion, right? It got some support with Master Chef, but a lot of people looked at the deck list lineup when it went up a few days ago and they were like, Portal? Really?
Yeah. So Master Chef was a pretty nice support card coming in, I believe, at the mini expansion of the previous expansion, but Jupiter, the actual new card here, just the generic neutral Evo support, really strong payoff for hitting 5 Evos, which Machina Portal can basically do. It's almost an Evo deck with stuff like the Combustion Demon, being able to Evo as well. So the Jupiter being able to banish a thing and recover play points and draw cards, basically doing a little bit of everything and healing your leader as well. Super good payoff. And of course, you could always just draw double tolerance. The threat of that is always there. Now, the one thing about Portal is that Slouch rotated out, and Slouch was such a key factor against decks like Shadow and Sword. But without Slouch, this deck can still do pretty well against something like Rally Sword, which really relies on that aggression and on cards like Leon. So if for Hishiro's side, he's going to be looking for that win against Sword.
Yeah, it's especially going to be against Shadow that I want to see how this deck is actually going to play out. But of course, speaking of which, let's take a look at Zone's deck list. This is going to be the Last Words Shadow. And, this is basically like your bread and butter list, right? We've been seeing it time and time again. We saw a pretty dramatic mirror just a little bit ago. And of course, now a lot of players also running that like one of Necro Impulse that we're seeing come in so important time and time again. Whether it's like clearing a counter magic, whether it's getting that last little bit of damage you need for lethal, it's just a one of, but it's been really coming in huge in these games.
Yeah, I think you absolutely have to play one of Necro Impulse in Shadow right now. As you said, the utility of this card is twofold. It's not just a burst damage source, but it's so effective against counter magic. And when you're in so many of these matchups where your goal is basically to just play series, set up that combo with Link Staff ideally, Necro Impulse just makes a whole lot of sense in that game plan. Against Rune, you have to burst them down. Against Shadow, sometimes as well, you can look for that burst combo. And again, against Rally Sword also, sometimes you turn the aggression back onto them, you Evo face, you sort of push the aggression back in the other direction. And if you have Necro Impulse in your deck, that has to make Sword second guess their own plays as well.
Exactly, and I think that is the strength of this list right now. It has plenty of good matchups. It has a very high skill ceiling as well, and I just want to see how these players are going to command it, because we've seen it. Like, we've seen every way the deck can turn already in those first two sets, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how it goes. But of course, you guys are enjoying the action at home. We're giving you some of the craziest matches possible, but that's not all, because actually, just like in the SVO region, we also have some giveaways happening in the chat. So pay close attention to the chat, and you too can have a chance to win some packs. So just enter the giveaway there that you see, follow the instructions, and you have a chance to win yourself some prizes, which is, of course, a nice little thing, just for watching Contenders live, right? I wouldn't mind getting some extra packs right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, get some packs, get some gold, possibly hit up those like extra gacha leaders, that can definitely power up your SVO 2022 run. The luck from that leader could rub off on you. Could be you. Absolutely.
But man, I'm also looking at this match, right? This is like, for zones, this is back against the wall. Like, quite literally back against the wall. He's not qualified yet, and he needs to make it in. Hishiro, he's already in there. He's got his ticket. He's just waiting to board the plane at this point, to WGP. But at the same time, they're playing for big prizes, right? Whoever gets knocked out here, that's it. They go home with the lowest of the prizes. And we're going to have to see how it's going to pace out. And both players getting into it here. Don't forget that Hishiro, of course, has his cheer squad at home as well. We saw that on Twitter yesterday. So I want to see, how he's going to command the deck here. And we're going into Rune versus Shadow for the first game.
Yeah, pretty solid mulligans here from both players. A solid top deck right off the bat from Hishiro. Right away, drawing the Chrono Witch, showing that he is not here to mess around. But on the other hand, Zones already with a much better hand than we saw from V2 the entirety of the previous set, with the Tyrant into the Gatekeeper curve, looking very nice for him as well. A second Magical Squirrel to keep the early game moving for Hishiro, and Isabel as well. That is absolutely huge. Now that is really, really strong. It actually decides not to fuse here because the Magical Squirrel is going to be a pretty good option to start his turn with on turn 3. And of course, you're not going to fuse the other cards either, so definitely a fair choice there. Eleanor off the top.
Oh, that gets the pickup as well. Yeah, the Isabel fusion here is a little bit tricky because everything feels like a tool. Let's see what he draws off of the Squirrel first.
Another
double Eleanor. All right, that kind of answers
that's going to be an easy fuse. I think even without the second Eleanor, it's still a pretty decent fusion target. Depending on what type of game plan Hishiro is looking for. Since he has so many spell boosts already, since he has a Crystal Witch and he drew the Chrono Witch as early as turn 1, so he is definitely on track to have a very powerful Chrono Witch turn on turn 7. So he could actually aim to duplicate something with the Eleanor with a turn 5 Evo if he wants to make a power play. That would be an option for him there.
Yeah, that's true, although he's already hovering over it. Impalement Arts, we didn't even actually talk about, but that's like such a huge card for the mirror match in particular, just to pop the shield basically and make sure you still get the big chunk of your damage in.
Absolutely. And the potential 2-for-1 1-cost spell boost is there as well. If you spell boost to 5, it'll put another copy of itself back into your hand, and that is just incredibly efficient spell boosting. The 2-for-1 special there from Impalement Arts. Really useful for boosting a Chrono Witch that you've drawn later on in the game. A third Magical Squirrel.
Damn, it's a whole squirrel gang over here. This is probably East's biggest enemy, this board right now. You would not like to see this many squirrels right now, but looking at this, he already, he's progressing through his hand pretty well. Spell boost counts looking good as well, but at the same time, Zones has magnificent curve, but he is missing quite a few components, to actually round out his late game.
That's true. He does have the Retracing the Past in his hand, which is a great card to have alongside the Bone Fanatic. Well, the Skeleton is going to die off now, but really great with the Lich off of the Ominous Tyrant. He still just needs one more card to pop his own follower. Chris is not it. So unfortunately, he's not going to have the greatest Retrace turn right now. Could look for just the 2+2. Yeah, the Celeste into the Skeleton Dreamer just to fill out his curve and get another last word count coming into turn 6.
Evoing this as well. That's pretty interesting because this way you're still putting up at least a bit of a threatening board, but of course, it's not exactly the biggest challenge for Rune to take out either. Oh, he was watching that Quadra Magic real quick.
Only
had
2 out of
stealth,
7 on the Quadra Magic, yeah. So the Magic Missile, he has not played any of those yet. So far, the only spells he has played are Insight and Impalement Arts.
Yep.
So pretty much every single 2-drop that he draws is going to be a unique name from here on. The Eleanor token is going to be a unique name as well, alongside the Guild Assembly. So depending on what he wants to duplicate. Okay, so playing Eleanor here says to me that he might want to duplicate the Guild Assembly, because if you want to go for a turn 7 Chrono Witch, then that would be when you get the duplicate back, and then you can go for the double Guild Assembly and make a really strong board. So if
That's true, yeah.
So that could be the option here. On the other hand, like, it is still possible for Shadow to clear even a board like that with Tyrant, because you've already seen they've played Tyrant on 2 and the Gatekeeper as well with another Amulet coming in. So actually, he did in fact duplicate the Guild Assembly. I can confirm. So that's going to be the angle that he's going for here. And I think if you do Evo the Eleanor first, that has to be what you do.
I think when you're aiming for the Chrono Witch game plan, that seems to be the right call, because this way you can actually like go so wide and so tall with that board once you get to it that it's going to be really hard to answer. Ooh, but this is looking pretty tricky for Zones all of a sudden.
Yeah. Now the thing is though, that this Chrono Witch, actually, could it possibly come out on turn... No, it cannot come out on turn 6 because this is only 3 different names in Shiro's grave, because we played 3 squirrels and then only 1 Eleanor, 1 Crystal Witch. There's no Covenant Mage, no Moggy in the pool. So this is
But then how does he build up to it at this point, right? Because he still needs to somehow add more to that pool, and all we're really seeing right now is Isabel, basically.
Yeah, so I think it would have to be the Isabel Evo. I think it's a good thing to do anyway, just because Fate's Hand is such a strong card for spell boost in general. The thing is, though, it comes back to the decision of whether you want to duplicate Quadra Magic or Guild Assembly. So if you have a double Guild Assembly turn that Hishiro is aiming for now, so with the base stats on your Chrono Witch board, it's like 5 or 6 on those followers, and then you get +4 from the double Guild Assembly, so you're reaching like 9 HP-ish. But the thing is, that's on turn 7, and then you're going into Shadow's turn 7. It's like, what are the odds that Shadow can have a Tyrant that deals at least 9 damage? It's like, as long as they have Tyrant, they can clear it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they're always going to have enough last words at that point. So I'm really not convinced that this is the line to go for spell boost in this matchup, because
specifically
you literally need like a 3rd Guild Assembly, and it's not like you have one in your hand, so it's like you don't know that's whether the option is available or not. But we are gonna finally go for the Isabel here. Yeah.
It's getting it away.
Goes for the counter magic.
I mean, that'll stave off some damage for the time being, and finding the Tetra for next turn as well. I mean, that adds to the pool. Theoretically, that's one way to do it, right?
Yeah, so still the Quadra Magic is at 5, so but the Chrono Witch is at 2. So how does Hishiro actually want to do this turn? So he cannot play the Guild Assembly first, that's off the table. He cannot play the Quadra Magic first either. He has to start with the Repair mode on his face.
So
and then
Tetra mode, Repair mode?
Yeah. Well, he needs like another spell off the top.
Right.
Is basically what I'm getting at, because he has to play the new spell and then the Repair mode, and then he can play the Chrono Witch and also have the Quadra Magic at 7. The important thing is that you have to play a 0-cost Chrono Witch without having to use Quadra Magic or Guild Assembly as that boost.
Yeah, that's true.
You could still use the Fate's Hand, though. The 2-cost Fate's Hand is still okay. You just would not be able to use the Elements of Creation. That would be off the table completely.
That's right. On the other hand, for Zones, how many last words are we at now? Because I feel like we're getting pretty close at this point to the 10 count. 8.
We are at 8. Yeah, so 8,
close.
and then there's a million more last words here on this board.
Yeah, exactly.
So So he is absolutely on track to have enough for the Chris that's in hand right now. Not a whole lot that he can do on this board. He doesn't have a whole lot of space.
Yeah, just chip away. Evo to face even. Honestly, I don't think that's even that bad because, you know, you still have...
move. Yeah, so he has 2 Lunas, so honestly, he doesn't feel starved for Evo points. I think that is respectable for sure. Alistair being drawn off the top there, and there is the Guild Assembly being copied off the Eleanor, finally arriving now. The Quadra Magic, I really feel like you have to use the elements of creation this game, so you can't play it now. You can use the Fate's Hand. The Fate's Hand for 2 is okay here. Yeah, I think that has to be the play. Actually, he hits a 3rd Guild Assembly.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
That could be really big.
Alright, let's see how wide we can go here. And most importantly, how tall we can go with this board too. Alright, triple Guild Assembly. Gonna heal up to full health here just from 2 of them. Now it just depends on how much further he wants to go with this.
Now, even more stats to come out, and he can then use the Quadra Magic to clear out a couple of these followers. So, like, at least 2 of the followers that he has right now are still gonna be at pretty much max health.
Full health? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a pretty big deal. So he trades first to get an even better clear. And
all right, let's see what he's gonna actually choose in terms of sequencing first, because here he already takes care of 3 targets with the Quadra Magic. Time is ticking though. Sure, gotta make sure you watch that timer.
Goes for Alistair, really? Okay, wow.
I mean, that at least denies the last first count, but he's already gonna have 10 at this point, so...
Yeah, so the thing that I am seeing from this is that Hishiro is giving himself the option to make another strong Guild Assembly board. Oh, he doesn't get diffused. That's actually a big deal.
Oh my god.
This means we will not have Fireball by turn 9. No Fireball on turn 9 now for Hishiro. That is actually a big deal.
And that's
a very big deal. That's actually really vital.
We've seen and especially that we fight people in the SVO region where that one off fuse can be everything. And right now, Zones reaches 10. The Chris leader effect is live. It's all a question of how he's going to answer this board and build up his own pressure. At the time being, though, like Hishiro is still in a really good spot.
Yeah, right now there's just literally no shot for Zones to clear this because unfortunately does not have Tyrant in his hand.
Yep.
Was able to crystallize the first one, but did not find a second one to be able to clear this board. Unfortunately gonna fail the stat check here. Gonna probably go down to just the 2 Guild Assembly. No, there's the Tyrant. That's
just a bit
so
late.
Tough. You gotta wonder now, it's like, if you're Zones now, it's like, were there ways to fit in extra card draw on turn 5, turn 6? Just concedes there, knows he's dead on board. Now he's gotta be wondering, like, he had those Lunas sitting in his hand, he had the Cycle Pump there as well, at some point, I think, on the previous turn, if I remember correctly. He must be wondering, like, was there a way to fit in a little bit more card draw? Because he desperately needed that Tyrant, or at least a Wicked Rebirth, because Wicked Rebirth for 10 might have given him just enough to clear if he hits like a Kagero, for example, as well. Might have been possible. But just gonna die on board.
Arguably, I think for Zones as well, like that was arguably one of the tougher matchups to get through. Like Hishiro is also just really good at playing Rune as well, like just as a player on his own. So I think that for Zones as well, it's like, as weird as it sounds, we might just have to get to the portal and try to run it back at this point, right? That could be an approach, especially considering how that last game went.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, goes for the remains. That's going to be the Tetra Search right off the bat. For Hishiro, not having a 2-drop really hurts here too. At least he has good curve going into 3 and the Sarah's in there as well, but still leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, Tetra being drawn and the Eleanor as well. For Zones now, starting off with his Frost Golem, finds another one. And that's going to be a lot of possible easy fuses here. Usually you're going to get rid of Tetra on these early turns, but Eleanor is also a good option here. The thing about Tetra, when you have the Iolon early on, is that you can actually get the free Evil with her. So even if you draw Chrono Witch a little bit later, you can actually use a manual Evil point on him. So you can play Chrono Witch even if he does not cost 0. Is pretty useful in a lot of these situations. And Actually having no 2-drop here for Hishiro. Gonna
It
just end up
hurts.
passing turn 2.
There's
Yeah,
literally no place. Literally no place. And at this point, he's basically just, I mean, rejoicing that there's not much pressure coming out of Zones' side, but we're gonna have to really look into this turn 3 to see how things are gonna go. Picks up the first Guild Assembly there. That's pretty good. Second Frost Golem being played, and the Chrono
There's
Witch off
the
the
Chrono
top.
Witch. Very good.
Very
Turn
good.
3, not too shabby. Not too shabby. You are gonna struggle a little bit to get this to 0 by turn 7. Certainly you can get it to 0 by 8 if that were the angle, but I think the Tetra free Evo is gonna come in big this turn if Zone is looking for a turn 7 Chrono Witch.
Yeah, that's right. Right now, just Gatekeeper. Yeah, I think it's just Gatekeeper and pass on it at this point. There's not much better that you could do. Ooh,
Yeah, and
pick
not
up.
a whole lot of great spells for Zones to just like cycle through his hand now. He has to fuse and is unfortunately gonna have to get rid of that Tetra. Doesn't want to get rid of the Isabel yet because the other Isabel has not been fused. He's planning to fuse something into the second Isabel, but with 2 Chrono Witches drawn, I wonder if he actually decides to fuse the second Chrono Witch into his second Isabel, because you still kind of want the Fireball from the first Isabel, so you don't necessarily want to get rid of it just yet.
Right.
But it's a tough decision. You don't have many cards in your hand that can keep your hand moving. There's no cycles until you Evo the Isabel and put Fate's Hand in there.
Yeah, exactly. So at this point, he just needs to get through that hand somehow. And I mean, having 2 Chrono Witches is great, but at the same time, it's not really doing much past that first big Guild Assembly turn, I'd say. And then you're looking to already close out Lethal the next turn anyway, right? So I think at this point, going for early counter magic, how do we feel about that one?
The early counter magic, well, you don't really have much choice because you gotta boost these Chrono Witches one way or another. And I think he's already like sort of banking on top decking something that he can play next turn to go alongside the Isabel. It is a shame that the counter magic, the actual shield, is going to be used up so easily by the Gatekeeper, but I think you have to keep your boosts going and keep your hand moving as much as you can. You don't really have a choice sometimes. Sometimes the draw order can bite you a little bit. Like a magic missile obviously would have been better there, but it is what it is. And Ishiro now, with only one last word destroyed, thinking about how he wants to navigate this turn, because he has a lot of 3-drops and a lot of gold mines, so he has the possibility to get a lot of series tokens stocked up in his hand.
Yeah, that's right. So we gotta really see how he's gonna actually progress here. He's Evoing just to get another 2-drop out.
And then actually gonna put the bike on the 2-drop that comes out. Interesting play there. So because he doesn't really need the bike on anything else, this at least makes the Bone Fanatic a little bit more threatening and gets rid of the shield either way. And
he's gonna gold mine already just to start cycling here.
Or,
I mean, he has other plays just to like drop Kagero here, right?
Yeah, I think the Kagero should be coming out this turn if you're not going to go for this series, which is definitely okay. And
Bone Fanatic, alright. That's a bike for later.
Okay. Interesting sequencing here. We are effectively doing nothing with the bike because we could have just played the Kagero first and then evoed the Gatekeeper and then a gold mine, whatever we got.
Oh, that's
from
true,
Yeah. So, interesting sequencing. But I guess this does leave him with the widest board, rather, because we did pop the Skeleton out of the Bone Fanatic. So that is something.
Yeah, that's right. And now at this point for your zones, he just has to basically like go into the Isabel, evolve just to get the cycle. Yeah, that's the one thing he's really liking right now is like the cycle, and in terms of like different name spells as well, it's just not been looking good so far. Alright, gets the sorcery. We like to see that.
I like that. I definitely like the decision to hold on to that first Isabel up until this turn so he can get that Crimson Sorcery. It's going to be really important to getting to 7 names in
double quadra
on a timely matter, because there's really nothing else that he wants to play super early in this hand.
Yeah, there's the Fate's Hand at long last.
Even now, this Quadra Magic, I wonder if he's going to be forced to use it just to clear.
Right, you could just burn it at this point, and it's like, I mean, this does fully clear the board. You leave him with basically a bike, and that's about it. And looks like it might repair mode first.
Repair the Isabel.
Okay, I mean, it is a spell. It's
Yeah.
it's gonna get the job done, but is he gonna commit it? He is hovering over it. Zones, what is the choice here? I feel like it does make sense just because you have the second one to go with it. And at this point, even the
throwing
Crimson
out
Source,
all the spells. Okay. And
mean,
this
one
is
cost
just
big
a lot of boosts. I think I can respect that a lot. Trying to really get Chrono Witch as cheap as possible. It's still not going to be at 0 by turn 7, I think. It would require some very specific top decks to make that happen. But it will be cheap enough to have at least a decent turn on turn 7.
thing is, with only one guild assembly in hand, the Tyrant just answers that board pretty easily. Like, as long as Hishiro, progresses his last words well enough. How many are we at right now, actually?
We are at 5 exactly right now, so...
Halfway there.
Halfway there. Yes, absolutely.
Man.
And we have a few ways to make up for that difference. We have a Wicked Rebirth in hand. Actually get a tempo
Burns the Soul
Strike there just to get a more efficient clear there onto the 5-3.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you also leave up this really annoying Ceres that now is gonna have her own little threat running there. Impalement Arts picked up. That's another different name that he hasn't played yet this game. So we're slowly getting there. And also the nice thing for the Darkest Desire is that you have the good targets in hand at the same time. So now it's going to be just a matter of how he's going to build up towards it. And also, that's an interesting thing to know, right? The only destroyed follower so far is
Isabel, yeah.
Chrono
He
is doing nothing.
He has not drawn any of his spell boost followers until now. Finally, he has a Covenant Mage. He does decide to pop the Quadra Magic there. There's Eleanor.
Oh, that's a good pickup.
Okay,
That's
Eleanor
really good.
is a good pickup there. Kind of unfortunate that it was picked up after the Quadra Magic. I guess if you Evo it and pick up the elements, that's fine. But Zones
Choosing
is
not to.
actually going to hold on to that because he really wants to manually Evo the Chrono Witch.
I get
Just
that,
as
and at
an
least now,
option.
like, this, after this board gets destroyed, the Chrono Witch will look a little better. But, man, I don't know, because that was also potentially another guild assembly in hand, which again, Tyrant does kind of counter, but he saw it himself that if your opponent doesn't have the Tyrant, that can be the board that wins you the game there too, right?
Right. And it's a really tough choice there from Zones because if you look at his hand, like, how can he get
Triple
this 3-cost Chrono Witch to 0? He doesn't want to use the Guild Assembly first. It's only the Splendid Conjury and the Elements of Creation. You would need to top deck a relatively cheap card, and he's deciding not to bank on that. Because if he were to get the extra duplicate card off the Eleanor and top deck a low-cost card, that might have been, like, the best possible thing for him.
Right.
He would not be able to play like all 4 cards rather on that same turn, but it would be pretty strong in the long run, I think.
I'm also thinking about it in this sense, right? He didn't really have many of the early drops throughout all of these turns, right? On for zones. So statistically, the chance of drawing into something low cost is pretty high. Let's see.
And there it is. That's Frost Golem.
That does it. That does
Yeah.
it. All right, he's gonna just commit to it right away. Let's see what it goes into. Another
Guild Assembly. Okay.
The cogs are turning. The cogs are turning.
Yeah, but right now we're still only at 1 Evo because we've only manually Evo'd 1 time this game. We fused away the Tetra. Yeah, honestly, like, we've been going kind of back and forth with the setup and trying to sort of like flex into whatever our hand can give us here from the side of Zones. Does play out the more expensive Chrono Witch here just to clear the board so that at least the next one can be 0 cost and actually plays out the first Guild Assembly just to be absolutely sure, I guess, that the next one can be at 0, but I think that's what the elements of creation could be for.
Right, it seems a little bit excessive when you have the potential to have a really, really tall board next turn that could actually get over a Tyrant, right? But I don't know, man. Let's see how it works out. Right now, we're currently at 10, so the Soul Strikes are live. All the effects are here to pop. It's going to be just the question of how he chooses to order it. He has the Gold Mine in hand, too, so there's a potential for a pretty big burst here.
Yeah, so knowing that Hishiro does have 2 Soul Strikes and the Darkest Desire in hand. The thing is, though, that because the Darkest Desire hasn't actually been played yet, it really does limit how much burst damage can be put together with just 7 play points. Right. And I would assume the real reasoning for playing the Guild Assembly there was just to heal for 5 because he's afraid of some kind of lethal setup. But without the Darkest Desire being actually developed yet, there's very little that
you're just committing to damage right now.
Done. Yeah, it just pushes damage, and this is okay. This is just a clean Link Staff that doesn't have any buffs on it. Petra being drawn off the top. We do have a 0-cost Chrono Witch, and this one finally will actually be able to make a full board and give a lot of evos to Guild Assembly.
That's right, and elements can also be popped here to heal back up if necessary. So I think it's coming down with the Tetra first.
Okay.
Right. Delta Cannons.
Tetra
being picked up.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, do you get, I mean, you would get the play points refunded here, so you can still creation while trading. So that does get the job done, but feels like a risky path to take, but let's see, it's working out so far. He's back at 17 life. Put him all the way down there.
Yeah, it's like wait a second. If we're gonna play the Guild Assembly this turn anyway...
Wasn't it worth to just go Chrono Witch?
Maybe, but... No, the thing that...
actually commit to it.
Yeah. The difference here is that it does put the 2 Delta Cannons in his hand, so that could potentially set him up for lethal on turn 9. The only problem is that we didn't evo the Eleanor, so we don't have any duplicates coming in. We don't have like a guaranteed way to win the game. We need to top deck something again to actually get lethal this turn. And that's even if Hishiro doesn't heal, which he could absolutely do. If he really wanted to, he could heal for 6 right now by like putting the heal on Tyrant and then popping it with Gold Mine. It would be a little bit excessive, but like he could do that for sure.
It just depends on how much he's trying to, in a way, prepare for what kind of damage burst Zones actually has. And I do like the Tetra play is interesting. It gives you that little bit of extra chip damage, but we're gonna see if it's gonna be the right path to take there or not. Regardless, he can set up a pretty wide board next turn. Sarah's gonna be coming down here.
Siri's gonna pre-evo and pop that for the extra healing. This also gets him up to 11 HP. While putting another Darkest Desire in his hand. So this is definitely the much better way of doing it, as opposed to just like the
getting rid of the Tyrant.
Yeah. So this is much better. Lets you get a second Darkest Desire, lets you play out the second Luna's doll as well. Now the thing is, oh what?
Oh my god!
You are JKing me. That is actually just the top deck lethal. No Chrono Witch is necessary. Oh, the BM fuse! Oh, no!
Literally
on,
everything in Zones pop up. What
a game there. Okay, honestly, I don't really know what to make of that game because I think there were a lot of shaky decisions from, frankly, both sides there. Like, I was not really convinced by the setup from either player, honestly. Like the series spell was sitting around in Hishiro's hand for a long time, but Zones was still really afraid of the burst damage despite the spell still being unplayed. And honestly, like the Chrono Witch setup and then ditching the Chrono Witch and then using the Guild Assemblies just for heal without playing the Chrono Witch, like all of that seemed a little bit suspicious to me. In the end, he does come out with a win, but now the Shadow versus Portal matchup, this is a classic.
Oh my god.
From the
into Portal.
One of the past expansions, yeah. Now back in the day, this used to be, you know, arguably Shadow favored if the Shadow player was really, really on top of their game and knew the matchup inside out. And that was largely because of Slough. Slough could just deny your and slow down your game plan by such an obscene degree. Increasing the playpoint cost of all of your cards makes your series combos way harder to pull off. And it's not only delaying you for one turn, it's possible that it can delay you for multiple turns. Because say you have a turn where like you want to use the one playpoint spell, now if it costs 2, now like your future turns, like your next 2 or even 3 turns can actually get impacted by that.
Yep.
But without Slough, it is a little bit more difficult for Portal to make do with that control game plan. But Enforcer and Ramiel and Archangel all being drawn here, all very, very strong 2-drops here for Hishiro. And actually going to tempo out the Ramiel on turn 2.
Yeah, not keeping it until 4, interesting enough. Like, we saw that also in the last set, too, right? They're just like the 2-drop Ramiel, you know, forget the Evo effect. Just got to set up the reliable ward.
Yeah, going for that because he believes that he can Evo face with the Ramiel going second here. Because with both the Enforcer and the Archangel as options here, he is going to hit in and then banish the Skeleton Dreamer.
I like that.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice play. And then, like, knowing that he has both of these removal options in his hand for whatever gets put into board from zones, this Ramiel is very, very likely to survive until turn 4. The only way to remove it would be if zones commits a Wicked Rebirth to this. And he would definitely not be drawing cards off of that. And if he does that, like, fine, you killed my Ramiel. It's worth it. I made you waste a Rebirth.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think it's... I don't know, man. When you're looking at that kind of trade, it's not really looking too good.
But, of course, the other way for it to happen is...
Just make a bike.
Make a bike with something that you are okay with tossing away, like the...
There's the Fanatic.
The Gold Mine, and then the 1-drop coming in, trading... with the Ramiel. A cheeky play there from zones to get rid of that Ramiel. But of course, Ishiro is still not in a bad situation at all. It's just that without the ramp, it does mean he has to stall the game for basically 1 additional turn before he can hit critical mass with the Baphomet.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and we're kind of missing the actual win con in Hishiro's hand right now. And if you don't pick up the Baphomet early enough and you can't fuse into it right, it might be a little bit of a problem as the game continues on, but just like that, is going to get the Enforcer, get that Evo point refunded as well. And looking at Zones' hand, I feel like we're going to be looking at the top deck here. He needs a way to keep those resources moving, because right now this hand is not looking too hot, even with the Ceres here.
Yeah, Luna probably going to be the play here alongside the doll. Going to need to see 1 more extra card next turn. If he can hit a Wicked Rebirth, this hand is definitely going to live. Or if he hits a Psycho Pump, that's also going to be just fine.
But he needs them. Like, he really needs them.
Yeah, he really needs them. That's for sure.
His game plan falls down so
Tolerance
much.
being drawn. Tolerance, very important card to be drawn here for Hishiro. Could potentially look for a surprise scam lethal as early as turn 8. And for zones in this type of matchup, you have to be careful going into turn 7, because turn 7, Combustion Demon is online, and that means 4 instances of 5 damage. That's 20 reduction on absolute tolerance by itself, which means that they can have a 0-cost tolerance, even if they just drew the tolerance on, say, turn 6 even. So that's a very scary thing to think about.
Yep. And here as well, he can put down the Enforcer, and I want to see the Mega Enforcer here as well, because that's basically, you know, gonna get the Evo damage, plus the actual, you know, the body damage of its own too. The 4 ping goes right into the Lich there as well, and that's already going to be a huge discount on the Intolerance there.
Yeah, really, really effective. The Machina cards all being, frankly, really amazing at doing that. That is really unfortunate. Getting some real E2 vibes here from this hand. Honestly, like...
Don't say that.
Yeah, I mean, the early game looked really strong for Zones. He had the amulet setup, he had the 3 drops, but now the deck letting him down a little bit.
Oh no, Zone. You gotta keep believing. Gotta keep believing.
Celeste, not what you're looking for either.
Not in this matchup, especially.
There are some situations where you can crystallize the Celeste on a later turn and deny the Machina Portal from being able to heal, and that can allow you to guarantee lethal with Soul Strikes. That's definitely a line, but by itself, with nothing else in your hand, it's not very useful. Wow, Ramiel actually being mauled off the top. That actually could have given Rishio a ramp this turn, because he has all 3 Evo points left over from all of those Mega Enforcers being played.
Oddly enough, that's actually true.
And unfortunately, like
the body here.
Yeah, Spinaria, Jupiter an option as well.
That
actually does go for the Jupiter. Clears out the Lurching Corpse, doesn't want any piece of that. Draws the Combustion Demon. That is really strong. Honestly,
It all depends how much you can miss now.
Yeah, almost anything that he draws at this point is going to be good enough just because of how weak Zones' hand is. But Combustion Demon is almost just adding insult to injury at this point. It's pretty much the best card he could have drawn at this point, besides possibly the Nefarious Invasion, also a really strong option.
Yep, exactly. So I think at this point, it's also just so bad for Zones because anything that you put down is basically adding to the just sponge that, you know, the combustion wants to take, right? You just want to deal as much damage as possible, and, you know, that's going to be the tolerance already right there.
Yeah, now with the Chris off the top, not a bad card, but it is late. Turn 7 going first in this matchup. Like, you almost need Chris on 6 if you want him to actually impactful against Machina Portal. And that's if they have Ramiel. Now, fortunately for Zones, he was able to clear the Ramiel in this game, but even without the Ramiel, it just doesn't seem like he's going to be able to keep up this pressure, not with just the bare Chris and nothing else to follow up with, really.
Yeah.
Nefarious Invasion, speaking of, there it is. That's going to be a pretty nice option if he wants to create a ward and heal himself this turn.
Yeah, being down at 12 here, you know, because of the big damage deal there last turn is a little bit shaky, but at the same time, looking at how Zones is basically just playing off the top, don't necessarily have to be too worried, because I'm thinking, like, what could Zones draw into now that would sway the game to that extent, right? There's no, like, crazy setups, unless technically...
So, like, the best card, as always, to top deck in this situations, it comes back to Wicked Rebirth, right? But even then, the only follower in his hand is Celeste, which costs 6. So even if he has Wicked Rebirth, he can't do anything afterwards. And Baphomet finally being drawn off the top here from the Nefarious Invasion. And now, going all the way back to the start of the game, he should have actually tossed Baphomet in the mulligan, which I agree with. You don't necessarily want the fusions early on. It's actually a really big bait with this deck. It's actually not a priority. What you're really looking for is like the grief cards, honestly. Cards like Combustion Demon, cards like Archangel and Ramiel, and Enforcer as well, and Arcane and Absolute Tolerance, obviously. Those are the real cards that if you draw them early, it makes a big difference. Baphomet, you have 9 or 8 turns to draw into him. He's a very likely card to search out with Nefarious Invasion. So as long as you have him by turn 9, you're set basically.
Dude,
and
but
now
look at that.
Ishiro finally
Look
has
at that.
And
he had Psycho Pump last turn on Zone's side into the actual Wicked Rebirth. So he's slowly going through it.
Cosmic Angel!
Oh,
the Tempo Cosmic Angel with the counter magic, the bootleg counter magic coming in alongside the 1-cost 9/9 Storm.
You're just setting up.
You know what? You can throw him out there, tempo the Enforcer, just because why not? And fuse one more card. You must fuse this turn, otherwise you will grief yourself next turn. So good play there for Hishiro. Still remembers how to play this deck. It's been a while for most people, but these are the little things you have to keep right. Oh my god, that is just... That's just insulting. like you're drawing all of these Wicked Rebirths so late into the game. There is less than no chance for Zones to make it back in this game, but is going to continue drawing cards to just see what is left for him in his deck. Still has basically half his deck left on turn 9, halfway through turn 9, which is really not what you expect from Shadow because they have so much card draw normally, but...
Yeah, like when your entire advantage engine is just sitting at the bottom of your deck, like, what can you really do about it, right? He's gonna go into the Gatekeeper here just to basically put something on a bike so he can take care of some of this board, but that's definitely not what you wanted to pull from it. Oh dear.
Yeah, it's just really sad here for Zones. Not gonna be able to close this one out. And the Baphomet, it's the slow grinding victory. Once you drop him down, the odds of Shadow being able to win the game from there are just extremely low, unless they have like a surefire lethal setup beforehand. Like what I was mentioning earlier with the Crystallized Celeste to deny the healing or limit it to 1, it's a oh wow. The Kagero top deck before the Baphomet comes down. Not very good. Yeah.
That's such pain. I mean, he sets up a nice board thanks to the Chris effect, but here, I mean, Baphomet will just be able to take care of quite a bit of this, right?
That's right. It's gonna clear... The Tsephone can clear 2 of these very easily, and then he can very easily evo the main Baphomet body itself into anything he wants here.
Yep, there we go. 2 of them already taken care of. Double bike setup. But that double bike isn't really going on anything because he's just been burning his link staffs left and right.
Yeah. And there's the draw, there's the heal, and the Evo recovery. The bootleg counter magic is still on his face, so like even with the ideal draws, there is absolutely 0 chance for Zones to clear and win from this Baphomet board.
There's so much damage coming in next turn as well. You get the start of turn ping that you gotta hold, and then everything else that backs up after that. Like, my god, I feel like for Zones at this point, you might as well just pack it up. And are we really gonna see a Portal win on stream? And it's the first time it's on too. Like, you know, this is what put Hishiro in the losers bracket in the first place, but
it is, yeah.
It just played out so well.
Funnily enough, it's the first game. It's the deck that gives him his first win in losers to keep his run alive.
Yep.
Ishiro not giving up on his portal just yet, and the deck clearly not giving up on him either, with the really decisive win over Zones on Last Word Shadow.
Yeah, there's the 5 ping there. Oh my god, at this point you got banishes to go through. Like, Jupiter can still do work here. Man. Or Combustion Demon works too. I mean, that's just even more. It almost feels like insult to injury at this point. You can basically just clear through all of this and secure lethal. My god, this has been a painful game for Zones. Just like all of his advantage and engine was just locked at the bottom. Like, you saw that once he finally found his first Psycho Pump, it was just draw non-stop. But at this point, Ishiro's even gonna Evo just, you know, to make a point.
The BM lethal there. The Evo on the Tsephone for 22 damage on board. Absolute destruction there. No slouch needed here for Machina Portal to take it over Last Words. And I mean, this is the matchup that Machina Portal could potentially come out on top in the previous meta.
Yep.
But now, even without the slouch, if Shadow doesn't quite get what they're looking for, if they don't hit the card draw, if they don't hit the series, the perfect setups, it's still really difficult because you know Machina Portal is not going to brick. That deck is so insanely consistent. Now, you might argue that at some points in time it's been consistently mediocre, but it doesn't change the fact that it's consistent. If you brick against Machina Portal, you will get punished for it, and Hishiro showing us that in game 1.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's going to be the mirror match. And we've seen these Last Words mirror have gone like every single direction possible. Both players with a pretty good starting curve and awfully similar, if anything. Finally gonna get switched up with the Gatekeeper there, but man, this is like for Zones, you can't give in to the pressure. Oh my god.
That is a lot of spells for Hishiro playing Spell Boost Shadow out here.
Apparently, yeah.
At least for Zones, he finally has one Wicked Reaper relatively early in the game, so that is looking up for him already. Does have an Amulet as well. This Luna, absolutely a perfect top deck there. Can trade off the Bone Fanatic into the Gatekeeper and then get a value retracing into the Luna's Doll for a lot of card draw and a lot of Last Words.
Both players just have access to resource engines. Like, at the very least in this game, you're gonna see players hit their pieces. You're gonna see the players not just like dead draw after dead draw to like find it out. This is looking a lot better already. Psycho Pump picked up as well. Keep drawing those card zones.
Can we see? No, there is no retrace for the side of Zones. They're not able to follow up on the double value there that we saw from Hishiro.
Fortunately not.
But he does get another Psycho Pump, so the card draw is available early in the game.
Oh, taking the Dreamer to the face. Let's see what he wants to do with the Psycho Pump, because of course that is going to be more card draw. Going to get rid of the Skeleton. There's no extra
that is so sad.
Of course.
The very next card, of course, it's the Rich Race. Man, that hurts.
It had
but
to be.
still
It had to be.
not the worst situation to be in right now. It's still very clearly anybody's game. Both players having a decent enough curve with the amulet into some kind of decent turn 3 play. But Hishiro with 2 more rebirths in his hand, it's looking really scary. These can definitely be used to draw on this turn if he wants. And I don't think he wants to play out the Link Staff for tempo, so I think he's probably gonna trade one off and then probably we could rebirth on one of his other cheap followers here.
Yeah,
That would hit him to exactly 5. You're gonna trade off the skeleton.
Trade this off and then basically start
Of course I do.
rebirthing after that. Oh,
Okay,
hold
you
up.
can go face with the Luna, doesn't matter. but
Yeah.
it draws
All right.
another Luna and the Psycho Pump, but this is perfect for the retracing.
Yeah, exactly.
But I wonder
That's like
how
the
he wants
backup
to
that we were
sequence
missing.
this. Hang on. You use your Evo Point first if you're gonna play the Luna.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. There he
Evo the
is.
Celeste.
It's almost like he
Okay.
heard you.
yeah.
Literally in Hishiro's ear right now.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Gets a Psycho Pump back. That's not exactly what Zones is looking for. But at least that is another target for the retracing that he drew afterwards. Another full value retracing from Hishiro and a Luna's doll.
Yeah.
Looking really, really good here. This is like a lot of cards that he's going through already at 6 last words right now, but this is 3 more on board, so he can definitely hit 6 last. He's gonna have way more than 6 last words going into turn 6. He could potentially have 6 last words or 10 last words on turn 5.
That's insane. That's actually insane. He's just missing the Chris at this point, which is kind of, considering how much he's been drawing through his deck, I'm kind of surprised. We haven't seen him yet, but surely, right?
Yeah. I'll copium. Well, I mean, surely, I don't think Hishiro is the one who needs copium the most in this set.
Absolutely not.
As the retrace comes out there for Zones as well, top decks of Bone Fanatic has the series token in hand, looking for an opportunity to commit that onto the
Luna comes
Tyrant
back.
or the Link Staff. Gets the trade.
I think that's the right play too.
Yeah, making sure there's no target for Rebirth, no retrace target as well. If he left that up, we actually could have seen a turn 5 Chris. If they did the Wicked Rebirth, gets a Last Word follower back, trades it, and then plays Chris. So Zone's playing around that.
Yeah, that was very smart on his side. But now for Ishiro, it's kind of weird. Like, he's this close, and turn 5 is kind of that awkward point where you're kind of still a bit away from those big power plays you can do on 6. You know, whether it's like clearing the board or starting to set up for lethal. And so let's see, because he has like, he's basically just missing the Saris at this point to take himself there, right?
Yeah, he has a lot of cards that are good, just not in conjunction with each other. Like, he
He needs the
basically
glue
has,
that sticks them together.
Yeah, he has like all the wrong shaped like block pieces right now. He's just like trying to like fit them in, and it's just not going in. Like this is just really, really awkward no matter how you slice it. However, Link Staff into Wicked Rebirth for like the 10 Rebirth is an option here. I wonder if he even wants to commit that, because that is a really strong
Such
tool.
a big commitment.
Yeah. Actually,
Okay, Psycho Pump is dead.
Wow. So he uses the Rebirth, but doesn't get the 10 Rebirth. Only has the 9.
Oh, that's unfortunate, but I mean, at least that takes care of one threat on the board. But at this point, all we can basically do is pass on an amulet.
Yeah, might as well just play the Celeste at this point. Limit the healing, cannot increase your health past 20.
Mm-hmm.
And now the top deck, another series for Zones. And now all of a sudden it's looking really, really good. Now with double series token, both players are definitely developing their last
So
word
much burst
very
potential.
quickly. And Zones, importantly, still has a Wicked Rebirth in hand. Decides to put both desires, the first of the attack portion at least, on the Ominous Tyrant. Aiming for a Tyrant into Rebirth combo on turn 7.
That is so good. I just wonder at this point, like for Ishiro, he needs to also like, he's still kind of missing that glue, right? At this point, like Zones is the one applying the pressure. Zones is the one that's starting to get close to lethal, and he has plenty of ways to get to it, I want to say, at this point.
Yeah, he has
Hero.
a basically a surefire setup given his wide board. He knows that there's no way for Hishiro to heal and full clear the board unless he has another rebirth. And even if he does have another one, it's still a very, very high likelihood for Zones to just close out the game. If Hishiro has to spend his whole turn clearing and healing, you can very easily just play Link Staff Impulse, say, I'm going to play Tyrant Rebirth next turn. That's still another 12 to 16 damage.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Everyone needs an afterlife plan.
Man, that is... Alright, at least he heals back down. Heals back up to 19 here.
Luna comes out.
I'm glad you're here.
Alright, Luna's doll coming down as well. This won't be much of a board lock either, as the amulet's gonna pop. Another Link Staff gets picked up too.
Yeah, and that is going to be far more than lethal here. Tyrant Evo, double dip onto that series spell, and then pop it with the Rebirth, and then you have way more than enough damage.
Oh, even Evo's it. Let's go.
Yep, that is 16 damage from hand. That's the combo he was looking for. He knew that Hishiro could not heal enough while clearing the board. He healed, but he could not get rid of these 2 drops left over. A perfect lethal setup there from Zones, striking back, taking a win in the Shadow Mirror.
And we're going to game 5. And for me, this is only fitting. Like, for these 2 players, it just would have felt bad to see this go with just like with a 3-0, right? Like, both players are such big names. They've been in the Shadowverse scene for so long. You know, for Zones, he's got his favorite class that's like not viable for the first time in how many years, and he's still out here in Contenders, still struggling to just stay in the competition. Whereas Hishiro is like, I think if you Google SVO, one of the first people you're gonna see is Hishiro.
Exactly, exactly.
It's gonna be intense.
Wow, the retracing solo keep and a full keep? Wow. Okay.
We're out here.
These are really interesting mulligans from both players here. So Zone's going with the full aggro curve. Quickblader going first alongside just a generic 2-drop into the Sword Swinging Bandit. A really full Storm aggro curve, gonna just try to push as much early chip damage as possible. Rewarded for it by top decking the Vagabond Lizard and another Storm card. He has Vagabond plus 3 Storms in his hand right now, and it's turn 2.
Oh my god.
Oh,
this is looking
my god.
Quickly.
This is so deadly. Okay, the double retracing. Hiro's gonna need all the healing he can get. This is looking incredibly scary. Cat Admiral, a great draw as well on turn 5. Or turn 5 rather. The Vagabond Lizard surely to come in here.
Right, because you get the stats on the board. No, he's going for the Storm.
Going full aggro.
I mean, that's a bike.
Okay, if he goes for this angle, he's just trying to win on like turn 6-ish. Yeah, interesting.
I feel like it has to be at this point, and Hishiro just has to cave under all this pressure. Erica's there as well. We're gonna see a trade come through as well.
Okay, the turn 4 Vagabond.
Okay, Steed, just to set up for next turn. That's fine, because next turn you basically get Erica plus the Cat Admiral, right?
Right. Honestly, like the order, it's not gonna matter too much, I think, in this game. Although I still think it was strictly better to play out the Vagabond first, just because like you have the 3 attack follower potentially threatening the face damage there. But either way, this is incredibly strong coming out of Zones. The Gatekeeper coming out, gonna trade. Does he look for the trade into the Vagabond though, or does he look for the value trade? Is gonna trade the Skeleton into.
All right,
and then
retracing first. You're gonna need that.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at those bikes! It's a Harley Davidson roadshow out here.
Oh my god! And we reach 5. Come on, Erica. It's time to do some work over here. Double bike and a horse.
Oh god! And the Cat Admiral.
This is so much damage.
No. Oh,
that's just it.
Hishiro does not want to see this. You can see the look of trepidation on his face right now. He's like,
oh my god.
Oh god. Look
down
away,
to 3. There's another Erica. Don't look away. This game's gonna end if you look away. If you literally blink, it's gonna be over. Oh no.
Viewer discretion is advised. This is not this is not safe for family viewing.
Oh my
The Chris
god.
can come
What do you
down.
do?
The Chris can come down. You can put the bike on the Chris and then retrace the Chris, and then you can actually heal a bunch and have the 5/5 ward as well.
Does this Kagura have retrace on it or no? I don't think it does.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that might just be the only line of play because at least then you put up some kind of wall in Jones'
Yeah.
way, and he's just like trying to turbo into that right now. So,
Right, but the
I don't
thing
think there's
is,
any other
but look
way
at
right
Zones' hand. He has the full rally activation for Brothers United, so that's 4 damage
my
to a
God.
ward.
that gets through it. Oh my god. It's gonna retrace.
And of course, there's
You need
no
heal.
way to actually fully clear this board. So one of the 1-cost followers is still going to survive. The Heavy Knight, the Quick Leader, surely to survive here, or at least one of them.
Get the 2, get the 2, get the 2, get the 2, get the 2.
That's okay.
got it.
That's
Good.
1-2. Win one more coin flip here. Trade into the Cat Admiral. Hishiro.
Just one more.
Oh,
Just one more.
Wait. Really? Wow. We did not guarantee the healing? Really?
Oh, that's a bit dangerous though.
Wait, that's... Oh, right, because the ward goes on him anyway, but my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay.
All right, now the question is for Zones. Oh my god, this is so tough. Like, you have ways to clear, but now the lethal's slowly starting to grasp out of your sight. And like, the thing is that if he doesn't decide the game like this or next turn at the latest, there's no way. I do not believe in a way that he can just come back right like that, you know?
Right. And this is 5, 6, 7 last words, I believe, for Hishiro.
Yep.
So,
Here comes the Erica.
okay, Erica coming out, Killer Instincts out in hand, Radical Gunslinger.
Okay, Gunslinger gonna
Wait
take care
a
of this too.
second, that's another amulet.
That's, yeah, you're right. Wait a second. We go up to 4.
5, 6.
It's one off.
Oh,
right?
it's one
It's one
damage
off. It's one off.
We
It's
have
one
another
off.
sword swinging bandit in hand, and the Killer Instincts is going to make it really difficult, if not impossible, for Hishiro to put up a ward this turn. And on top of that, there's still the 3/3 Bane. So, is this just checkmate? Is there no chance for Hishiro to?
I don't see a way. How can he sustain himself? Like, what options does he have at this point? He's burned through all of his retracings, and if anything, like, hitting the 2 heal has literally kept him alive this entire time. Like, Luna heal isn't gonna bring you back either. I don't know what Shiro can do here. Oh my god, Zones is just in full gear right now. Luna will be taken out, but let's see, what is the
man.
follow-up play here? Oh my god.
That's so tough. With no rebirth either, it's just so difficult to get rid of these cheap followers that have been sticking on board for basically the entire game. This Quick Blader has been on board for literally since turn
Literally
1.
6 turns.
Since turn 1. He is a 1 play point, like potentially 7 damage here. That's absolutely ridiculous.
The one play point that could decide this game. And even if everything is cleared, there's still more where that came from, right? Is this the option? You're just gonna basically set up another ward and try to tank it out?
Yeah, but why Evo the Chris? Why? Wait okay. I mean, clearing the Erica, I mean, it's about the same, I guess. Ramiel off the top.
Here.
Okay, so he can trade the 3/3 into the Ghosty Rider, and then it all comes down to where
Where it
the
goes.
ward goes. In fact,
It all depends on where
why
it
did we
goes.
even play the Bone Fanatic? Why did we play? No! Why? Oh
Like this,
no!
the 1-1.
We're actually
That's gonna decide it.
Oh,
That's gonna decide it. He's gonna finish it.
No, you gotta
with
be
the
kidding
Quick
me,
Blader.
man. Oh my
Oh
god!
my god.
Imagine if you play the Luna's doll instead. It literally, you can pass. It doesn't matter. You gave a chance for the ward to go on the 1/1, and so the Quick Blader can clear it. The 1/1 that could do it all. It did 7 damage, and then it cleared the potentially game-changing ward. Oh my
Can't
god.
do this anymore.
I
What was that game there.
I'm actually shook. Again, I've said it in the past set as well, that like in the Shadow Mirror with V2, but now again, that unbelievable 50-50. Zones, full
It's
keeping.
what it all comes down to sometimes.
The full aggro curve, getting rewarded, and top decking the Vagabond Lizard. That was absolutely huge. Having Erica, Cat Admiral, incredibly powerful plays there from the Rally Sword. But
The curve
Hishiro,
was just so clean.
Hishiro actually made an insane choice there in the mulligan. He solo kept retracing, and that kept him in the
And
game.
that kept him alive
for a very long time.
the whole time.
Yeah, he hit one 2 healing off his first retracing. The other one was only a 1. But because the first one was a 2, he won that first 50-50. He was able to survive at 1 HP. But then, unfortunately, at the very end, after a 5-game set, he plays the Bone Fanatic because there's no time, he's panicking or something.
That's literally the
He
only...
gave the option for the Ward to go on a 1-1 instead of the Chris.
That was the only...
no!
The one difference
and that's
there. You
the
can literally
game
see it.
changing decision. Hishiro knows he messed up with the head shake there. Oh, that's so rough. And the thing is, Zones top decked a dead card. He top decked Ramiel. That doesn't do anything in that situation.
Didn't do anything.
So in fact,
Didn't do anything.
it was absolutely in Hishiro's court to turn that game around as long as the ward is guaranteed to land on the Chris. Absolutely insane. But with that match, we have the Disastric team kill V2 versus Zones in match 9. Oh my god. But first, before that, we're going to take a look at Doc Dodo versus Rin Frazando. Another crazy game between two newcomers, basically newcomers, that are just now making their first real strong appearance in the Contenders Cup.
Well, I'd say Doc Dodo's been around for a bit of a minute here, but man, Hishiro unfortunately gonna be bowing out. And honestly, like, we have to also acknowledge, like, for Hishiro, it's been an important year of Shadowverse 2, right? He qualified through one of the Insta qualify, SVOs, and he's just been trying to kind of like find his footing throughout the entire year. But unfortunately, like, man, people doubted the portal, but it wasn't the portal whatsoever, man.
I think time after time in these sets that we've seen, it's been the Shadow. Shadow was the imposter the whole time. I mean, to be fair, at the very end there, it wasn't even necessarily the Shadow's fault. It did come down to that Bone Fanatic, but a lot of players actually ending up losing their last game on Shadow. Definitely something to be thinking about going into, I guess, the next few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it just attests for like how well you need to be able to pilot that deck, right? It's just every little micro decision is so important from the start of the game till the end. And there was literally just a matter of which follower you committed to board and how you would basically play around what was going to be coming out afterwards from the aggro Rally Sword. And just, man, that's going to be, I think for Ishiro, that game might just haunt him for a little bit, because that was, I don't know what to say, emotional. Man, what a run for Hishiro. Like, he's had so many crazy upsets throughout this tournament, throughout the entire year. You can't help but congratulate him for making it this far. But, man, for Zones, you got to take that break now. Just take that break and look over the last games and make sure that the next plays going into the next actual round are going to be cleaner as well.
Yeah, so I just thinking back now, I realized I think Zones had lethal there no matter what, just because he can just hit the bandit into the Chris if it has a ward. It puts the bike up, and then he runs the Ramiel in, and then the quick blader
the Ramiel was the option, right?
And then the quick blader can go face for 1 because he only had 1 health at the very end, I think.
True.
Actually, no. The Chris had retrace on it, right?
I believe so.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Never mind. Okay, so in fact, it did come down. Okay. So we were right the first time. Okay.
That's right.
All right.
That's right.
Yeah.
But with that, though, we're going to go for a break now. I think everyone needs just a little breather.
We definitely need a break after
fresh
that.
air real quick. Get a drink, refill your water, stay hydrated, hide your homies in the chat. We're going to be back after a 20-minute break as we have plenty of more games for you guys. And man, especially with that Disaster Team Field coming up soon. So we're going to see you guys very soon. Don't go anywhere.
wicked storm comes, as venom gives way to pestilence below, unearthing shadows from their slumber, so too shall the resistance beneath an unyielding banner. For what was once ravaged and purloined from us, all shall inevitably return from whence it came. We seek but one path, and one path only. Our destination? Why, isn't it obvious? The final hour of reckoning awaits us! When justice takes root and blooms, the wind shall sing of its glory. An arduous conflict awaits. Gorges of light, devouring heaven and earth, their legions unlimited and undying. Yet we rise. Though our foes may be immeasurable, we too must never falter. So long as we stand united, order shall reign triumphant in the face of calamity. Dawn of calamity. Fear not the chaos within.
The hell are we up to today?
Same as always. Raise Cain and get paid. Our future depends on it here.
Well, hell yeah! I never say no to busting heads. Can I go all out, Baron?
Sure can, Bunny. After all, ain't no justice here. Not in our humble reveal.
Well, that makes sense. Ain't no gods here neither.
The moment you slip up, the moment you ask for help, that's when this world will get you.
That's why we got us our 3 rules, right, Hoss?
Believe in your own damn power.
Don't let nobody in your own damn way.
And finally, don't fear a damn thing.
Now, let's get this show on the road. Nobody's gonna walk on us. Not till we've remade the whole plum world.
When hell comes a storm, only fate can provide.
Look! There's the next island! Wonder what's in store for us this time! How exciting! Huh? This feeling! Holy moly! A primal beast! Wait, what's that? What's going on? Something's coming! Something really powerful! What the? Hey, you okay there, Lyria? Uh-huh, I'm okay, but I think we might be in a bit of trouble.
Throwing in the towel so soon? Look, when things look bleak, it's easy to become dust in the wind. But that won't happen today. Keep your chin up. Because we've got your back. After all, the sky has chosen its champion. Isn't that right, Captain? Come, shake off those cobwebs. Powers like yours shouldn't be napping. It's time for it to awaken. Fate rests on your shoulders. You will illuminate the skies, a true beacon of eternity. And don't worry, we of the Eternals shall follow you every step of the way. Eternal Awakening. If you want to be the strongest, you'll have to go through us.
As it is above, so it is below. And this world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms, and the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Heed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap to a dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
Once, there was a war, a harrowing that scorched the very tears from our eyes. But from the ashes we rose to grasp hard-earned hope.
Once there was an invasion. At its head was a tyrant who sought termination. But we resisted and won our freedom. Our tale of calamity has come to an end, and in this new chapter, the world will be born anew. Slowly but surely, the storm clouds will part, and rays of hope will illuminate the land. Blinking at the light, we'll reach out with both hands and shape our future.
Of course, not all scars fade. They are a reminder that not everything lost can be found again. We can't turn back time or rewrite the past. Yet so long as we believe in our destiny, our future will shimmer like the dew.
Renascent Chronicles.
Turn the page. A new adventure awaits.
A wicked storm comes as venom gives way to pestilence below, unearthing shadows from their slumber. So too shall the resistance beneath an unyielding banner. For what was once ravaged and purloined from us, all shall inevitably return from whence it came. We seek but one path, and one path only. Our destination? Why, isn't it obvious? The final hour of reckoning awaits us! When justice takes root and blooms, The wind shall sing of its glory. An arduous conflict awaits. Gorges of light, devouring heaven and earth. Their legions unlimited and undying. Yet we rise. Though our foes may be immeasurable, we too must never falter. So long as we stand united, order shall reign triumphant in the face of calamity. Dawn of calamity. Fear not the chaos within.
The hell are we up to today?
Same as always. Raise Cain and get paid. Our future depends on it here.
Well, hell yeah! I never say no to busting heads. Can I go all out, Barry?
Sure can, Bunny. After all, ain't no justice here. Not in our humble reveal.
Well, that makes sense. Ain't no gods here neither.
The moment you slip up, the moment you ask for help, that's when this world will get you.
That's why we got us our 3 rules, right, Hoss?
Believe in your own damn power.
Don't let nobody in your own damn way.
And finally, don't fear a damn thing.
Now, let's get this show on the road. Nobody's gonna walk on us. Not till we've remade the whole plum world.
When hell comes a storm, only fate can provide.
Look! There's the next island! Wonder what's in store for us this time! How exciting! Huh? This feeling! Holy moly! A primal beast! Wait, what's that? What's going on? Something's coming! Something really powerful! What the? Hey, you okay there, Lyria? Uh-huh, I'm okay, but I think we might be in a bit of trouble.
Throwing in the towel so soon? Look, when things look bleak, it's easy to become dust in the wind. But that won't happen today. Keep your chin up. Because we've got your back. After all, the sky has chosen its champion. Isn't that right, Captain? Come, shake off those cobwebs. Powers like yours shouldn't be napping. It's time for it to awaken. Fate rests on your shoulders. You will illuminate the skies, a true beacon of eternity. And don't worry, we of the Eternals shall follow you every step of the way. Eternal awakening. If you want to be the strongest, you'll have to go through us.
As it is above, so it is below. And this world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms. And the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Heal your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap to a dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
Once, there was a war, a heroine that scorched the very tears from our eyes. But from the ashes we rose to grasp hard-earned hope.
Once there was an invasion. At its head was a tyrant who sought termination. But we resisted and won our freedom. Our tale of calamity has come to an end, and in this new chapter, the world will be born anew. Slowly but surely, the storm clouds will part, and rays of hope will illuminate the land. Blinking at the light, we'll reach out with both hands and shape our future.
Of course, not all scars fade. They are a reminder that not everything lost can be found again. We can't turn back time or rewrite the past. Yet so long as we believe in our destiny, our future will shimmer like the dew.
Renascent Chronicles.
Turn the page. A new adventure awaits.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the West Contenders Cup, the region where apparently Bone Fanatic decides most games. Those are some crazy games we just saw with Ishiro and Sones. The portal went well for Ishiro, but unfortunately he's going to be our first player eliminated. How are you feeling, Chris?
Yeah, that is quite the upset, you know, when you think about what a big name Hishiro is in the scene. But even then, like, his year was a little bit shaky. He managed to get that auto qualification in, but it was definitely, like, you know, not all sunshine and rainbows throughout the entire year and all the SVOs. But man, we have this next match coming up that is going to be also equally as intense, I think. Doctoro versus Rin Forzando. Doctoro, who actually has, among all the players here today, he technically has the most amount of tops this year. Whereas Rin Forzando has his one win in February, and he's basically gone X2, X2, X2 ever since.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny story because these are both sort of newcomers to the scene. They're proving themselves to be strong players this year. But as you said, Doctoro, he gets to the top 8, and then he just can't win on stream. While Rin Forzando, he actually won an SVO, and then couldn't make it back to the top 8.
Yeah, somehow it just kind of played out like that, right? For Doctoro, he's had top 8 in February, top 8 in April, top 8 in May, top 8 in August, but between all of those top 8s, the only time he won a single game was in August, and he just won one game and still didn't go past top 8. But of course, let's take a look at what kind of decks is Doctoro bringing in here today. And of course, this is the Spell Boost Rune that we've been seeing here and there. It only popped up for the first time in our last set, but this is definitely one of the decks to beat in this meta. You choose one of your 2 flavors of Rune. How do you feel about it, Luis, compared to Mysteria?
Yeah, Spellboost Rune is great because you can play cards for 0 play points, and that's pretty good. Today we saw the power of the Chrono Witch. When, combined with Guild Assembly, the Spellboost Rune can create some amazing boards. And you still have the power of Isabel and, the Creation Quadra-Magic to clear the board and push for 10 base damage. Pretty good overall. On the other hand, let us take a look at Rin Forzando's last word, Shadow. We've seen a ton of Shadow today, a ton of Bone Fanatic, but Shadow kind of letting people down. And here is Rin Forzando's list. He is playing the new Reaper of Madness Legendary.
Yeah, and that's been an interesting tech that I've seen in some lists here and there. I think in SEO as well, there were a few lists that ran as like a one-of just for basically like the shield that it gives you, right? It's just a bit of damage protection, and I think that it does come in quite handy, as we've seen, like counter magic being super important for Rune. And I think with that in mind, we'll see how decisive it'll be for Rin Forzando here or not, because, he has a very strong lineup, and this is probably the one card in that lineup that is a little bit off from the status quo, but we'll see how much work it actually puts in this time.
Yeah, and just like the last set, here we have one player that's already qualified to World Grand Prix, that's Doctoro, while our other player, Rin Forzando, does not have that spot. He really wants it. So although both players are trying to prove themselves this year, I think, we've seen how good and consistent they both can be. They're really both missing like that big win. Rin Forzando, he started off strong winning that first SBO, but really we have not seen him since.
I just want to see Doctoro get some win. We can't let this meme keep going. We can't let this keep going. He needs to make it out. And, it wasn't the strongest start, the first round today. But with his back against the wall, let's see if things change, right? But it feels like every time his back is against the wall, it just hasn't really been working out. But, man, I really hope for the best when it comes to both of these players, right? They both really have what it takes to make it through. For Doctoro, he already has a spot, but, the prizes are really nice today, and you definitely want to end up at the top of the leaderboard as well, right?
Yeah, but Doctoro is not the only person that needs to win on stream. If you guys are looking to pick up some wins, check out the giveaway we have going on in the chat. Participate. Maybe you'll get a W today as well.
Man, I was waiting to see how you're going to transition into the giveaway. I'm always looking to see how you're going to pick up on that, and that was just, wow, beautiful. A plus for effort. Man.
Yeah, but really though, Doctoro, again, he's very strong, but on stream, he just has not performed. Funny enough,
it's like, how does it happen when he's so consistent every month in his play records in Swiss?
Yeah, and so he lost the first match off stream, but then we saw the replay on stream. So does that count? Chat, you decide.
Yeah, we'll let chat decide. I think they deserve the giveaways today. They've been having some pretty quality copy pastas here and there. I'm definitely, during the breaks, when we're off rotation, I'm just kind of sitting there watching on popcorn, just reading the chat. It's been a pretty good time. But man, also, we're focusing a lot on Doctoro, right? Of course, he already has his qualifications, so the pressure isn't as great to put it that way, right? But for Rin Forzando, he barely made it into Contenders, right? I think he was one of the bottom.
He might have been the very last one that made it, I think.
I think so, right? So for him to be able to barely claw his way in, and now, one loss down, he really needs to climb through this loser's bracket and make it back in there. And there's still a long day ahead of him because, if you win this one, there's still another match he has to go through. And here we go, two familiar faces that we've seen time and time again. And we're starting off with Shadow versus Sword.
This is the Contenders Cup lower bracket. The player that loses this set is going to be eliminated from the tournament. And both of these guys, they need to win. Rinforsando needs that World Grand Prix slot. And for Doc Dodo at this point, it's just, come on. He needs that stream win. Like, he can't show up to Worlds and not have a win on stream, right?
Yep. Quite literally. It's about time, And as great as, he's already qualified, that's fantastic, but gotta see. Ooh, look at that mulligan though for Rinforsando. He doesn't seem too happy. We saw how important a good mulligan is for Sword in that last game. Oh, starting to look better though.
Yeah, what I will say is that most players have Sword and Shadow, but we've seen Shadow time and time again during the day. Just, it could be amazing and then it could be a little not so amazing, we'll just say. On the other hand, I feel like every time we've seen Sword, it has performed. It looks very strong. It's consistent. The damage is there. We saw Erica go face for like 11. Some crazy stuff for Sword, Brad.
Oh, the 2 drop off the top. Let's go Rinforsando. He's definitely, just playing off the top. But if it's working out, it's working out. You can't say anything about that. Now it's just a question of, do we just commit Gatekeeper here? Just to get the surge, put it on the bike? I mean, we do. We'll just get it going.
Doc Dodo has a good curve himself. Maybe that's the way he's gonna batch Sword. Is he's the one going first. He can keep trading with his Sword followers, establish his own board, and withstand the Sword aggression early on.
That's right. Early Ceres as well, looking like an optimal Evo target potentially in the next turn. Ooh, that's just a Lizard Pass. It's a big Lizard, but it's a Lizard Pass.
Yeah, Lizard is pretty good, but compared to that Zones where it's like a Lizard that's backed up by a bunch of our followers, this one might not put in as much work. One thing I think that is key for this match is we've seen throughout the day just how much healing the Shadow decks can get with Retracing the Past, Dark as a Sire, even the Luna. Just there's so much heal that the Shadow deck can produce.
Yeah, the little bits of healing are so important. This is a nice retracing board as well, where you can take these two followers that aren't really doing anything anymore and give them last words as well into the gold. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good pickup for later. Not going to use it just yet. Looking at 4 last words already, which is definitely a good start.
Yeah, the Gunslinger on the other hand picked up from Rinforsando. Noir was telling us how key this card is for this deck. Making your amulets count as rally will really speed up that rally count. And it's also got a pretty good Evo effect, and she's got Bane, so just excellent card all around. But it's the Lieutenant we're seeing here from Rinforsando.
Absolutely. And I think that's the first time we've seen it come down so far on the tournament, so it's pretty
good, yeah.
Yeah, so there we go. We're going to get the leader effect come down as well. Gunslinger also going to actually set up an amulet herself, so that's really good going into the next turn. Would love a Cat Admiral going into turn 5 here, but even then, just putting Erica on 2 bikes is a pretty strong Erica.
Yeah, Cat Admiral will be the dream, but Rinforsando with a pretty strong board. Only difference here is that we've often seen the Sword start, going first, so they get that early chip damage. This time around, Rinforsando has the board, but he hasn't actually committed any face damage just yet.
Yeah, absolute lack of any kind of pressure for the time being, but we're going to see how his hand backs that up. Also, no trees yet in hand either, and now he's just debating on whether he wants to trade in here. I mean, I think, considering the fact that you can just trade in and they heal nothing off of this, it does seem pretty worth it.
Can't imagine that he wouldn't trade in. I guess maybe it's a matter of, which follower he wants to trade in, or just taking a little time to just, breathe.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that's really important. Like, especially that last game that we saw between Ishiro and Zones, like, that was the kind of game where I think the speed and the action that was going down there really just kind of put the pressure down for Hishiro, and that, sometimes leads to some small mistakes, right, when you just panic a little bit because the game speed is so fast. So it's not wrong to just take a second to just breathe, as you say, right?
Yeah, and there is so much pressure today for these players. This is the biggest tournament for the West before the World Grand Prix.
It's everything on the line.
Yeah, Duck Dodo, one of these guys could be... Well, Duck Dodo will represent us, but Riversando could also be going to Worlds if he just doesn't lose a set, because he is in losers.
No pressure. No pressure. But, yeah, like, you have to keep in mind that for both of these players, their entire year of effort is on the line here. Like, they've been putting in so much work for every single month to have a chance to stand at this stage. You, like... I think it's sometimes, we just watch the action, we just watch the gameplay, we see all these amazing plays, but you have to respect how much determination and just being stubborn. Just the fact that you have to be stubborn and keep going at it every month, no matter how many frustrations get in your way. And just like that, Rinforzando, even though he hasn't had a win or a top 8 showing, I think, since the February Cup, he's out here looking strong already.
Yeah, he went from doing 0 damage the whole game to 1 turn, 13 damage to the face.
Look at this.
He doesn't have the greatest follow-up, but I mean, this is a good amount of pressure. We're going to see how Duck Dodo can respond. That Erica can be so scary.
I don't know, but he can literally now commit the spell, get the tree, and the next turn he essentially has Balion into Erica.
That's not bad. That's pretty good, yeah. Plus, he also has the Erica Amulet, right? So it's like, whatever Duck Dodo's turn is going to be, it's going to be awkward.
I think Rinforzano's looking really good all of a sudden here. Like, he went second, it's not great, but all things considered, this is a really good turnaround for him. It's just a matter of like whether he can miss his Brothers United or not, and I do want to see him committed because it just gives him such a nice turn 6.
Yeah, for sure. Rinforzano making the best of this. And for Duck Dodo, we've seen Shadow where you get to the point where like, okay, you have 10 last wards, everything is online, you can deal crazy amounts of damage, get crazy amounts of heal, get infinite wards. But Duck Dodo is not there yet, right? And the way this game is going, he might not ever get there.
Yeah, the number of shadows hasn't reached 10 just yet, and that's when this deck goes online. And like, you can do a bunch of things, but look at this hand as well. It's like you can shut it down, right? This board can be answered, but what's next, right? You can't do anything after that. You need some form of sustain while also clearing this board. And right now for Duck Dodo, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I like that Noir was telling us is that how Shadow can sort of do everything. They just can't do everything at the same time, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, Duck Dodo could clear the board, he definitely can. Or he could heal, but he can't do both, right? And that's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and you need both right now in order to survive this, so... I don't know, man. It's like putting down wards is definitely one way to get around this aggressiveness, but for the time being, it's just not doing enough. Duck Dodo, don't let the pressure get to you. He's going to put down the Tyrant. That will take care of this board. We're going to see 8 damage come through, and of course, it's going to get taken out by the Amulet, so essentially here...
That's the option that clears the board, but he doesn't heal. Balon is there, and that's going to be game number 1 going to Rinforzando.
That's right, you can just Evo into the face or just drop the Eric on top of that. You got plenty of damage here. It's way more than enough for a lethal. And just like that, Rinforzando is going to take game 1 over Duck Dodo and start off strong in this match against the wall for both players.
That said, though, that was his sword, and again, sword just has been so strong this entire day. We'll see if Duck Dodo can pick up a win with his sword, although I'm curious to see what his strategy is, because there are no bans, so you have to play your whole lineup. They all have to get a win. Like, when you lose with a deck like that, we've seen players stick with it, sometimes they switch it up.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see. Also, like, the Shadow Mirror, right? The Shadow Mirror has probably been one of the most eventful parts of this entire tournament so far. Just, we expect it to go in, like a multitude of ways. Oh my god.
Here you go. Shadow Mirror, and they both have Amy too.
Oh my god. I mean, she is the best leader. I'm very lucky that this is the only leader so far pulled from this set.
Okay, well, I see one Bone Fanatic already.
Oh, that's a pretty good start for Duck Dodo.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, Bone Fanatic is fantastic in the early game, and he even has the Tyrant to follow it up, so definitely seems like the start of a great Shadow game for Duck Dodo.
Yeah. Absolutely. Can he turn it around? He still needs to win with all 3 of his decks here. Choosing to stick with the Shadow, all right. Oh, dear. Well, looking at that hand, I think Duck Dodo has a bit of a chance here. Oh my god, the Psycho Pump was kept as well in the opening hand too, which is like, Yeah, if you start off with a 1-drop, then they'll be great. But well, there is a 1-drop, and it's not the one you want to see.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. When you go first, but you don't have the 2-drop, I feel like it compounds how bad that is. Because, you know, you give up the benefit of going first, that's dictating the pace of the match. And now your opponent already has the extra card, they have the extra Evo, and now they have the board too.
There it is, just a little too late. How is Fasano going to actually navigate this?
Welcome back.
Yeah, I feel like the Gatekeeper is still the play here, just to start matching the board a little bit and at least have some last words effects going on there.
But that is such a good retracing the past. Doubling down on the effect.
Yeah, at a better time.
That has to be by far his best top deck, and he still has 2 playpoints to work with as well. Doctor looking really strong right now. I wonder if he's gonna, you know, get the Tyrant online, or just play perhaps one of his other 2-drops.
I wonder, because at this point you have so many options. I feel like the Tyrant isn't bad either, but he's gonna go for the Dreamer. What could he be setting up for? Because technically next turn he can go for Gatekeeper Evo, so I guess that might be the line of play that he's aiming for there.
Okay, well, Riversando definitely has more options now. Although his first 3 turns were not amazing, he does have options. There's a bike on the board. You can get that to the Bone Fanatic or the Luna.
Yeah, we're not looking too good in terms of last words destroyed either.
Oh yeah, he's
first.
Definitely gonna be falling behind on that for sure. Okay, there's everyone's favorite Bone Fanatic on a bike.
That's right.
Okay.
Basically nullifying the bike effect though, and basically just setting up for a retracing turn here instead. And
I mean, that is a pretty good rotation in the past, right? Those are like the 2 best targets. He just ignores the 2/2 Dreamer, which, I mean, it's just a 2/2, right?
Yeah, that's true. For the time being, that is true. You never know where things are going to go from here, though. In the game of Shadowverse. All right,
anything could happen.
That's right, I think that's been the theme of this tournament so far. Anything can happen. Every feeling of status quo that you've seen throughout past tournaments, throughout past games, thrown out the window. Anything can happen in Shadowverse.
Hey, that is a lot of dreaming right now. I see a lot of skeletons. We're going to see a lot of bikes out of these.
Yup, and I think he has like at least 2 instances of retracing on the board right now, if I'm not mistaken. So it's looking very good. He's got a lot going on. Aceres picked up as well. That's going to be really important for finding lethal. Although no Link Staff in hand yet, so might want to hold off a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder if there might be something cool he'll do with like the 3 bikes and the Ceres, but it just might be a little bit too early for that, right? Riversand is still at 20, yeah, so some of the bikes might honestly get wasted. We'll see what happens. Riversando making the best out of that awkward, you know, early game, and he's fighting back, getting his own Dreamers and bikes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Luna is now also active. He picked up the Chris as well, so he's slowly finding the pieces, but what's interesting is that the Dreamer that he chose to not trade away has been sticking around, and here he can only trade away 2 things, so it's going to continue to stick around, and that's like a continuous 2 ping that you're letting sit there. And we saw, you know, in that game with Zones where that one quick blade,
that one quick blade went the distance.
7 damage. Went the distance. It was 7 damage. It literally decided the game. I guess theoretically he could put down the Luna here and still trade over. Yeah, that does work out with the bike. But even then, I mean, this is going to be an empty...
Yeah, I like the sequencing there from Riversando, you know, instead of stacking the bike, just making sure that different followers get access to the bike so he can have, you know, good rush to clear the board. And now for Dark Dodo, I mean, he has to commit 1 follower to the bike, which right now it's not a good thing.
Yep, absolutely. And he finds a Link Staff, which is good.
Yeah,
although...
except he's not at 10 last words just yet, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately that's not the case. We're only at 7. He's getting pretty close. With that there. And of course, Sarah's coming through. Going to be riding on 3 whole bikes.
Okay, still wants to Evoid, right? So that Ceres has 9 attack.
Wow, that is definitely impressive. And now it's going to be a question of how he's going to follow this up. He's going to just go for the Desires. I respect that, because that essentially just sets you up for lethal very, very soon, unless... Doctor to take the second to think.
Yeah, maybe he wants to use the play points efficiently, because Desire would let him float 1 while he could just Axel one of his, you know, amulets right now. And this is a bit more play point efficient, so I think this is better. Plus, if you hold the Desires, you know, you'll have more information on what you want targets to be. Although it's likely going to be Link Staff, but you know.
Yeah, most likely. All right, well, now there's a 9-5 Ceres just chilling on the board. And we're going to have to see here, how is Rinforzano going to answer it? I mean, honestly, answering this is not really that much of an issue. It's just that what can he do on top of answering it?
Yeah, it's not just about surviving, but you definitely want to advance your own recognition. And Rinforzano was a bit behind on the last words count since he did not have a 1-drop or 2-drop. But for such a bad start, he's really turned this around.
Yeah, he's been making a statement, that's for sure. Committing the Link Staff just to basically cycle a card. I mean, if he has 2 in hand, I guess it's fine because you don't necessarily need 2 in quotation marks.
Yeah, plus, I mean, it is a big commitment, but he does answer the series, which he needs to. You know, he can ignore a 2-attack Dreamer, but you can't ignore a 9-attack Ceres.
That's definitely true. Again, we're in the same position here. What's going to be the follow-up? Do you just drop a Kagero and pass on it? Is it going to be the Accelerate? See, I feel like the Accelerate is like not as useful in this situation, so you might as well hold it. And he is going to do that, dropping the Kagero here just for the board presence.
Yeah, it seems fine. You know, it's just going to get him to that 10 last words destroyed. A Kagero getting, you know, immediate benefit. Even if it's just a 2-2 and it won't do much, but it's still a follower.
But make it fashion.
All right, Gatekeeper. He can just continue cycling at this point. Like, doesn't really have... I mean, the Cycle Pump is nice to, like, kind of, like, cheat out lethal at times, but the Gold Mine is definitely better for that, and he gets to pick it up. And now he's left with just 1. He can either Wicked Rebirth this, or he can already go for the Desires and start setting up. But he is going to Rebirth. Let's see the target. He's at 9 cards with Last Words Destroyed, so he is very close to reaching that 10 count, and this could be the one that takes him there. I'm not sure about burning the gold mine for that though, just because that is one way to cheat out lethal.
Yeah, I think he just wants to, you know, ensure he's gonna be at 10 last words destroyed next turn no matter what. Matter of using the rebirth or the gold mine. Value's holding the rebirth for now. Gets a full clear, and that's a Shadowverse board.
Seems a little bit odd because he burned the gold mine without actually taking himself to 10 last words at this point, and his board is essentially just, you know, something.
I mean, you'd assume one of these guys will get answered, right? I guess.
I mean, I would imagine so, but
yeah, at worst, you could.
I feel like there were better ways to do that too.
Okay, well, it's a good turn for Rinforzano. Funny enough, he's the one that gets the Chris first.
That's true. Yeah, it's gonna be a very.
That just 7 damage to his face. I feel like Rinforzano is just—he's naturally like an aggressive player, right? That's how we got to know him in his first SVO, where he won.
Yeah.
And he's playing the rally sword. He's playing pretty aggressive with the shadow. I think this is his style.
Yeah, very much so. Now it's just a question of what's going to be the follow-up on Doctor's side, because again, back against the wall, he's 1 game down. He had a good start, but Rinforzano has been kind of clawing his way back and stealing that early tempo from him. So let's see if he can continue.
And that's a great rebirth. Plus, he picks up a second one and the Kagero off the top anyway. So really just excellent draws for Doctor. You see a smile on his face. He's like a pretty serious guy, I feel like, but he couldn't help but chuckle on that one.
Yep. We're seeing it right now. Now the question is, how will he use the last of his play points here? No board space. You definitely need to just trade this away and start pushing some face damage as well, right? Because at this point, Rinforzano is going to continue to build up that lead more and more. Darkest Desire.
I feel like he just has to get his own Chris established this turn, right? You don't want to fall behind by not having the Chris while your opponent does.
Yeah, absolutely. This will once again revive something. He gets the full trade, of course. There's only 1 target for the war to go to. He gets the heal, so he's going for maximum amount.
Okay, and then the Chris?
Here, and there's the Chris. I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, good enough, right?
Yeah.
He has Chris leader effect, 3 wards, good amount of stats. Rinforzano.
We got the Reaper up here. Well, that is pretty important because... Although I wonder if it's that important in this instance, because that does limit the amount of damage to 3 at a time for that entire turn, so... That could be what he needs to survive to make sure that there's no, like, crazy damage burst that comes through. Is
I mean,
this
it
the
might
time for it though?
buy him a turn, but like long term, how is he winning, right? Because last turn he took the very aggressive approach of just going 7 phase, but now Dogdodo has a wall of wards and
Yep. Surely this is a tyrant.
okay,
Yeah.
Tyrant. Yeah,
It has
doing
to
some
be.
face
It simply
damage.
has to be.
Yeah. Okay, that's a board clear.
Oh, look at that. My man's holding it down on his own.
Yeah, there's Tyrant could definitely answer any Shadow Rule at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And with 2 tyrants on Doctor's side, he can definitely keep, playing ping pong over here.
Yeah, the Luna kind of nice as well. And an extra evil point could be crucial. You know, if he picks up another Ceres, for example.
The evil point is pretty big here.
Not with everyone around.
Having the rebirth in hand as well is going to be pretty huge, and just giving him that conversion. There we go. That's very good. I think this is exactly how you want to answer it. And now you can back that up with some actual aggro to the face too.
Yeah, and it's like, sure, Tyrant can clear the boards, but now that he has the Chris leader effect, it's like fairly easy for him to just remake these boards.
Exactly. Alright, there we go. Sadly, no tracing in hand. Okay, he's choosing
Okay,
to make
maybe he wants to
double, but-
bite for the...
wait.
Yeah,
It's time for some damage, boys.
that's gonna be a lot of damage. Is
Wait,
that an
hold
Evo?
up.
Does that have Dark to Desire on it?
He has Psycho Pump in hand. This is it.
11
Just
to
go
the
here.
face.
Oh my god, Doctor.
Yeah.
Your smile brings me joy right now. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Doctor ties it up 1-1 in the Shadow Mirror.
Okay,
And
Doctor
also-
won the game. Can he win the set?
Doctor, I want to see you smiling. I want to see you keep smiling. Rinfrazando, like, he has the composition, I think that loss probably doesn't do anything to his composure,
Yep.
for this set. But Doctor needs to carry this wave, this feeling. Needs to take him all the way at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of tough on who to cheer for because on one hand, like, we've seen Dodo make it to the top 8 and then just get bodied time and time again. So, like, we want to see him do well. I want to see him do well. We know he's very solid, very consistent. On the other hand, he already has his spot to Worlds, and it's Rinfrazando that really, really needs to win this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he needs that ticket to WGP just as much as everyone else. And ooh, Doctor this time going to be on that sword. Going second, though, so not going to have that early aggression potentially. Oh, that's a very nice start.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Rinfrazando do the sword going second and still did just fine. It's not like this is one of those old sword decks that's like, oh, you have to go first to have a chance, right?
Yep.
The rally sword of today is just very solid.
Oh, the full rebirth with the opening head. Oh, but
Okay.
You can see Rinfrazando just like woke up. He's like, oh, hold up.
I'm telling you, Bone Fanatic deciding games here in the Shadowverse.
Oh,
West Contenders Cup.
Gunslinger.
That's a draw.
Oh, that's pretty huge. Again, we've talked about that time and time again, how important it is. And just making sure that you get that extra little bit of rally count going for you in that early game too.
Yeah, and Luna actually really, really nice there. Just lets him curve out so well.
Yep, absolutely. Alright, surely let's just Quixotic and pass. Get that extra amulet, get that extra rally count at the same time. We have a nice turn 3 here going in. He has multiple options. And with Rinfrazando, he's actually picking up so much as well. Like Gatekeeper here. Everything, like, so far both players are carving out really well. This match might be over very quickly, depending on how it continues to go for Doctor.
Yeah, well, Dogdodo has a pretty good curve. I'm curious on when he's going to drop that Leod. Because it's not bad right now.
Yeah,
if he just
into
waits
the board.
one turn, he could, potentially pre-wood.
It could be, but I feel like even here it's going to put in so
It's
much
already,
work.
like, pretty solid. Plus, it's going to get the horse, so, it'll be nice at 2-5.
Yeah, it's much harder to take care of.
He's thinking about
I
it.
feel like it might be the play. Like, the Lizard is very tempting, but I think Leod is the play indeed because, like, you still have options for everything else in your hand is, like, whether it's, like, more aggro push or the Lizard to set up and have, like, the big stat stick. It's not as valuable as taking out this board in one fell swoop. And I want to see where this Quixotic is going to go because I think that is very important. It's going to go to face. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, plus, cashing out the Leod right now before there's, like, any lurching corpses or anything like that, I could potentially answer it. Like, late game, it could, get cleared by Tyrant, for example. So I do like him just guaranteeing gonna have a very solid Leon, and we'll see what his follow-up is after that. Riverside knows his 1-1s are gonna get cleared. Yeah, you have to trade him in.
I like that. Like, you're forcing out this response right now. You're forcing out that response, and that is good. So now we're in Forsando, setting up at least something that's not going to get cleared by it. But the majority of this board is sadly going to be going away.
Yeah, and Dodo going second is going to be the player with the first evil here. Leon, 1 damage to everything, and the face.
All right, 4 play points. What is he going to go for? Has multiple options.
Has Evo available as well. Does he want to Evo the face?
Oh, I don't know about that one. This doesn't seem like much, but 1 tracing top deck suddenly turns this into a lot more last word.
True.
Floating on the board.
Yeah, how much respect do you give to those followers that don't have last words but could potentially have last words?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So
at the same time, though, like the sword deck needs the damage. You don't want to just sit here and trade against 1-1s, do you?
Yeah, like if you're so determined, or like not determined, so defined by an archetype,
yeah, I like
archetype
this.
word is in your deck's name. It's not aggro rally sword for no reason. I like this push.
Okay,
you
going
keep setting up more
face.
threats.
Yeah, cashes in quite a bit of damage. Riverside picks up his Necro Impulse. Right now it's not that relevant, but could be key later on.
This is gonna be just basically pushing this in, and then using those rebirths. I mean, they've been sitting in his hand since the start, and if anything, just clogging him up, but they are still excellent cards in letting you just like cycle through your deck and find the pieces that you're missing. All right, Luna for 0, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Rebirth is just such an insane card. It's one of those like, yeah, no wonder Last Word Shadow is really, really good. They could play Wicked Rebirth.
Exactly. All right, really depends what he gets out of this. All right, Bone Fanatic. Okay, that is enough damage. That is enough damage. Actually,
double trade, it's just enough. And then he would have 2 playments left over, could cash out on a Tyrant, for the future.
Exactly. All right. And these skeletons are just holding it down at all times. We do see the tech picked up for Rinferzando here. It could, oddly enough, it has space in a lot of the matchups that are relevant in this meta, right? Because a lot of them do output more than 3 damage at a time. And so slowing down those win cons can be pretty big. Again, I'm just wondering at which timing will Rinferzando actually cash it in.
Another Rebirth coming out. It's another Bone Fanatic, but hey, Luna top deck kind of nice.
Luna too.
Although he didn't actually use an Evo that turn, so I guess he will pre-Evo and then play the Luna. Which is not bad. Just, better Bone Fanatic.
Timer.
Oh, time ran out.
Did he miss it?
Yeah, he did.
Looking at the reaction, it looks like he did miss it. Right. Royal Summons is very good here. Actually, I'm thinking because... So let's say picks up the Cat Admiral. You're not really doing much with that per se right now. I mean, of course, the rally and the damage ping is good, but in terms of where the bikes are going and everything, it's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, you want to try and get good use out of the bike. And I mean, that could just be using it to trade. I guess it's fine.
I mean, this is a good way to use it. And then here, finds a Mistalina and Baleon. And then he can probably just go face here with a 3-drop, I think. Yep. Sourcing Bandit.
Okay, is he gonna Evo that though? Yeah.
Yep. Go for it.
Okay, let's go, Dodo.
Wait, puts him down to 9, right?
To the face?
Theoretically, Mistalina into... If he draws into Erica would be game. Because then he gets 6 followed by 3. So now, it's actually time for Rinferzando to somehow answer this.
I mean, he has an Evo too, so... Balen's already 8, right? He just needs 1 damage.
Oh, that's true, yeah. You're so right.
It could be from anywhere.
Cat Admiral, which might actually be found from the summons.
Yeah, quick blader.
So, and he gets both. Actually, will reach 10 rally there as well, which is super huge because then he can actually get them for 1 cost.
Actually, yeah, he has a summon, so it's guaranteed, right? Okay,
Reaper
well, there's the Reaper.
Has to be cashed in here. There's no other way.
Yeah, funny enough, you're saying, will it be relevant? And it's very relevant right now.
It's
at the very least, yeah, it'll buy him 1 more turn.
That's right. What is he going to follow this up with? Because we need to reach those last words counts as well. Ooh, Link Staff picked up. I like that. I like that a lot.
Oh, wait, he's got a bike on the board. Yeah, he had way over damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not against the Reaper protection.
Is there a
So what is the play then?
Do it?
Okay, so you just hold just hold on to Balin for one more turn then. Squirrel on a bike.
Yeah.
Picks up
So
a
unlike the other spell shields, this doesn't this doesn't wait until the next damage. I'm pretty sure this one lasts.
Yeah,
for
just goes away,
this
right?
Turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to go face this turn, just make sure that next turn you'll have lethal.
Exactly.
So, we're
wonder what
1-1 right
Dragon's
now. Winning this game would be huge, would give the player that wins it, a nice lead to close out the set potentially.
Just that mental boost, honestly, like for both players, that mental boost is so good going into this. This Leod is I was actually thinking about this Leod here, and I think it's not bad because you just have this threat that's going to be just chilling here, essentially.
Okay, and then play the Cat Admiral.
Of course I do.
You still want to cash out some damage, right?
Scratch my post.
Yeah, you will get to deal 2, put him down to 9, so you're still in that sweet spot.
Okay, but he did spend the Evo on the Leod, and now Tyrant will just clear the board.
That is true, yeah. The Tyrant does answer this, so maybe that wasn't the right play for Doctoro. As much as I get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like the Evos to the face when they're guaranteed. And obviously pre-evo Leod is very strong, right? But
Not when you know what you're up against, though, right?
I mean, surely it's just Tyrant for Room for Sounder, right? I can't imagine what else he could do.
I feel like he's probably afraid of what's going to be followed up after that.
Yeah.
Just knowing the fact that, Mistelina into Erica is still game here.
Maybe he's thinking hey, how do I win this game, right? Sometimes when you're being aggroed down, you're just so focused on how your opponent's gonna lethal you down. You don't want to miss your own lethals. River Sando, Shadow has a lot of burst damage out of nowhere. He's got Necro Impulse in hand and an Evo. So maybe he could try and set up lethal.
Yeah, and especially, Saris is still chilling in there, right? He does.
Yeah, he hasn't had the time to really set that up as the problem.
Exactly. So
Okay, Chris.
I think that's also good because here you're gonna just be able to set up a wider board.
But he doesn't answer
Leader Effect is live, I believe.
the Leod though.
It doesn't, but bear with me on this. I think it's fine.
Okay, well he's gonna get quite a bit of wards.
I wanna say it's fine. Gets the 2 heal, and now the Leod, it does damage, but not. Oh, hold up. Oh no, this is still you technically, if the ward hits the Chris.
Is this ward it's going down to again?
Ward.
Just where the ward lands.
I hate this, man. This is so emotional. It's not good for my heart.
I mean, he's gonna start with Misty and Balin, right? So technically, also matters what Misty and Balin hits, right?
That too. Is he though? Is he though?
If this is not the turn to cash it in, then yeah, it's gotta be.
Let's see it.
Okay.
Frozado just praying. My man's just praying. He's putting his hands together. All right.
It missed.
Wait, that's it.
Yeah, that's game. You just have to trade, go face, Cat Admiral.
In. Yep, Cat Admiral seals the deal.
And Duck Dodo is gonna take a lead in this set.
Doctoro. I am so glad to see that this is. Oh my god.
He looks pretty happy.
He does look happy. This is just. It's hard not to root for him when he's just been having such a rough year every time he makes it.
Well, a rough year, but man, this guy qualified to World Grand Prix based on standings.
That's true.
I mean, yeah, he had a rough year on stream, but off stream he had an amazing year. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is a very odd back and forth. And now for Rinforsando, that's 2 losses on the Shadow. Does he switch it up or does he commit? He's going to be playing into the rune here too. And this is going to be the spell boost rune as well.
Yeah, we really have seen the Shadow just let people down.
And it was hyped up as
I mean, it's very strong, right? You can see why it's so powerful. But also, sometimes it just doesn't deliver. And I think back to that Bidu set where Bidu played really, really well.
Yep.
It felt like he was still let down by the deck.
Exactly. You can't have it all. It looks like the players are just taking a little breather, and I think that's very, very important here. For Rinforzando, it's back against the wall again. One loss means you're out. He needs a WGP qualification in order to represent our region at Worlds. It is very, very important.
Like, we saw Hishiro be eliminated from the tournament, but Hishiro's still going to Worlds. Like, his year is not over yet. But for a player like Rinforzando, if he loses this next game, that's it. That's the end of his, Shadowverse for the year, more or less.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's going to be really important, but do hang on with us, guys, as we are just having a quick lobby remake in game. So, of course, just going to take a little second. But, man, like, for Rinforzando as well, like, to be able to represent West, it's pretty huge, right? He looked really good in the February Cup. I'm pretty sure he
beat Noir to win.
Noir said he opened the gates for him, right? He was the one that invited him into the SVO scene with that first win. And he's looked very good throughout the entire year. Like, I'm pretty sure every single month he went X2, and that's good enough. Like, we've seen plenty of players that qualified by just like having like a solid top ones and then just X2, X2, X2 every single month. Like, I'm pretty sure like Chrysome in SEAO basically did the same in to get his contender spot too. So it's those players that you want to cheer for as well.
Yeah, at the same time though, like the top of the top tier, Shadows players are the ones that are a little bit more consistent than that, right? The ones that are in contenders last year, contenders this year. It's like Noir, he was number one in leaderboards 2 years in a row, right? Like, and to go to the World Grand Prix and be able to win a tournament like that, like that's the level you have to be at. So sure, Rinforzando is a great Shadowverse player, but is he one of the best in the world is the question here.
I mean, it could also just be a new beginning, right? Like, we've been watching, like in Rage, for example, complete total beginners who've been playing their first tournaments ever make it to the finals, make it to the very finals. So I don't know, this could be the year of, a new beginning, right? We got the Shadowverse anime, you've got Champions Battle getting new people into the game. I don't want to say that, it's not just the Goliaths of the scene that deserve to stand at the top,
Oh, for sure. And Rinforzando and Doctoro, they're both relatively, newcomers, new names to the scene, and they've both made their mark at this point. Like, people know Rinforzando is, will definitely know who Doctoro is, and right now it's a bit of a meme that he's losing on stream, but we might know him as the next, West representative that does well in the World Grand Prix.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, and you can't let the SEO kids, keep talking nonstop. Our region's looking good too. You might have some plays here and there, that might look a little bit shaky here and there, but I think overall we have some of the best players in West. I think that the West players have come out pretty far on top when it comes to WGP runs as well. So don't let him get to you guys. Don't let him get to you. Don't listen to Igni. He says too much.
Oh, for sure. Okay, looks like we're going in. This is game number 4. Doctoro wins this. He will advance. Rinforzando loses. He's eliminated from the tournament.
Another night, another ruby.
That's right. It's no pressure, but this is do or die for Rinforzando, and he's sticking with the shadow. But that's a good start. Oh, he's keeping it all. Keeping it all. All right. I mean, Bone Fanatic into Psycho Pump is definitely really nice. But the Chris keep, I'm not too sure, to be honest.
And maybe his mindset is like, hey, I already have a guaranteed good opener. Why not just guarantee he has a Chris too? Because we've seen, like, again, Vito, like, he won a whole game, like, not having Chris, right? So,
yeah.
Why not just guaranteed, I guess?
I find that funny how he goes for the insight over the Tetra search and just, like, draws Tetra anyway.
Well, Magic Missile, pretty good here for Doctoro.
Of course I do.
Oh, Impalement Art's picked up as well. Not necessarily this matchup that it's played for, but still gonna be pretty good. Ooh, all right. We have the tech coming up here.
Yeah, I like how he just has it as a one-off, but it's his tech, right? So it's showing up time and time again. Yeah.
All 3 games so far, it's actually showed up. Magical Squirrel. That's good. Into the Isabel, that's very important. About damn time. I'm pretty sure we just put the Tetra into this and start fusing away because, again, we've seen games be decided by people just not fusing early enough.
Oh, for sure. Isabel's so key to Rune in general, no matter what they're doing. And the Quadra while the creation spell is fantastic, it's just a good spell to clear the board. It's good to answer, the shadow boards.
Ooh, is he going to burn the Impalement Arts here? That might not be too bad. Simply because, like, that card doesn't really do as much in this matchup. I just want to see. He's passing. He's not actually fusing away.
Not fusing. Interesting. Really valuing that Tetra right now.
I mean, you could actually do some fun things with it next turn, so I kind of see it. You can get a Freevo out of it, but at the same time, you know, it's... You don't want to screw yourself over with not fusing early enough. But we'll see. You might just be keeping it, you know, just to fuse once and then Evo for the Fate's Hand immediately.
Yeah, we'll see if this works out for Dodo here. But, you know, he kept the Tetra, so that's definitely the play that he wanted, right?
Yep, there's a Freevo coming in right now.
Not bad. Tetra Evo, pretty powerful.
Could get used to this as the homeworlders do.
Delta Cannon, some play points. You know, now he has a 0 cost. Crystal Witches.
Yep, that's also very important, just to be able to cycle. And also just add, you know, this is the spell boost deck, right? He needs to add to the pool of followers being destroyed as well.
Oh yeah, excellent point.
Get the revive later on. So far it's looking good.
I mean, he also has to draw the Chrono Witch, right?
And it's starting to feel a little too late right now. And there's no followers in hand for Doc Dodo to fuse into. And he's still not fused anything into this Isabel.
Okay, on the other hand, we see Ceres coming down for Inversando. A very strong Evo. We've seen time and time again how powerful Darkest Desire can be. You know, it gives Shadow so much damage and so much healing at the same time. You just have to be a little bit smart about it.
Using it already. What's the second effect gonna go on to? Chris? Potentially?
I mean, he kept that Chris for a reason, right?
Well, let's see. He's taking his time to think about it, and that's definitely the right call here. I'm just wondering what he's going to back up, because he's very quick to commit to this Darkest Desire here. Does he want to just burn the gold mine already?
Ooh, interesting. I mean, yeah, it is going to proc the last words of Ceres, clear one of these witches. And, like, it might not seem like a much, but we've seen where, like, the early spell rune followers, they stick around. They end up punching quite a bit of damage.
Okay, second Isabel picked up, and now he has the Tetra in hand as well that he can once again fuse away. I think she's done her job.
Yeah, surely you start fusing now.
Yeah, you gotta get the Quadra Magic in there. There we go.
There it is. Now, okay, I thought he might do the fuse Isabel into the other Isabel. He's gonna evil Isabel.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. You know, you want to start getting that Fate's Hand in there as well, and the play one here to burn that Delta Cannon. Sure thing. Why not?
I mean, he has the play point, just spend it, spell boost the hand, get that Fate's Hand close to 0. Yeah, but yeah, Chrono Witch, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and that's like the thing, right? Like, with no Chrono Witch, the guild assemblies feel kind of like a dead card in hand.
Oh yeah, it's way worse, right? Such a big difference.
It's definitely clogging it up a little bit, and it's good that he got the Freevo, because that will give him at least the Evo points to... I mean, he might have to hard Evo the Chrono Witch at this point once he eventually draws into it. We've almost reached the bottom 20 at this point. So, I'd like to see it soon.
And another Ceres from Inversando immediately cashes out Darkest Desire as well.
Okay, Frost Golem, that's another...
Okay, I mean, he has card draw.
Where are we at right now? Oh, absolutely. Ultramax at 5, so we're getting pretty close, actually, to getting the effect off.
Eleanor picked up?
But what do you target with the Eleanor? I guess Quadra Magic if you want to?
It's not bad, because, again, it is good at just, you know, clearing the Shadow Wards.
Yeah, exactly.
Even on the Crystal Witch, interesting.
Confirm lethal.
Oh, he wants...
Right.
He wants face thing.
Evoing face? Counter magic.
Okay.
Gonna hit the right target.
Just hit the right target.
Okay, alright. I mean, that definitely works. Fate's Hand for 0 coming in as well. Insight picked up here too. He could theoretically heal down, I want to say. Ooh, but that Isabel is looking empty right now in terms of things fused into it. So if you want another Quadra Magic there, gonna have to commit to that.
Yeah, okay, gonna fuse the top deck.
Oh, goodbye, Moggy.
He did his job.
Of being drawn into.
Yeah. Hey, better than the Crystal Witch, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay,
right,
Inversando.
What's the answer?
I mean, I feel like after a turn like that, he's like, oh man, what is Doc Dodo planning, right? Like, he must be scared. So maybe this will bait out the Reaper?
It could. It could, because I think he does have the Freevo on it now. So at the very least, that will let him stall out a turn. Yeah, he's going to commit to it. I think in this matchup especially, that is very, very important right now.
Yeah, I feel like it's a key effect to, you know, prevent against the rune damage, but also like Dr. can just chill, you just wait out the turn.
And what's also very important is that this does have the desires on it too for the heal, so could be pretty huge.
Okay, yes, he's choosing that as like his big defensive follower. Breaks the shield with the skeleton, put it in work, and he's gonna destroy it, get the heal right away.
All right, that's good. So now you have basically like, you got the sustain from the heal, plus the, you know, damage reduction shield as well. That buys him a turn. But is that enough? Is the question right now.
Yeah, it's hard to say because like Dodoro can get a second creations and like Rusando doesn't have the Chris online, so like sure he's staying alive, but like a 2-1 or a 1-1 at this stage in the game is really no pressure at all, really.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have Quadra Magic. And I mean, at this point, I'm wondering what the play is because honestly, this would have been the best turn to just like build up that beefy board, burn these 2 guild assemblies, you know, just set up a tall board, not even try to deal any damage to the face, but sadly, without the Chrono Witch, that's not going to be the case.
Okay, gonna start with the Match Missile, get some clear, another counter magic.
Yeah, this just feels like a stall turn. You can't...
Yeah, I mean, he has to just wait it out. It's just about, you know, setting up for the future, right? Keep on fusing to the Isabel, getting close to getting the
insight. That's way too late.
Okay, yeah, it's a little bit too late.
He still has the Evo point, to be fair. He still has the Evo point, but getting it down to a reasonable play point level is going to take a while. I think by that point, you probably already have secured lethal in other ways.
Yeah, he might just be getting fused, right?
I wonder. Eleanor is an option, although he...
Clock is ticking, though.
Yeah. Does he want counter magic just to be safe?
Yeah, I mean, it's a spell, clears, gets a shield. Why not? For safety, right? And the Eleanor as well. Thinking about the Evo, maybe? No.
No, he's going to pass on it. Okay. Ooh, well...
Okay, so surely, like, get... Well, actually, no, Chris is not online, right? He's not at 10 last words destroyed.
I think he's at 9 right now.
Oh, man.
Still waiting, and...
Yeah, that is a slow Chris. Okay, so it's just Tyrant. Tyrant does clear the board. He's at 9. You see, he just missing 1.
Wow, that hurts to see.
Yeah.
Again, he can't do crazy Chrono Witch shenanigans. Picked it up way too late.
No more shield for Sando. Dr. can cash out any damage that he wants. Get fused to the Isabel one more time. Has Elements of Creation.
Yeah, just to get the Crimson Sorcery at this point. But I don't know, man.
I mean, Tyrant's a 6/6, but it's really not that scary. Dr. still has an Evo, too.
Just a creation.
Cash in the damage. Because, like, how could he possibly lose next turn? Just set up, like, lethal, right? I think this is the way to go. And clear.
Yep.
Yes,
the damage
10 more damage next turn. He has a damage shield. He's at 20 life. Dr. looking really clean here.
Could this be where it finally turns around? I mean, if you had to pick a tournament where you finally start advancing on stream, this is definitely the one.
Is Dr. going to win a Shadowverse set on stream?
I just see that for the first time, but Rinforzando, don't count him out yet. He finally reached 10 last words.
Okay,
this is where
Chris,
it starts turning around.
Online, turn 9 though? Is it just too little too late? Like, you can build up a wall with wards, but Creation doesn't care about that.
Mm-hmm. That's right, and he's already gone through his healing from the Desire, so... I don't know, man. This looks a little shaky for Rinforzando right now.
Yeah, I wonder if he cashed out all his, heals and protection just a little bit too early. Instead of trying to focus on getting to 10 last wards as soon as possible. He's got some damage with the Link Stabs, but it's just not nearly enough. And all Dr. has to do is just play the Elements of Creation, and he will win the set. Dr. is going to take it 3-1.
Let's go, Dr. Unfortunately for Rinforzando, that is where his run will end for the year. And between these two players, that were just putting in so much work throughout the year. The one whose effort is going to pay off just a little bit more is going to be Dr. as he gets to play one more set.
Yeah, Rinfrosando is unfortunately eliminated, but I hope we'll see more of him next year. He did have a good showing this year. You know, he won an SVO. Not a lot of people could say that they did that, and then he was consistent in the standings. So hopefully we'll see more from Rinfrosando in the future.
Absolutely. But now looking at this bracket, right, Doc Dodo advancing through the lower bracket, and he's going to be playing. Ooh, this is going to be pretty intense because he still has to play his match today. You know, the people on the winner's side, they've already been off. You know, they can go get some sleep. You know, just clock out. But there's still more waiting for him, as we can see. He's going to be playing against Dulan.
Oh, and that is quite the opponent. Funny enough, both of them already qualified to the World Grand Prix, and Hishiro, the other person that was qualified, he's already been eliminated. So that's going to be very interesting. And then we're also going to have Vito going up against Zones, a team kill for them. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty crazy. Beto, Zones, who's going to advance? They both, you know, excellent players. They need the World Grand Prix qualification. Okay, Noir, welcome back. We're gonna be casting with Noir the next game. How are you feeling about that last set, Noir? Okay, we're gonna start a break, guys. When we come back, we're gonna have the next set with Noir. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the West Contenders Cup. We're back. This time Noir is joining me. For the next match, we have two players that Noir is very familiar with. How are you feeling about this upcoming game, Noir?
Yeah, so we got V2 versus Zones. This is the Disastra team kill. It's the ultimate disaster, as you might put it, with the almost identical lineups. The only difference being Zones bringing the Spell Boost rune and V2 with the Mysteria, but their Rally Sword decks are very, very similar, and I believe their Shadow lists are card for card the same. So very, very close matchup here. If anything, it really does come down to the Q order, because the Spell Boost from Zones, it can beat V2's Mysteria, but V2's other lineups or other decks are going to do a little bit better into the Spell Boost with the Sword going into the Spell Boost. So the Q order is going to be a little bit shaky. It definitely depends on the Shadow Mirror is going to be a really big one, because if you can win that one, then the rest of the polarized matchups are going to look a little bit better for you. So in the end, I'm just hoping that we see some good games where we don't have the turn 7 Enhanced Bone Fanatic again.
Yeah, on the for the player side, we have Zones, who's not been to Worlds before, while Bidu has been there multiple times. This is an odd year. Can you tell me what that means for Bidu?
Yeah, so I mean, the odd year or buff, I guess, for V2. 2017 qualified for Worlds, did very, very well in Contenders Cup back then. 2019 didn't even need to play in the Contenders Cup, qualified directly through placing a second place in league points. And now it's an odd year once again. It's 2021, and for V2, that means that this could be his year, because 2018, 2020, those were both not exactly his best performances, but he's back in Contenders Cup. He won the July Cup, so he has that on his back. And going into this matchup against a friendly's face in Zones, he just has to give it his all. He knows he can do it. The previous set was honestly, he knows it was really unfortunate, but I think he has what it takes to recenter his mental and just put up a good show.
Yeah, I will say this. I said it before, but even though Bido had kind of a rough set, I think he overall played very well. The decks did not really cooperate with him that well, but he did the best that he could, and he still made that a super close set. He's been to Worlds before, but Zones has not. So is the pressure here really more for Zones?
You could definitely see it that way, yes. I think V2 is the type to sometimes put a little bit more pressure on himself than necessary, but I do think he has the experience and just, the level of game sense to just know what to do in these dire situations. And for Zones, it is, back against the wall. This is his first Contenders, and it's also his first shot at getting into the World Grand Prix. He was actually only 1 point short of tying with Doc Dodo for that auto qualification spot. So with maybe 1 or 2 points, he could have, not had to, win the Contenders Cup at all. But now here he is. It's in the losers bracket against V2. I know I've given so much praise to V2, but Zones really, he has improved so much over the past few years. And looking back at 2020, 2019, I'd say Zones is definitely, the most improved player overall. So I'm looking forward to how much better he can get and whether he can show his improvement in this set.
Yeah, he really has been consistent, as you're saying, in the standings, doing very well in the SBO. Even though we maybe didn't see him win an SBO, if you play well throughout the tournament, you get those points. Every single point matters. And now he's here in Contenders Cup. He has a chance to make it through the losers bracket. It's not going to be easy, but Zones could do it.
Absolutely. Both of these players with their nearly identical lineups, it could be anyone's game. We are just getting into the game in just a little bit, but until then, I feel like the difference in this matchup, so besides the Q order, I think the Rune versus Mysteria or Rune versus Spell Boost matchup, these are going to be really telling, because we've seen already so many times that Sword can just, absolutely demolish.
And looks like we're jumping into the game here. We have Bidu with the Rally Sword, Zones with the Last Word Shadow. Game just getting started here, but Bidu already, putting up that pressure, curbing out, going first with Sword.
Yeah, and we've got the turn 2 Celeste on board already here for the side of Zones. Zones queuing up the Shadow first against V2's Sword. This matchup used to be considered Shadow favored, but with all of the Storm cards being added to the Rally Sword, it is becoming honestly, like, arguably sword favored now is what a lot of people have been saying. But the retrace there on the two skeletons is going to be very, very useful. Set up a few more last words and get a bit of healing in.
Yeah, it seems to me like early on, Sword has all the pressure and the damage, and if Shadow can just hang on, if they're able to stabilize, then the late game Shadow is like near unbeatable, right? But you know, can Zones make it? Can he withstand that early aggression?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Now, the Gunslinger coming out on turn 4 for V2, not the worst, because we do have a bunch of amulets in hand already with 2 Exotics and the 2 free steeds there. The Series Evo coming out from Zone is going to clear out the 5-2. And then put these Darkest Desires on the Chris and the Link Staff, proper targets for sure. And V2, honestly, with a lot of cheap cards in his hand, but nothing to really push them to, you know, the best use. Normally, you would really want to see like a Cat Admiral on this turn to combine with the Erica would be really strong. And with these steeds in his hand, that's perfect for Leod, and Leod is not drawn for him either. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he decides to set this up, because the board space is definitely important. There is no Quick Blader in hand either, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to get the full sort of double dip value from Erica plus the steeds, but he is going to go ahead and put Erica on the bike, and surely it's going to be a Exotic Adventure to follow that up.
This is good pressure, but you know, is he at the point where he could just ignore the board and go face? Stones is at 20 right now, but Vito has quite a bit of damage on the board.
Wow, okay, so I was about to say, if he's gonna evo that, then he better ping off the Celeste.
Vito knows it.
Vito's shaking his head.
Yeah.
Something here was not quite right, and he actually ended up losing the steed there. The ordering on this turn was definitely off. Yeah, it was one of those things where like he played the Erica first and then thought about what to evo after, and he realized he could not ping the series if he wanted to have everything survive on this board. Yep. So then he pings the Celeste, but then the steed comes out, gets banished. Just kind of the nerves almost getting to him.
Yeah, he also went face with everything, meaning that, you know, Stones is free to take the trades that he wants, and with the Ceres and the Chris getting the Darkest Desire, you know, he might be able to stabilize.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if that extra damage would have made a difference in this game. It is pretty much just +1 damage to the Erica, but every little bit of damage matters against Shadow, especially because of retracing being basically increments of 1 or 2 healing. Every single thing matters, and Tyrant in hand as well for Zones, so he'll be able to clear out any potential Leod that V2 wants to set up with these additional steeds in his hand.
Yeah, just like that, Stones is able to fully clear the board, end up with, you know, some followers. That Chris has the heal, it does get sniped by the Balon. But hey, that's 4 life going to Stones.
Yeah, at this point, Zones is looking relatively healthy. Turn 5, or like at the end of your turn 5, having 14 health essentially, is honestly very, very good for going second against Rally Sword, so...
But the Gunslinger gonna get so much value here.
Yeah, a really effective Evo target, gonna push even more damage here. And now it's no longer healthy. Now he's only at 6, so a little bit scary now, but the Balion left over in V2's hands has 2 potential amulet targets to discard, although those are not trees, so it's not quite the full value that he's looking for.
But I think at this point, he just needs a little bit more, right? Because that Balon's going to get a bike and another horse on the board already, so...
That's right. And Zones, we know, does not have any more wards in his hand. Also doesn't have any more healing. So
yeah, he really has like nothing right now.
Alien is going to close out the game here for V2 in a game 1 where, honestly, it was just a really fast game, but... I think this should be good for V2's mental looking forward. He knows he messed up a little bit with a slight sub-optimization on the turn 5, but if he can still win this game, he'll be in a good spot in this series.
Yeah, I like the time where Vito decided to go full aggression, you know, that turn 5, he just was able to push so much damage, and sure, he ignored the board, but it was the right call because he had to follow up.
Right, Zones... spending the last of his play points here, knows that he's dead to basically everything under the sun. Even a Quick Blader off the top with this many amulets would actually be lethal, so just gonna hit face with the Link Staff, say if you literally have nothing in your hand, maybe once in a blue moon I'll actually win this game, but Balion is in hand, and that's going to be quick and easy. Game 1 to V2.
Yeah, Peter looking pretty strong here with the Swordcraft going first. Again, Sword just has looked amazing this entire day. On the other hand, Shadow, while very strong, just sometimes, you know, doesn't get the job done.
Stop it!
Yeah, honestly, Zone's coming really close there with the Link staff being buffed with the series and V2 only having 4 health left, but it is just a margin of very small things in these Rally Sword matchups. Usually, a lot of mid-range decks, when you're up against those, can sort of force the issue on you as well, and the health totals for both players can become extremely, extremely low. But V2 does clutch out the first game of the set. Gonna run in the Shadow now, going into a Shadow Mirror.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna see Shadow Mirror. We'll see if Bone Fanatic shows up to help Vito this time around. As for Zones, he's gotta make this comeback.
Tossing away both of the 2 and 3 drops from V2, I agree with that decision a lot. I don't think you're looking for the 1-2-3 curve in this mirror especially. You definitely want the amulets, you definitely want Wicked Rebirth, speaking of which, there it is for Zones. And okay, there it is, a Celeste Omega, definitely gonna be the play here for V2 on turn 2.
Yeah, pretty good curve. Bone Fanatic into Celeste, you know, about as good as it gets.
Yeah, a lot of really nice early cards being drawn here for both sides. A Tyrant being drawn a turn late here, a little bit unfortunate. Definitely would have rather played that on turn 2, and perhaps Series or Celeste on turn 3 would have had better timings on those amulet countdowns for sure. But it might still be Tyrant on this turn. It would pop on turn 6 going first, which is a bit slow admittedly, but it might still be worth it because the other option is, I guess, Bone Fanatic, Luna, and the Doll, which is not bad either.
Yeah, like turn 6 might be that time where he wants to proc Chris, and he might be like 1 or 2 last words off anyway, right? So even though turn 6 might seem slow and far away now, at that time it might be just what he needs.
Yeah, V2 definitely taking his time with this decision because the one extra delayed turn on this Tyrant pop is actually such a big deal. Because when you pop it on your first Evo turn, so like turn 5 going first, it's really easy to combine that with Cycle Pump, with the Gold Mine to make like a power play essentially, right? But on turn 6, you're already looking at your series setup, you're already looking at playing Chris already, and things like that. It's just really difficult to actually make use of those 2 followers popping on that turn. So V2 actually gonna hold on to the Tyrant for later, potentially use that as a series target, and decides to go for triple 1s on this turn.
Yeah, gonna just choose to play the Luna instead. I like Luna because of, you know, how flexible she is, how you could fit it into the curve. Just make sure you utilize all your play points.
Yeah,
Turn
double
4 for Vito
Dreamer
here.
off the top. An interesting top deck. The way you use Dreamer in Shadow just in every matchup is generally really important because it just does so many things for you. It lets you double dip with the series spell damage, and it lets you trade even without evoing or committing a Wicked Rebirth, which is also very important. But going into turn 5, when the likely evo target is going to be series anyway, these Skeleton Dreamers are not going to be at their most effective, although they still are going to contribute to the last words count.
Yeah, just
probably going to have to play at least one of these out on this turn.
I can't help but think, where is the card draw for Vito, you know? Like, sure, he's had solid plays right now, but you look at his hand and he's getting, you know, awfully close to one of those very awkward hands with like nothing.
Absolutely. Zones currently is holding all the cards in his hand with the double Wicked Rebirth and even a Psycho Pump as well. To have all the options here. Gonna draw with, or rather play this series. And surely the Bone Fanatic to follow up here.
Yeah, with those targets in hand, you probably want to hold the Darkest Desire.
Yeah.
There's much better targets.
Even if you put it on Bone Fanatic, if he transforms, it actually removes the last words from the series token. So
Goldmine is a decent pickup, but again, no card draw. Doesn't really do too much. This is likely the Ceres turn for Bidu, but you know, long term, I'm not sure what like his game plan is from this position.
Right. I think at this point he has to tempo out the second Skeleton Dreamer just because he's not going to have enough last words otherwise. And then Depending on his very next draw, it's gonna say a lot what his next draw is. I mean, that should be pretty clear given how small his hand is either way, but the way he wants to use this Necromancer, he can use it to get another series back next turn and then get a second token. And then maybe he can look for lethal with a Tyrant with 2 tokens on it and then pop that. And then if you can even put a bike on the Tyrant, that would actually be just a ton of damage. So that could be the possible angle for V2 here. It's looking like he actually wants to commit the Darkest Desire, does not want to develop the skeleton just yet, want to save it to make sure he can get the bike on the appropriate target.
Yeah, I like this play because like he doesn't really have a ton of options, so he could be hoping for a good top deck, like just, you know, praying that he gets Darkest, Chris at the top or something, but why not just play to what you actually have, right? And what he has is a chance to go for Darkest Desire with the Tyrant.
Yeah, this is actually just such a radical difference between both players' hands. Like, V2 has all of, like, the heavy hitters, all the big cards, and then Zones is the one who has all the damage. Or not all all the card draw, rather, sorry. There's just, like, double Rebirth, double Psycho Pop as well. And I guess he has the skeletons to work with, so starting off with the Rebirth, it looks like.
Yeah, the difference is that both their hands might be a little awkward, but someone has card draw to, you know, fix his hand, right? While Bito, he's just playing off of the top, whatever he top decks.
Yeah. Generally, in this type of situation, with the board in this state, both players can sort of like take swings at each other, and it's not going to be too easy to have one player come out ahead, especially when neither of them has Tyrant. If it's 2 Celestes, then generally the board state is going to be a little bit more subdued on these first few Evo turns, because the 3-5 is not really that terrifying, and especially if you can just hit a series into it. So now it really comes down to the resource war, who can keep their deck moving, who has more card draw, and right now it looks like Zones has all the answers.
Yeah, he doesn't have the best Darkest Desire targets, just, you know, getting the 2/2s, but his board is looking pretty good right now. Vito finally picks up some card draw, though. He's got a bike on the board as well.
It's gonna have to be the Psycho Pomp to start off the turn, I would imagine, unless he wants to just slam the Tyrant here.
Well, okay, Tyrant would be, yeah, it's some damage, right? It already has the Desire on it.
Right, and there is the bike on board.
Yeah. Is there any fear of Bito to potentially, you know, lose next turn with 2 bikes on the board for Zones? He saw him play a Darkest Desire, like, we know that he had horrible targets, but from Bito's perspective, you know, maybe he has, like, something crazy.
Yeah, I think with the number of last words that Zones is being able to accumulate here, if everything here can actually be killed off, then I think the possibility for, like, a combo would be there. But with 20 health, V2 probably would still be okay, yeah.
Okay.
And he is just gonna go with the Retrace.
At least he found some card draw.
Yeah, Goldmine here can fetch a series, or summon a series, and then get another token in hand.
Okay, clock is ticking, he's gotta go fast. It's definitely the play, as you said. Get another Darkest Desire, his final Evo, and clear 2 followers, some damage off the board, and then just the 2/2s are not that scary.
Yeah, so V2 definitely is like all-inning on the Tyrant OTK here, or not even OTK, just a Tyrant finisher here. Already has 1 Darkest Desire on it with the second one in hand, and he's just trying to find the 16, the 8+8 damage burst here. If he can find another, or like a cheaper way to instantly remove it, possibly have lethal on turn 8, that might be the angle here, but...
Yeah, but that's like at least a turn 8 play, right? As he needs to use the Desire and the Tyrant and then way to destroy the Tyrant, so...
Yeah, and what's really awkward, it's the fact that there's already a bike active on the board and he wants to use that, but there's still... He has a Skeleton Dreamer in hand. Like, there's no way he can get both of these bikes onto the same Tyrant. So it does put a little bit of a limit on how much burst he can deal.
I want to get it all back.
So it's carefully considering his ordering here. Gonna hit face twice first and then clear the series.
Yeah, wants to guarantee the damage before he, you know, does anything else. Has a good amount of card draw available. Tour Guides, Rebirth.
We get Rebirth, another series. just gonna let Kagero take the bike, it seems like.
Yeah, 5 play points, but not a lot of time left. He's got to make a decision.
Yeah, he should be fine here. Okay, actually gonna evil. All right, this
Because the
Kagero
Dark
has
Desire one, right?
Had
Yeah.
the spell on it. Oh.
Yep.
Oh wow.
It's
V2
smart,
safe-
right?
Wait. Oh, it's the heal.
Yeah,
Okay.
just
Okay. Yeah.
going up to 17, play it safe. He knows
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
been some shenanigans on the other side. I like that play from Zones. It's just like
Yeah, yeah,
extra
absolutely.
safe.
Yeah. This was definitely a good play there from Zones. Now the thing is, there wasn't really a way for V2 to put the second.
Yeah, not on
second
turn
Pokemon
7.
and then also pop it because nothing on Zones' board is tanky enough for the Tyrant to just trade off against. But the healing now definitely will still be important looking forward. Luna drawn off the top there.
I mean, the Luna
Still-
could be relevant.
Yeah, Luna,
Like-
to get the extra Evo on the
On the Tyrant, right?
is going to be very useful.
Yep.
You can put the Skeleton Dreamer on this bike or something like that, or maybe the Luna on the bike, and then have the second Dreamer put the bike on the Tyrant, and then you're looking at 10 plus 10 for a potential OTK there if you can get everything lined up. And with the Psycho Pump in hand, V2 actually has everything that he needs for a turn 8 lethal.
Not lonely.
Now it's a matter of, will he live to that turn 8? He's going to do
That
his best
is
to clear the
true.
board, but he has
He
to,
can-
hold the Evo for his plan to work next turn.
Yeah, so it's actually do or die right now for V2.
Yeah.
I think he sees that. He does get to heal for 2. He did put the healing on the Luna.
Smart.
And this could be enough. Zones does not have Link Staff. We know that. But is the Necro Impulse plus Soul Strike enough? That's 4. That's 7.
Just get the calculator, let's
7,
do the
6.
math.
7, 6, 13, 15. Ooh, that is lethal, right?
That's it. He has 6 damage on board, 4 from the Soul Strike, and then Necro Impulses, an
Is
additional
4, yeah.
4.
Is that not?
He's doing the math, we're doing the math. But, for the record, I like Vita's play.
Wait, he doesn't have an Evo point. Oh, right.
Yeah, he does not have an Evo.
Oh, okay, he doesn't have an Evo point. In that case, it is actually like 1 off, right?
Yeah, I like Vita's
Okay.
play because Vita's play is the play to win, right? Like, he's taking some risks, but those risks will lead to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was the only line that V2 could have taken, and it is like really good that he decided to take this line because if you were like a less experienced player, oh my god, no, not not again.
Oh, that's funny.
I said I didn't want to see another enhanced Bone Fanatic on this stream.
Well, we're seeing it again, and Bidu, he's got the combo, all the pieces correct. It's gonna be just enough. I like his
Assembling
play.
the perfect combo, setting it up, pinpoint accuracy, bike plus the Evo point that he saved the previous turn, plus the Psycho Pump that he saved as well, the 10 plus 10, the OTK coming out on turn 8. Really, really well played there from B2, keeping calm during a really intense game.
Yeah, once again, Bidu, he's dealt some weird hands, but as a veteran player, he makes the best of them. And right now, Bidu's up 2 games. Zones has to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, reverse sweep the Mysteria, mind you, and that is no easy task, but we've seen it happen before. Zone's surely gonna queue in the spell boost here, and there it is, gonna go first with the spell boost against V2's Mysteria. So this should, in theory, go to at least a 2-1, but you never know. Crazy things have happened.
Yeah, so the spell boost does well against Mysteria, right? It's like,
Oh, yeah.
they're both rune decks, but one of them can play cards for 0 play points, while the Mysteria damage is, gated by their play points of their Angrea, Rending Blast, Rending Blaze, and then there's counter magic too, so spell boost does pretty well against the Mysteria.
Yeah, the boards are just very difficult to clear. Usually, you need to hold multiple Riven Earths from the side of Mysteria, and even if you do that, A, you might still not win the game, and B, you're restricting yourself on how quickly you can develop your own game plan, because Riven Earth is still useful for banishing your own deck, it's useful for adding names to your elements of creation, So if you're forced to save Riven Earths, that can sometimes be a problem, but as long as you don't draw it until later on, then there's no problem.
Yeah, and Stone's even opening with the Chrono Witch, you know, already getting some spell boost on it, double Squirrel to follow it up. This is looking like a good game for Stones, and when you need to make a reverse sweep, you know, start with one, right?
Yes, you start with one, absolutely. As I was about to say that Zones' opening hand just off the mulligan was looking really bad, but then top decking the Chrono Witches and now the Magical Squirrels is just really, really perfect. Triple counter magic in hand. That's more than you need at this stage of the game, but to have them against Mysteria is still useful. Zone's not looking amused in the slightest by these counter magics. Actually going to pass and float the 2 play points there. V2 surely is going to have some ideas about what could possibly be in his hand for this to happen.
Yeah, so from Vito's point of view, from his side as a Mysterio player, like, you know, this is a bad matchup, so what is the angle? Like, what can he do?
You have to try and hope that Spell Boost game plan does not really come together, because if it does, then frankly, as long as Spell Boost executes properly, there is really no hope for you. Like, it's actually just that kind of matchup. So you just have to play your game, try to amass your Mysteria cards, your Mysteria damage, and just try and set up for the maximum turn 7 into turn 8 burst, and then just pray that it works. And most of the time it doesn't, but that's all you can do.
Yeah, well, we've seen Vito pull out wins out of thin air, so we're gonna see if he can do it again. He is up 2 games in this set right here, so he could lose this and still be fine, but I'm sure he's gonna try his best to win this, even if it's a bad matchup.
Yeah, a lot of Spell Boost followers being drawn here from V2. There's 2 Moggies in hand, Isabel being drawn off the top as well. Really nice there for V2, alongside all of these Covenant Mages and the Crystal Witch. This is a really, really strong Mysteria draw. He's looking at, well, not quite a fully active and on turn 5, unless he plays the Moggy first, which would be a pretty easy thing to do.
Okay, Stone's here on his first Evo turn. No, he held the counter magic, but now he's going to cash at least one of them out.
Yeah, finally deciding to spell boost with these counter magics and getting the Moggy, the 3-cost Moggy. V2 at this point definitely knows that something is very strange about Zones' hand, because he would never be playing these highly inefficient Moggies unless he absolutely had to. So there's no Isabel, there's no Tetra, there's no 2 play point cycles, at least at the start of the turn for Zones. And that only leaves so many possibilities. The fact that he was willing to play the counter magic so easily, I think V2 knows for a fact that there's at least one more in hand.
Yeah, V2 has, the mage ready to break that shield. Got 9 cards in hand. Gonna keep the fusion on the Isabel and keep drawing cards.
Arcane Duplication being drawn off the top, going to be very useful for some emergency deck banishing later on. Covenant Mage going to start off. Drawing Alistair could potentially be used here as just an extra name, and even more deck banishing onto that 3/1 Squirrel.
Yeah, Vito already halfway through his deck, 17 cards left.
Pitiful and wretched I feel.
Yeah, now normally you might try to banish a bunch of the cards from, or a bunch of the followers from Spell Boost to make their Chrono Witch a little bit more difficult to actually use, because you need 4 unique followers destroyed, but there was already 1 magical scroll destroyed from Zones, so banishing that one doesn't do a whole lot. So instead, V2 opts for the much stronger play on board, makes a full Mysteria board, Rhea and the Anne. This is one thing that you can do in this matchup before Spell Boost has the time to really ramp up, because you expect Chrono Witch around turn 7, and that means that on turn 6, they can be a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, Vito makes a great board. This reminds me of the old Mysteria boards, with the Miranda, where we just flood the board with followers.
Throwback. That's a real throwback.
Yeah, Vito just making the best of it.
Shaking their fists at you right now. Definitely a controversial deck back in its day. I mean, to be fair, I enjoyed it for what it's worth, but definitely a very different deck now, even if some of the turns do have a little bit of that explosive board potential. And Zone's forced to just pass against the double Mysteria. The story isn't over, but
he could break the
really,
shield, cash out a lot of face damage, 10 cards left in his deck.
Wow,
Got
wow,
both
wow,
the
wow.
spells, 6 play points.
Oh, that's
and
insane! And then that's
I mean,
another
that's
6
it.
damage from the Greya spell, and that's
He
lethal!
just somehow does
The
it.
clap from zones. Imagine losing spell boost to Mysteria. That is actually an insane outcome to this game. I don't think anyone was expecting this. V2, stoic as ever, entering something into the comms right now, I guess, but just thinking about the last few games, and even now, like, that he's won the game, he's still thinking, like, that's the competitor in V2. He's still thinking about, like, were there ways for me to optimize some of those past games, like, especially, like, the first few turns of the Shadow Mirror and maybe game 1, definitely a lot of options there. He's probably thinking about all of those games and just going it over in his head, because even though he's beat Zones, his teammate and friend at this point in the bracket, there are still more matches to play, still a lot of really strong opponents to face. But 3-0, I don't think anyone saw this coming, and especially to win Mysteria versus Spell Boost is really insane.
Yeah, Bidu delivers us the first swift 3-0 of the weekend. And again, it's a testament of how great of a player he is. Multiple times in the set in this tournament, he's had like awkward hands, bad matchups. Doesn't matter, Bidu's just too good. He pulls the wins out of nowhere, and he's gonna advance 3-0 over Zones.
Yeah, and this Mysteria setup was just so strong. Like, this is pretty much exactly what you have to aim for. Just make a strong Mysteria board, focus on your own game, and attack that weak point of Spell Boost that until they have the Chrono Witch active on turn 7 or 8, they are vulnerable. They can actually struggle to clear a very strong board. Bidu takes advantage of that and delivers a really powerful setup into the easy OTK on board.
Yeah, Bidu's going to advance in the lower bracket. He's gonna face the winner of Dolan against Duck Dodo. 2 players that already have slots to World Grand Prix, but Bidu still needs to earn his slot.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I wonder if we're going to see any more 3-0s looking forward into this bracket, because, like, we've seen some, like, you know, matches where the underdog has actually come out on top, and I'm not sure, like, at this point, because we've pretty much seen the entire spectrum at this point. I honestly don't know what to expect.
Yeah, and, you know, best of 5s with no bans. It's rare, I think, that we're going to see 3-0s, but Bidu did deliver. We're going to have some more great matches for you guys in a little bit. We're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned.
On a run from a given disaster. Speed away from the holy mind. Pride. I swear I never thought it would matter. If I'm gone by now, all my weakness keep on linger on. On repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on. But you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving to the end, still it feels like I'll pretend. Keep on driving and driving along the road to end. Lost my head over my back between the jars and bottle jars. Just me and all the red lights. Keep on driving.
Welcome back, everyone, for what is actually our last match for day one. And it's been a very intense day. And you guys know, you just got to see our first 3-0 of the day as well.
Yeah, really crazy. Honestly, of all the matches that we would have seen today, this is one that I would have least expected to be a 3-0 because,
Right.
I mean, like I would know, like V2 and Zones are scrimming all the time, and this week I can attest to it. They scrimmed day in and day out, and honestly, like
Man.
you could not convince me that one of them could 3-0 the other. But on the on tournament day, on game day, anything can go down. You can draw into triple counter magic on spell boost and then die to aggro Mysteria. Things like that
Yeah.
can happen.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just really crazy.
Just the
but it's-
Unanswered Grail.
yeah, it's a sad way to go out for Zones for sure, but I do think he did what he could. He played well, certainly in the wins that he had, and in this match as well. Even though it was a 3-0, I think it was a relatively close 3-0 for what it's worth. And V2
Absolutely.
definitely sticking to his, game plans and not letting himself deviate and, mess himself up or anything like that. Keeping a clear mind and making sure he does what he needs to do, making sure he doesn't overcommit a single unnecessary resource, holding the Evo Point, holding the Psycho Pomp, everything was just lining up in place for V2. And I think
He played excellently.
Yeah, I think he could definitely carry that forward to the rest of the bracket.
That's right, but of course, we still have one more match to go before we see the rest of his performance tomorrow, which is going to be Dulan versus Doc Dodo. Doc Dodo finally got his first set of wins on stream. I'm so proud.
Yeah, there's a first time for everything, and that includes Doc Dodo breaking his curse, winning a best of 5 for that matter on stream. Not even a best of 3, won a best of 5 against Rin Zando. No slouch to be sure, and now he's against TS Dulan, so one of the favorites, I would say, going into this tournament, the former champion of the West Contenders Cup, with nearly identical lineups. Once again, Doc Dodo with the Mysteria versus Dulan's, Doc Dodo with Spell Boost versus Dulan's Mysteria. And we saw how that worked out last time, but in theory, it can still go both ways depending on how the queue order goes and depending on whether Sword can secure a win against Spell Boost, whether Spell Boost can secure a win against Mysteria. We'll just have to see. And once again, as always, the Shadow Mirror going to be pivotal in the BO5.
Absolutely. But the one thing that you guys can secure is a chance to win some packs in the chat right now, as there is going to be a giveaway. So make sure you pay attention to what is going on, to the prompts in the chat and answer correctly. You have a chance to win yourself some goodies. So make sure you don't miss it, the little window for the giveaway there. And so, just got to give another little set of prizes there. And with that, I think we're just about ready to slowly get into this game. Like, this is, oddly enough, essentially a WGP scrim for these players, right? They're both at WGP, and they're basically just scrimming at this point, but with a lot of prizing on the line.
Absolutely. And it is actually going to be a Shadow Mirror. This important matchup going to be queued up first here. Doc Dodo with the interesting keep. So not only keeping the Tyrant, but also the Link Staff Necromancer, the 3-drop. The 3/3 being kept there for Doc Dodo. A very, very curious choice. generally speaking, you don't even want to have Link Staff in your destroyed followers pool too early because if you're trying to make a power play off of Tyrant, especially with Goldmine Necromancer, you want to revive a 3-drop like Ceres or Otherworld. Like those are both great Evo targets, and Link Staff not so much. So just having her in the pool can definitely hurt sometimes. But Doolin picking up a second amulet as well, Temple of the Bone Fanatic alongside the Celeste. Both players still off to very, very good starts.
Yeah, absolutely. Like at the very least, they are making plays. They are slowly furthering themselves into their win cons as well. But I agree with the point on keeping the Link Staff. But it looks like that's where he's going to cash it out, just playing it down on 3. I guess if that was the intent of it, then I kind of get it.
Yeah. So opting for the Link Staff for a little bit more immediate tempo on turn 3, rather than developing the Celeste like Doolin did. An interesting choice for sure. And if you're Doolin right now, you knew your opponent kept 2. And if I were him, I would be guessing that my opponent kept the Tyrant plus either Wicked Rebirth or perhaps even a Cycle Pump to combo alongside the Tyrant. So certainly he should be expecting Docto to have some way to pop and open the Lich on turn 4.
Yeah, that's right. Cycle Pump going to be cashed in here though. Got to start gathering up that hand advantage. Finds the gold mine, which is going to come in handy a bit later. Has Wicked Rebirth as well, which is going to help to keep that hand going. But for the time being, I don't see any like clean plays. Right?
Yeah, that's a bit of an awkward draw. The second Tyrant coming in. Definitely don't want to crystallize him at this point because that's far too late. Much rather just pass and float the 2 play points there. All of your cards in your hand can be used much more effectively at a future point. So I agree with this play a lot. Now, this turn from Doc Dodo, he can pop one of his followers, but only with the Wicked Rebirth. And so far, he only has, I believe, 1 last word count, and that's just from one of his earlier followers.
Yeah, exactly. Committing the Kagero here early with the Dreamer. To start biking it up over here and not
actually gonna save his Evo. Wow. Okay,
that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, so I'm really excited that we finally get to see, like, this is what a Shadow Mirror can really look like. We've seen a lot of games where the Shadow players honestly had, like, just, like, very unfortunate hands where the mid-game is not quite what you're expecting. Both players just kind of copium their way to a win, but this is pretty much as good as it's going to get. This is basically full power Shadow. Both players with the Tyrant popping as early as possible with multiple amulets in play. And now the mid-game struggle for the board. These dynamics are finally going to come into play. And Doolin...
It only took us to get to the last match of the day.
Yeah, it only took this long for Shadow to finally look this good. And 5... That's going to be 5 on the...
What's this?
On the Rebirth there. Actually goes for the Series destruction there.
Alright, that takes care of most of the board already. We have a bite coming up.
And now, Doolin considering whether to use the gold mine because he's already evoed this turn, so he doesn't get to evo the Series again. He could just go for the Luna here. I like the Luna. Just get another evo point. You can use the gold mine to evo Series again on your next turn very easily.
Exactly. Just get the double effect going, and then you just have insane damage burst potential going into future turns to just close out the game, because especially with how the game has been developing so far, I can easily see this going into that kind of long term where you need just that massive, desires pop at the very end.
Yeah. So the interesting choice that Doolin made last turn was between either popping the Series or potentially the Hell's Unleasher for more board presence there, and did end up going with destroying the Series right away. The board space did come into effect a little bit if he was planning on playing the Luna at the end, but by clearing his own Series and the last word pinging off one of Doc Dodo's followers, it means that there's a little bit less threat of just getting aggroed down, because Doolin has taken a fair bit of chip damage here, and with another bike on Doc Dodo's board, there is definitely a chance that Doc Dodo could put on a little bit too much damage in this stage. So Doolin playing it safe does end up popping the Lich anyway. Very strong Kagero here, 7 attack.
How many last words are we at right now, actually, on Doctoro's side?
Doctoro is at 7 right now, and Doolin is now
8.
at 8. Yeah, so both players definitely still on track. That is the 8th last word the Dreamer just now played from Doctoro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so looking at, I guess for Dulan, that's like a turn 7 where he finally starts to pop things off, but it's very much as you said, like this is what these Shadow Mirrors look like. It's kind of funny as well, like when we were watching the recaps of the first rounds, we saw basically just Soul Strike deciding games like game after game after game. But ever since we actually, started the broadcasted games, it feels like it hasn't been putting in as much work into those games.
It's kind of funny how that happens, and I think for the most part it's because people just were not drawing into Kagero or pulling him out and putting him into the graveyard. And there are a lot of turns like what we saw earlier with Doctoro clearing the Lich with the Soul Strike, even without the full damage effect from it. Sometimes it's just necessary to clear the board. And now Doolin with the double series token in hand, but still no retracing. So the last words will be online on turn 7, but not on this turn, unfortunately. There's still no Chris, so it's not too big of a deal. And Doolin actually spreading out his targets. Actually, no, that was a little bit of a...
Yeah, I think he put both on...
he put both on the Tyrant and the Skeleton Dreamer, yeah. So this makes a lot of sense. You do want to kill the Skeleton Dreamer as part of your combo, so putting the healing on that is a very good choice, and then putting the damage on the Tyrant, it will push damage even through wards, unlike Link Staff, so a very, very strong setup coming in from Doolin.
If Doctoro doesn't heal here, that could actually be lethal already, because you basically just like Evo it and take it out with a gold mine.
Yeah, and Celeste actually gonna temporarily delay the lethal, because now you can't play Wicked Rebirth anymore. And you also cannot accelerate gold mine, so Doolin can still play the Tyrant, but there's really no reason to do it at this point, because you can always just pop it manually next turn. You might as well like play something else, put the Skeleton on board so you can give the bike to the Tyrant, and then with the Evo point along with the bike, you can set up an OTK like we saw in the previous set.
On the other hand, I'm looking at Doctoro's side here. Is there a chance that he could actually bounce back all of a sudden, because there's 2 Soul Strikes in there, Link Staff is in there, but I don't think the Link Staff has any Sarah's tokens on it right now.
It does not.
No, it does not.
What did I want gold again?
Ooh, well, that's going to be a little bit tough. All right, triple Psycho Pump on the board now. Oh.
And Doolin healing all the way back up to 20, making sure that there's absolutely no chance that he's gonna just randomly die on these turns. And also, importantly, making sure that his board is not full, because he could have, like, for example, played out a Luna first on this turn and then Psycho Pump, but if he had done that, there would have been just a full board, and then there would have been at least a little bit of a chance for Doctoro to do something there. Actually gonna play Series and Evo again, and just get
for another desire.
Another desire. I guess you want just like 30 damage or something.
Yeah, I mean, why stop at 18, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, that's certainly gonna decide it, but now we do have the full last words effect on Doctoro's side. What can he do to bounce back? Chris, unfortunately, is actually not doing that much right now.
It's not doing anything at all, and even with the Soul Strikes potentially to clear the board, there's no way for Shadow to heal this turn, or at least not heal enough, even with these retracings. Doolin has like 24 damage in hand right now. Or like,
yep, that is actually the reality of it. There's just so much. I mean, with low effort, it's 18. No, not 18. Yeah. 24, you're right.
Well, he doesn't have the bike anymore and doesn't have the Evo point anymore, so it is just 18.
That's right.
But with the 3 Psycho Pumps on board,
yeah,
that is it. Nice and easy. Really, really good setup there. That's exactly what I want to see.
I'm way over my head here.
Efficient,
oh my God.
To the point, no nonsense, does not waste any time with these early Evo turns, does what he needs to do to make sure he can survive, puts just enough pressure without, overcommitting, and then makes the series plays, sets it up onto the Tyrant, and sets up a really nice lethal on turn 8. Really well played from Doolin. And now going into game
Number
two.
And it's as we said earlier, right? It's the way that this mirror was unfolding. We could see that we're gonna need that big burst to close out that game, because otherwise it was just not really getting to it, right? And he managed to find, triple Sarahs of all things to close it out there. So definitely looking good. Ooh,
a nice draw there from Doc Dodo. And keeping the Skeleton Dreamer for good luck or something. Actually gonna end up drawing the Tyrant off of the one redraw anyway, so honestly it's all good. And 2 Chris's, not exactly what he wants to see at this point, but as long as he has Tyrant on 2, it is gonna be looking very nice, especially against Mysteria. Rune in general will struggle a lot against the wide board that you can get from Tyrant, especially because if you make a wide board and then they might be forced to clear with Quadra Magic, right? But if you have the Hell's Unleasher on board, all of a sudden clearing with Quadra Magic means you're giving them a 4/4. And that is really annoying to deal with, on top of just delaying your own game plan because you want to save your Quadra Magic for as long as possible.
At the very least, the Alistar does give a bit of leeway here, at least some sort of banishing in order to make things a little bit more delayed on Doc Dodo's side. But here, Dulan, he does have the Moggies. Gonna get a quick Mog Champ real quick.
A real Mog Champ on this turn for sure. There's not really a whole lot else to do here. You would love to play just one spell here for Doolin, but he has 7 cards in hand, and it's all followers, and none of them are Isabel. It's just a really weird situation. And it's still like a good hand, technically. It's just a little bit inefficient. He's forced to be slightly inefficient here.
Ooh, very much so. I mean, this is going to be pretty annoying in terms of trades as well. Let's see.
Yeah, the Moggy is at 3, so it's not going to go to 1 on this turn at least. So he's going to probably look for either the Crystal Witch or the Moggy. Technically can't play both. Does go for the Moggy to clear out
there she
Fnatic,
is.
And there's
That's
the Isabel finally drawn off the top. Turn 4 is a little bit later than you would want ideally, but it's still not too bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, turn 4 Isabel, you can get the Fireball by turn 6 if that's what you're going for. So that is definitely good enough for a Quadra Magic lethal setup there. Doc Dodo, the Tyrant finally pops, and Gatekeeper is going to be the play here. Not
pretty
a
good
whole
starting board
lot
already.
else that you can do on this turn. And even if you wanted to play the Gold Mine, you actually won't even be able to summon the Lich if you pop it. So really just Doc Dodo gonna have to float play points here after having a really slow beginning of mid-game with the tempo Chris.
I do like it though, because as you said earlier, right? Because now this kind of invites the Quadra Magic to clear it, and then you give him a Lich in exchange for clearing it. So let's see how Duelin's gonna actually fight this board right here.
Yeah, a lot of things to consider. What you want to leave up and what you want to ignore here. The Lurching Corpse definitely going to be an important thing to consider as well, because in the future, if you're ever going to play Anne or something like that, a Lurching Corpse will be annoying as well. And if Doc Dodo wants to opt into a more aggressive game plan, they can potentially Evil Face with their Lurching Corpse if they draw Luna so they can get the Evil Point back. Is definitely an option as well. Duelin is already at 14 health, so definitely needs to start thinking about how to stay alive against this early aggression.
And there's a Sarah's waiting in Doc Dodo's hand that, the more he puts down the Ans and Greyas, and the more he knows that the game-ending spells are in that hand, that's the timing that you gotta consider when you gotta just shut him out and not let him go for those lethal plays.
Yeah, so Duelin going for the much braver play. I like this a lot. Just going for Greya, getting these Crystal Witches out of here, clearing the most immediate threat, which is the 3/3. Everything else is lower attack than that. And as long as Doc Dodo does not get to cash in anything with the Hell's Unleashed and the Lurching Corpse, it's not too bad. But Wicked Rebirth drawn off the top is looking very nice for Doc Dodo, but he's still only at 3 last words. So something here needs to go. Yeah, only 3.
Jesus Christ. Yeah,
that's kind of what happens when you have to play Tempo Chris on turn 4 going first.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. And it's like, sure, you put down 6 damage so far, but looking at this hand, I mean, Dulan can just clean up the game very quickly and very soon. So the pressure's on for Doctoro here. We can get a Lich with a bike on it. That trades, and then, yeah, I guess he's gonna just swing, take it out with a Wicked Rebirth. That does take care of the board. That's nice and all.
And then
I
wonder if you go for a 5 Chris here. Oh, does not opt for it, but honestly, this is not a terrible time to go for a 5 Chris. Like, Chris is strong when you have 10 last words, but it's not the only way that you can play it. At 5 last words, you still get the Ghostly Rider, and that's a massive board. You could have potentially played like Chris and then the Retrace on the Lich and the Chris itself, and that would have been a pretty solid board for sure.
Gonna pass on it though. Sarah's looking a bit more important right now.
This play is definitely good as well. Knowing that Quadra Magic is already in hand for Dulan, even if you make a 5 Chris, it's still clearable with something like An Evo into like whatever spell. So there were still a lot of ways to deal with that board. So I think going for the series here and holding on to the Chris is definitely reasonable.
Yeah, but now looking at this as well, it's like Dulan's down to 10 cards in deck. How many different spells he had so far actually for the Quadra Magic?
There's 5 different spells.
Not quite there yet.
Yeah, this is going to be the 3rd fuse on the Isabel. It's going to look for that fireball right now. Yeah. And so I believe the Arcane Duplication has not been played yet for... Oh, it has been played one.
Yeah.
So he actually is just lacking additional names at this point because everything else...
been played. Yeah, everything else has been played.
I'll give it everything I've got.
I wonder if he's going to go for a Greya token this turn because that is an extra name. And it would allow him to clear the board and push a little bit of damage as well.
Burn to ash.
Yeah, I mean, you got 3 of them in hand. I think it is affordable at this point. Isabel going to be used first here just to get the Crimson Sorcery. That is another different name, so he will get to it for next turn. Getting really low here.
I already have 4 cards left in deck. Just going to throw out the Blaze right away and then fire the Crimson Sorcery at phase, knowing that those followers had a retracing on them, so just gonna get the damage in at the end.
That's very smart.
Yep.
Good sequencing there. Now for Doctoro. Ball's back in your court. So he put down the Ceres last turn without evolving, so he doesn't have the token at the ready yet. And again, this is another turn for just Chris with the 5 effect, essentially, right?
An opportunity.
Yeah, Chris is definitely... Oh, now it is at 10. It's at 11, in fact, so... Now it is active, yeah. But speaking of active, Quadra Magic is available now for Dulan, but there are just so many ways for him to take care of the rest of this game. He does need to play the elements sooner rather than later, because there are only 3 cards left in his deck, so he has to be a little bit careful here. Playing the An here, he has to make sure he does not draw or banish any more cards on this turn. That is perfectly easy to do. Just clear the board with the An token plus the ward. Very nicely done there for Dulan. He has exactly 1 card left in his deck to not deck out. Very nice management.
But keep in mind, there's a certain something in Doctoro's hand.
There's a certain something. And I hope he goes for it. You better go for it, because I really don't think there's another play here. Dulan hasn't been able to... Yeah, Dulan hasn't been able to play the Quadra Magic, the elements at all, so he doesn't have the benefit of the last card not killing him. So now that there's a Celeste Omega and only 1 card left in deck, Dulan actually has no way to prevent decking himself out on turn 9.
That's it. Doctoro held it until the perfect moment, and just like that, gets his first win. I love it.
Man, that's so unfortunate for Dulan. Honestly, like, it was a little bit of a mishap there towards the end.
Was he too eager?
Yeah, a little bit too eager.
Murdering his deck, basically.
Yeah. Sometimes, ironically, you actually have to like hold back on the self-banishing, especially in this matchup. expecting that there will be turns where the Celeste will come down, and then you have to play like either Anne, Rhea, or the Alistair Evo, the 5 play point, the full body Alistair. And all of those things, they still banish cards from your deck. But if you haven't played the Elements of Creation yet, you can still lose from decking out. So that is a genuine concern. And fortunately for Doc Dodo, actually able to take advantage of that and basically steal a game that he had almost no business winning.
Yeah, honestly, and it just came down to holding on to that Celeste that literally just made Dulan like turn this game from a 1v1 to 1v2 where his deck is
to be fair, Dulan was really struggling to hit the number of names for his Elements of Creation there.
Yep.
If he was able to play it earlier, he certainly would have, but it just all lined up in a very unfortunate way where like he had to play the Anne to clear and then didn't have enough cards left in the deck. But now the Rune Mirror, Spell Boost versus Mysteria, this is another really good matchup for Doc Dodo, and like an actual good matchup and not one that he can kind of just like steal off the back end. Covenant Mage coming out alongside the Insight and Isabel being drawn. Very nice.
Very important here as well.
Tosses away the Greya, just going for more spells, more 1-cost spells off the Isabel.
I feel like that also kind of like shows that Isabel's probably coming down next turn for the Evo for Fate's Hand, because that's also, you know, just another name you can add to it, and I think that's a lesson you learned from last game. You want to add that early, very, very early.
Exactly, yeah. Another Greya actually being drawn off the top. I wonder if he fuses it again. It's like, I told you to stay out. Okay, actually opts for no fuse, which I absolutely agree with in this case. You don't want to fuse away your Spell Boost followers because they are card draw for less than 1 play point, so they're strictly better than Insight. Meanwhile, the Greya at this point, you should probably hold on to 1. You're still going to need the Mysteria cards eventually.
It's still a huge burst of damage that can close out the game, so it's always going to be very important. But, you know, every time Doc Dodo wins a game on stream, you know, this is something we haven't been blessed to as much this year, but every time he wins a game on stream, you know, you see this little smile. That's what we're bringing to WGP. We're bringing Doc Dodo's smile to WGP, and nobody's going to be ready for it. But man,
that's right.
We're tied up now. You know, this game could go the whole way, all the way to game 5. And from the way things have been looking, I could see it.
Yeah, the Magi, the 0-cost Magi coming out with the 7 spell boost. Actually gonna mill the Anne off the top. Dylan's gonna have to keep that one in mind. 1 Anne is already confirmed to be off the table. And interesting choice there for the double retracing. Not playing Last Words, so he is actually allowed to stack the retracings on the same followers, which makes sense because you know that, like, if you want to heal, like, your opponent has to kill the 5/4, right? So you might as well put them on that. There's actually no real benefit of putting the Last Words on the other 1/3. So nice little touch there. A little bit of awareness for sure. Isabel now gonna fuse away that Tetra, gets the Quadra Magic, and gonna evolve that as well.
Yeah, we're just getting Fate's Hand at this point. Both players just have very similar win cons, but just different flavors of them at this point.
Splendid Conjury, the 8 damage, the 1-cost Wind Blast coming in to clear out that 5/4 Last Words Isabel. Arcane Duplication going to be the next mill for Dylan. No problem, he already has one in hand anyway, even if he needs it for the name.
Right, we're going to be coming up here now with the bonus stances. He is under 20 cards in the deck, now under 15. We're off to a good pace, but again, Dulan, don't overdo it. Although I think with the hand being nerfed there, shouldn't be as much of a... Not nerfed, being milled there, shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. And in this matchup, if anything, you would rather go fast, because if it goes too long, you will, like, 100% reach a point where Spell Boost will just create an unwinnable situation for you. So, oh, well, that's pretty good. Another Ant being drawn off the top. Actually opts for a lot of just spells here. Actually gonna play out the Fate's Hand and the Glimpse just to make sure he does not overdraw his next card. That is already 7 out of 7 for Quadra Magic at the end of turn 5. So turn 6 Quadra Magic into Elements is on the table here.
Right, what about Doc Dodo? How many spells are we at here?
He is at 5. So also coming up really close. The Fate's Hand is 1, the Counter Magic is another.
And surely the Counter Magic is going to be pretty important right here, especially because, I guess the Magic Missile does get through the shield, but it's not going to be easy.
That's right.
Looking at the Chrono Witch here as well, I feel like it's been a little slow, and he is... What's in the pool for Chrono Witch right now? I haven't been keeping track of what's exactly gone out. So we have...
we have
actually quite a good pool.
exactly like a 4 spread, one of each. One Eleanor Squirrel, Isabel, and the Magi as well. Just exactly the 4 that you're looking for. And even having exactly 4 followers means that you're guaranteed to revive Magi so he can strike and draw 2 cards again. Which is just a very nice bonus to get off of your Chrono Witch.
Exactly. I wonder at which point is Doctor planning to play down, because he does have the double Guild Assembly, so whatever is thrown at him this turn, he could try to kind of sustain his way out of it, but he's going to commit it this turn.
Oh, what?
Okay. I thought about it for a brief moment.
That's really wild. Okay.
You better turn.
Just for the Moggy as well.
Wow. Wait,
another one too, and
Witch,
Isabel.
but that one's really expensive. And
An opportunity.
there's no evil point recovery in Spell Boost. At least I'm pretty sure Doc Dodo does not play or Glimpse rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely does not play Glimpse. So there's no evil point recovery. There are free evos, but this Chrono Witch will not be playable until it is strictly 0 play points. And
Exactly. And it's going to be hard to get to that point.
really hard to get there because you have 2 Guild Assemblies, which are 1-play playing spells in your hand, but playing them before your Chrono Witch is not very good either.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he does set up a bit of a threatening board, but I feel like also answering the last board presented by Dulan there were other ways around it, potentially.
I'm sure, I feel like there was something that could have been done there. It almost seems to me that Doc Dodo has just opened the gates for Dulan, because without the Chrono Witch to be afraid of, now all of a sudden, Spell Boost is no longer doing a million scary things at once. Now they're on your level. They're doing one thing at a time. And at that point, Mysteria has a shot. Counter magic being milled off the top. That's the 3rd counter magic. Gone.
I mean, at least now the counter magic gets the ideal 3 on the board with no chance of missing. And also,
to converse.
The Tempo Guild Assembly coming back.
Stay away from me.
I did not miss this one from past tournaments.
Dear.
But... another.
Another.
Don't do it again, man. You're already at 19.
Okay, well, he's got the Spells Play, Quadra Magic.
The Tempo Quadra Magic. Oof.
Not keeping it for the board clear, potentially? Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, really curious because you have 2
he's
Moggies
just
that are
trying
gonna...
to get the Chrono Witch as fast as possible.
what? Wow!
He's literally speed running Chrono Witch right now.
Oh my god!
He's speed running
what
the Chrono
a
Witch.
madman! Who even
Y'all ain't ready
does
for
this? What?
Y'all ain't ready for Dota.
In all of my time, I have never seen someone play Spell Boost quite like this. Wow.
Welcome to Turbo Chrono Witch.
That's crazy. That's really, really crazy.
Don't underestimate.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I'm impressed in more ways than one, I'll tell you that. I don't know what Dulan's thinking right now, but...
Look at his deck out. Look at his deck out real quick. It's the same problem.
Yeah, it's the same thing as before.
Same problem.
He doesn't want to play these Mysteria cards, but he kind of has to because this... If he makes a strong board right now, it's so good because of what Doc Dodo just did with the Tempo Quadra Magic, but what he hasn't played Elements of Creation yet, so you literally cannot play these cards. If you play one, you have to just pass. You cannot Evo. You cannot play another one. You cannot play the Crystal Witch. You cannot play the Arcane Communication.
Literally nothing. The majority of this hand is just dead.
I wonder if he just plays Greya Pass or just pass outright. Because you cannot play 2 cards this turn. You are literally limited to 0 cards or 1 card for the rest of this turn. Otherwise, you will deck out. That's insane. Dueling goes for playing 0 cards. This is a crazy game.
I can't believe what I'm watching.
This is such a crazy game. So
I can't believe what I'm watching.
Depending on what the top deck... Oh no, we don't even see the top deck because Duelin's hand is full. That means... Oh my god, the options are so limited now. So I really wonder how he sequences the next turn, because the thing is, if you try to draw with no cards left in your deck, that'll proc like the elements effect where it reduces your max HP by 5. And you can't be doing that too many times because you know like Doc Dodo has 2 elements in his hand as well.
And you might burn one of them here too.
Yeah. And now, on the other hand, if you try to banish cards from your deck, if there are nothing left, then nothing happens. You don't lose max HP. So the way he sequences the Crystal Witches and the Mysteria cards, we're going to have to watch out for that because that's literally going to dictate how many more turns of this game Doolin can play before his match HP becomes too low.
That's insane. And right now, Doc Dodo is just playing his Turbo Chrono Witch. And he's doing pretty good too. Like he has the random spells to just play down to get it down.
Yeah, the Tetra Evo is really good here too, just to get. Well, he didn't even get more Delta Cannons really because he actually ended up, I believe,
one of the
burning one.
Yeah. Chrono Witch is down to 4. It's
look, he built an Ann! Are you kidding me? What? Oh my god, the third from the bottom card, it was actually another Ann! He milled 2 Anns this game. That's the second time he milled an Ann.
That is so painful.
That's unbelievable.
All right.
Certainly, the Elements of Creation has to come out this turn. Oh yeah, I'm not seeing how Doolin can possibly win this with Counter Magic and another Elements in Doc Dodo's hand. Normally, you might want to be a little bit apprehensive about being the first one to play Elements, but in this situation, Doc Dodo knows he has more of them than Dolan does, and he knows that Dolan's time is limited.
That's it. No cards in deck.
So he pushes the issue. There's the Reaper. It's not really a Reaper at this point, but it might as well be.
It's a quarter of a Reaper. It's a quarter of a Reaper.
Yeah.
I loved her. She was everything.
All right. Well, An's gonna calm down here. We get Hinting Blast, vanishing absolutely nothing. And now, I mean, he has Damage Burst in hand, but there is plenty of ways for Doc Dodo to, one, heal back up here. Goodbye, Crystal Witch. We don't need you anymore.
Yeah, fusing
the Insight
for another Insight. Insight on turn 9. Definitely an interesting one. Eleanor off the top. Basically, okay, as long as Doc Dodo can just survive here, like, he can just play the Elements plus Counter Magic, but he doesn't have enough points for that anymore, so...
How fun it is to
what? Okay, so...
Wait, that's 0? Okay.
Yeah, so now he has the Chrono Witch to 0. Finally, the quest pays off. We got... You know, mission complete. We have the turn 9 0 cost Chrono Witch. We basically went all in on this, and then Doolin knows there's absolutely no shot of coming back from this. Oh my god, what a game. Okay, that game, I felt like probably closer on multiple levels than it needed to be. But it was certainly the most entertaining way that game could have gone. Absolutely insane. And to follow up from Doolin literally losing from deck out on the previous game, to have the same potential threat crop up again against the Chrono Witch speedrun. It's just so absurd. These are some of the most ridiculous games I've ever seen. Why are you tossing Leon? Don't do that, man. Oh no.
That's it. Eduard's upset.
Honestly, if you can draw a Vagabond Lizard instead, it's okay. In that case, it's okay.
Yep.
And you at least have a Radical Gunslinger, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Yeah, that's a strong start. Start.
That's
all right. Squirrel on 2. Let's go. What's it gonna do?
Oh, it's just that easy. Just draw another one. And, well, this is actually a really good hand from Doolin as well. He's got a lot of Spell Boost followers now, a lot of spells. Can fuse away that Hurricane Golem. Yeah, this Isabel is really early. He has all the options available. Fireball available on turn 3, or turn 4 rather. Vagabond off the top. Are you kidding me, man?
I can't do that.
Wow.
Doc Dodo just feels like an anime protagonist today, and I feel like the stage might buff him even more.
He feels like one, but I think he just is a protagonist at this point. Like, whose show are we running here? Who's really the boss? Oh, man.
My man's just
That's
vibing.
just-
He's
that's
one
just
game away.
insane.
One game away
He's
from
mad vibing right
continuing
now.
his run. Duelin's over here like panicking basically.
Dude,
Like I've
Duelin's
lost
like-
the deck out two
like-
times in a row.
yeah. You can tell his brain is kind of just going into override. Meanwhile, Doc Dodo with a slight smile, he's like, this is pretty good, you know?
Ooh, this
Yeah.
one's gonna be doing numbers in a bit.
Yeah, the lizard on 3 feels good, man.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He's gonna
Okay,
oh, the Leon.
actually gonna come out, and this is gonna set him up for a potential Erica play on turn 5. This is looking extremely dangerous.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't look away. This might
Oh
just end in a flash.
no!
Dulan, this is his
I-
run.
I can't believe what we're seeing here.
The back-to-back
Oh,
Contenders champion
no.
dream cannot be shattered. He still has
Or
a
can
chance.
it? The Leod. It's not the Evoed Leod, but this, like the Temple Leod here, is more than enough given you have Erica plus another Sword Swing Bandit in hand, and you have a Sunny Day encounter. Based on what we've been seeing so far, I bet that's gonna draw a Balion. So, you know, like, it's really, really scary right now. 12 HP for Duelan. Isabel is the hover here. How are you gonna deal with this board?
You'll make a good test subject.
Face and is gonna get picked up, but I feel like he has to burn through the Crimson Sorcery in his hand as well, or like the Riven Earth or something. Like, oh my god. Alright, Riven Earth's gonna come down. I like it. Crimson Sorcery as well. That will take care of the targetable ward.
Yeah. Crystal Witch coming out as well. Draws a Magic Missile.
That slows him down.
Yeah, so like the Anne in this matchup, it sounds better than it is. Because the reality is, as long as Riley Sword holds onto an Evo point, it's really not that hard for them to find lethal through a ward. They can play Erica first and then Evo trade a Vagabond Lizard against it, the ward for example, and that's a really effective way of doing that. So like the ward is really not as strong as it may seem. The Leod gonna be the Evo option here for Doc Dodo, just going all the way in.
Ayo.
And
hold up.
It's dangerously close to lethal here. He
Are you worth your weight in gold?
just
Wait a second.
barely. Wait a second. What he was? Oh, because this just made him rally 7. He could not play Erica first.
Yeah,
If he was able to play Erica first, that would have been lethal.
It would have been on a bike ride, so it would have been 5.
Are you
5,
Because you get the
6. No,
amulet.
yeah, 1 off.
It
One
would have been
off.
close.
Yeah.
Hold up, is he
But-
not leaving up a little too much? Maybe at this stage it's still okay, but this will at least give Dulan the way to kind of like stabilize a little bit. Fade's hand.
Yeah, this has to be.
Dulan
the
slow down,
Antern.
buddy, slow down.
This
You
is
can tell he's
his
stressed.
final stand. Okay, so the thing is, he can't even push that much damage because he wants the Isabel to die.
Yep.
And he is gonna double down on the retracings once again. Gonna make sure that these two followers die.
Yep.
The double
Yep,
one,
absolutely.
not what he wants to see.
Please be a 2. Oh my god, only one.
Triple one.
That hurts. That hurts.
Hey, lay the traitor
Oh
low.
my god. We could have been at 13. We could have been at 13. Oh man.
Alright.
Average would have been 11.
Sunny
But
Day
the
encounter.
free Sunny Days. No!
You can't be
No!
serious.
Oh no, dude, no! Don't do him like
Here it
this.
comes. This is Balion into Erica, already queued up. Doctor was shaking with
Oh,
excitement.
dude. Oh my god. Oh,
What
I'm
is he
freaking
gonna
out
hit?
here.
What is he gonna hit? 1 in 3 chance.
Oh,
It doesn't hit.
And
That is. Wait. No, there's no way for him to reach lethal yet this turn, right?
no, there's no way. He
Oh,
can
but it's
Evo.
close.
Yeah, he can Evo the Erica if he wants to get over the ward and then push 8 face. Yeah, that's gonna be what he does
That's pretty
here.
good.
Okay, so 8 damage to face. The Killer Instincts is on board. The next follower that Duelan plays is gonna get destroyed, which means this is a really, really awkward turn. He has to literally go double Ann if he wants to Evo it. But that means
right.
He cannot play the elements of creation still. Still, he
That
can't
hurts
play it.
so much.
Loved her. She was everything.
How is
And
this
I wonder...
happening?
Oh, hang on a second. Wait. This is actually big winnable.
Give it everything I've
I
got.
think
Hold
Doolin
up.
can. I think Doolin actually wins this game.
Now you'll pet
He
Lady
double
Think so?
trades with the non-wards. He needs 2 5/5 wards. Next
Oh my
turn,
God.
next turn
You're
he
so
plays
right.
Quadra Magic. Next turn the Quadra Magic. After that, Alistair, and then what?
Oh my god.
Or not even.
Wait a
Alistair.
second. Double cat.
Wait.
Double cat.
No.
Double cat. There it is. There
Are
it
you
is. The double cat.
Sales?
No way! No! You are kidding me! You
double
can't.
cat.
This is highway robbery. Like I get he's using Baron as his leader, but that's not okay. Are you serious?
Dodo.
Doc
Is
Dodo!
gonna take it.
Oh my god,
With
Doc
the
Dodo and
double-
the boys. And the cats rather. Oh my god. What? I'm literally shaking right now.
I don't know what to say.
I cannot, I actually cannot believe just the sheer sequence of events that needed to transpire for the series to go the way that it did. It all started with that one bad omen with Doolin decking out at the hands of Celeste Omega, not being
Yep.
able to play the elements. And to be fair, he didn't have the spell number of names, but after that, falling to the throwaway matchup, the Mysteria versus Spell Boost, but that game was closer than we expected. And then in the final game, coming down to the wire, unlike
You gave me that
5
hope. You
different
gave
ways.
me that hope at the end.
I did. I
You
did.
gave me that hope.
And
I was
honestly,
like, oh,
like,
bounce back.
for good reasons. Like that looked like a one game. If it wasn't for the double Cat Admiral, what is that?
Oh my god.
I actually can't believe that. Because even if he draws another Storm card, that's not enough. He has no Evo
That was
point.
the only way.
There's
That
no
was
evil
but
point,
those are
yeah.
the only 2 drops. It's just the Squirrel and the Cat Admiral,
Yeah,
right?
like it's absurd. Like, wow, that's
Look at
wow.
that. Look
Wow,
at Doolin.
wow,
He just-
wow,
he
wow,
couldn't
wow.
handle it.
No, the
my
table slam!
God.
No,
The
dude,
table-
no!
Doolin.
Oh no, pour one out for the boy. Oh gosh, that's so rough, man.
What a crazy set we just
Oh.
witnessed. Doc Dodo winning yet another set on stream, and it couldn't go any other way. The rally shore just too strong at the end.
Oh,
Great short from Dolan,
I
but
don't want to do this.
it could have
Dodo.
gone quite a few ways, by the way. It could have gone. Oh my! It's literally like there are like 14 billion realities, and this was the one. This was the one where he top decks.
All the world lies.
He literally
All the
top
world
decks
lies.
the Royal Summons, gets double Cat Admiral. He has 2 Cat Admirals in his. He already had 1 summons in his hand or something like that. Already had 1 Admiral.
He had one in there.
Yeah, plays another one off the top. Unbelievable. And you know what? If it wasn't for the double retracing, it healed 1 3 times.
Yep.
Only
Yep.
2 once, and then it was exact lethal
If it
with
hit
the top
2
deck double Cat
one more
Admiral.
time.
If he heals for 1, he had 2 5/5 wards and Elements of Creation on deck next turn. It was a win, except it wasn't.
He had it. He literally
He
had it.
literally had it, and then he didn't. I can't believe that this can happen.
well,
It
you know,
feels like
Oh my god.
it just one more thing. Like it feels like Doc Dodo was in his head from game 2 onwards. Like the moment he lost to the
my
deck out,
God.
the moment he lost to that freeze, I feel like that was it. Like his play started to get a little bit more frantic. You know, he was just like starting to like slam down cards as quickly as possible. And I just, man, what he set
I
the ending one
actually am so shook. If anything, this bodes poorly for me because if Dog Dodo does that against me at Worlds, you know, I might become a full-time caster. You know what I mean?
well, you know, as they say, that's Shadowverse, man. Let's take a look at our
Yes.
bracket. You guys can see what happened today. We had a lot of amazing matches, but in the winner's side, we still have Shinsha and Spadell. We're gonna see them face off tomorrow. And then in the lower side, we have a couple other players still alive as well. We have Bidu and Doc Dodo making it through, just beating Dolan in the last match we saw.
Right, it's down to the top 4 is basically at this point, right? So tomorrow we're gonna start off with V2 versus Dr. Dodo. They're gonna have the night, to sleep on it, to just like shake off all these nerves and think reflect on everything
and just
they've done.
looking at the bracket, it just drives home even further the degree of sheer devastation that we witnessed within the past few hours. Literally, all the tournament favorites are just dropping like flies. Hishiro, first one to drop out. The Machina Portal not doing well in the upper bracket, and then finally not making it with the Shadow at the very end. And then like zones falling out against the V2, the team kill coming in, and now Doolin, the former champion, losing against Doc Dodo, the newcomer of all people.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have 4 players remaining, and 3 of them are not qualified for the World Grand Prix. So for those, 3 players, this is their chance. This is their moment.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is where Doc Dodo's role kind of comes in big time, because if he's the one to win it all, the invitation gets passed down to the second place, right? So that's going to be intense. That's going to be intense, but you guys are going to catch all of that action tomorrow. And of course, that's not it just yet, because we have just a little bit more for you guys. We have another giveaway happening in chat, so make sure you enter it. Watch the chat carefully, follow up on the prompts, and you have a chance to win yourself some goodies. Make sure you don't miss it. Yeah,
we had a lot of great Shadows matches today. But tomorrow we're going to finish the tournament. We're going to see who is going to represent the West in the World Grand Prix. It was an honor casting with you guys. Chris, Noir, any final words?
I just got to say, if this was day 1, I'm barely going to be able to sleep waiting for day 2, man. This is going to be so insane. The stakes could not be higher. And the way the bracket's looking now, I have no idea what to expect. We could see a brand new player going to Worlds today. Or tomorrow, rather.
Yeah. Well, it's already today for me in the European time zone, but man, what a crazy day 1 it's been. I feel like it's very flavorful for West as well, with how crazy and how back and forth and like
West, that's
unpredictable these games have been. Like, oh my god, like, I couldn't have asked for any better ones, and I feel like tomorrow's gonna be even crazier. So I'm just looking forward to it at this point. Like, I'm ready to just lose my voice by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait for some more Shadows matches tomorrow. Again, tomorrow we're going to see the finals of the tournament. Who's going to qualify to Worlds? Will it be Shinsha? Will it be Spadell, the newcomer? Will Bido once again make it back to Worlds? Tune in tomorrow and find out. We'll see you guys then.